And I think, without further ado, we should be live and alive on YouTube with all our
Yeah.
lovely viewers. That a yes
Hi,
from you, Anne?
everybody. If you can see us, I can see us on my screen, so good start, I think.
Fantastic. We are off to a very good start then. Um, Perfect. Oh, lovely. People can see us. This is delightful. As I was saying to Anna just before we went live, funnily enough, this is the first time I'm doing a live stream from a new computer. So I don't think the quality is going to be significantly better or significantly worse. But if it is much worse, let me know. There's nothing I can do about it, but just let me know because I appreciate the feedback as always. Lovely to see so many familiar faces in the chat. Hi to Jess, to Fred, to Katie, to Renee. Obviously, I saw there were a lot of people waiting before we even went live. Anna, while we wait for people to get used to seeing us on their screens again, I mean, it's been what's it been a little over a month since we did one of these. So I guess first question,
Yeah,
obviously I haven't seen you or talked to you in a month. How have you been?
I've been good. It's a weird time, isn't it, at the moment, especially today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been doing well. It's sad that we're kind of a month out of the Rings of Power season 2. I think, you know what, we're quite bad at managing things like this, so it's entirely my fault that we've kind of pushed this finale stream so far. However, I think it is nice to still be talking about season 2 kind of this far on. At least for me, it's nice to still kind of reflect on it. And what a time we've had to reflect on it. But yeah, thank you, Harry, and everyone else for being so patient with me. But yeah, I'm happy to be back here. Hopefully, to provide our US followers with a little bit of comfort that they need,
Mm.
that you need right now, and a little bit of light in what is arguably a horrible day.
Yes, exactly. Well, I will echo that, and I'll just say before we get any further into the stream, I'd like to say that both Anna and I have fixed ourselves drinks. So obviously, if you're not a drinker, no pressure. But equally, if you do feel like after the last 24 hours you need to take a load off your feet and a load off your mind, especially, why not get yourself a snack, get yourself a nice beverage, alcoholic or otherwise. I've got myself a nice glass of white wine. Anna, what have you got again?
Gin and tonic.
Lovely, very sophisticated, very
Did
nice.
you take that sip for dramatic effect then?
I was actually just pausing and waiting for you. It's called good hosting. Now I know your role on here is really just to turn up and
Mm-hmm.
talk a little bit, not really know what's going on, and just generally provide good vibes. But some of us, we're managing three different screens here. We've got the chat, we've got the broadcasting software, we've got the slides. So some of us need to create moments of pause for ourselves, and we do that through little moments of dramatic tension. Let our guests speak. But it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect you to understand any of that, Anna.
That's cool. Listen, I don't know how much you wanted me to elaborate on my gin and tonic, so I decided to keep it simple, but here we go.
Yeah, and yeah, as Anna said, obviously we are sorry that it has taken us. Well, we're a month late, aren't we? That's the short and long of it. We're a month late. Obviously, we were planning to do this a couple of weeks ago, and then literally a couple of hours before we were meant to go live, we had an unexpected real life emergency. And as I said on Twitter, please don't worry. Both Anna and I were fine. Just some issues one of us had to deal with in our real life that we really couldn't avoid to put off. So don't worry about us on that. And then again, as Anna said, life has just been hectic. And I think weirdly, and I don't know how you feel about this, Anna, I think one of the things when you've been in fandom a long time is you get used to the sense that that kind of first day, first couple of days, first week after a new episode or movie or whatever it might be airs, there's a lot of very heightened reactions to it. And so, in a
Yes.
sense, you get caught up in that, and all your responses and your emotions get all mixed together, and you almost lose a bit of your clear head. And I almost feel like now, with a bit of distance, a month since the season's ended, had opportunities to rewatch it, had opportunities to think about it. I almost feel like, and maybe we're about to set ourselves up for failure here, but I almost feel like we're in a better position to be talking about it now.
I agree, actually, and I think you know, a season finale is bound to kind of bring out the discourse, bring out the dramatics, but my goodness, I was not prepared for what I was going to log on to after watching the finale. And I think you're quite right that reading a lot of, you know, you go on after like a show finishes and you're reading kind of hundreds of different opinions on that, so naturally it's going to sway your own thinking a little bit. So I think a little bit of time away has been much needed. And I think just going back to watch the episode after even a month, it really hit me again, almost as if I was watching it for the first time. You know, it was just such an insane episode right from the get-go that just it's nice to come at it with a bit of a clear head, I think. And I think a lot of people in the chat are kind of reflecting on that. Beric said he needs to take some time away, so maybe it's a good thing that we're all kind of coming back together after a month.
Yeah,
And we do
and
have a few people drinking along with us too.
Listen, sorry, I was listening to you. I was also just reminding myself to actually tweet out that we are live, not alive. So I've done that now. But no, I did see that lots of people. What have we got in the chat? We've got some craft beer, lovely. A gin and tonic from a goblet. That is very chic. And I think, listen, whatever you're drinking, it could be tea. Oh, Beric's got some apple cider. But you see, the thing with Beric is, and I don't know if you find this, Anna, sometimes I forget that I'm never quite sure whether Beric, you know, our good friend, is playing a character or not. And so when Beric says they're drinking apple cider, are they drinking apple cider? Or is this just that anthropomorphized horse in the chat explaining what a horse would drink if it could have an alcoholic beverage?
You see, I know in my heart and in my brain that the Beric from the Rings of Power has not suddenly come into existence and learned how to use Twitter. But sometimes I just talk as if I am actually talking to the Beric. So that's just how it is.
Yeah. And I will say, actually, this episode featured perhaps my favorite Beric moment across the two
Yes.
seasons, and it's a very strange moment. And I still, when I rewatch the episode, I can't work out why it's there, but I do love it. So we'll get to that, obviously. Now, Anna, before we get into our discussion of the episode, and obviously we'll be going back and forth with you guys in chat as we always do, and I'll get some accompanying slideshow to go with our discussion. But Anna, what we should actually talk about, and you're really the only one of us that can talk about this, is of course that usually when we would watch an episode of TV, we'd be sitting at our home on the sofa, you know, or wrapped in a blanket, however you choose to enjoy your television. There's no judgment here. But you, of course, did not enjoy the finale at home. You were somewhere quite else, and I'm sure many of our viewers and listeners will already know this. But Anna, how did you enjoy the finale this year?
So I enjoyed the finale in a lovely little cinema screen in London, with the showrunners and a few members of the cast who were actually sat quite close to me, like a few rows behind me. So I was very hyper aware the entire time that they could probably see kind of everyone's reactions around us. It was just, I can never kind of express how much I just love the atmosphere of a cinema, whether it's for a film, a screening, kind of a TV show like this. Like seeing everyone's reactions in real time is just, it's absolutely incredible. There were some moments, like for example the Beric cameo, that actually got rounds of applause in the cinema. And then we got to hear a little bit from the showrunners and the cast afterwards, and it was just, I mean, after such an incredible finale where tears were spilled, and I'll talk a little bit about the scenes that got me last time. I mean, next, kind of when we get onto it. But it was just hearing them talk about it and kind of the passion that went into it. You know, it never gets old. And I got the wonderful opportunity to talk to Charles Edwards and just thank him for being who he is and such a wonderful Celebrimbor. But yeah, it was such a lovely experience.
And I would like to say, you know, as your friend, obviously, I was not at all jealous about the fact that A, you know, you watched the finale in the cinema, B, that you got to meet Charles Edwards and actually talk to him. I feel fine about that, and I just want you to know from me that there is no lasting, perpetual resentment there, and I don't think it's going to come up as a consistent bugbear between us in the future. I think our friendship will survive it, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm fine with it.
I understand that, and as you talk about it now, I can hear a distinct lack of resentment in your voice, so I feel really confident about that.
Good, good. But no, I mean, it looks like you had a great time there, and I know a few of our other friends were there as well. And I think you even met a couple of people who, or maybe one person who is often in the stream chat here, which that's
I
a
did.
strange moment for us, isn't it?
It is. I don't think they'll mind me sharing just this little tidbit, but because I don't think they're actually here tonight. But Halbrand's Pouch, who's occasionally kind of in the chat here, I met them at the screening, and it was quite funny because we'd never actually seen each other in person before. And I kind of walked into the screening, and someone walked up to me, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, Anna!" And I was like, "Yes," and they were like, "I'm a Halbrand's Pouch." And I was like, wow, that's the craziest way someone's ever introduced themselves to me before. But it was so wonderful. And you know what? The Tolkien community, everyone's just so lovely. So it was nice to meet a few people as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, like I said, I'm not jealous at all. I am very happy for everyone. I do hope it's something they do in the future. Like I said, I was kind of disappointed. While we were obviously both of us very lucky to go to the premiere this year, it was a shame they didn't do fan screenings for the season 2 premiere. And I really do hope that whether they do it for the premiere or for the finale like they did this year, it'd be really nice if they do that once a season, because I think it's just something. And I saw someone, I think it was Delarious Star in the chat, said the magic of Tolkien's work absolutely transcends to a fantastic vibe in the cinema setting. I think that's the thing. This is that there are some TV shows that really, obviously, as oxymoronic as it sounds, there are some TV shows which rather belong in the cinema rather than in your living room, and this is one of those rare ones.
Absolutely.
Um,
And I mean, I feel like I'm just rubbing it in, and I really don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but there was
Go
some
on.
scenes in this in this episode that were just the kind of just the definition of cinematic. So watching them on the big screen was just like I didn't even know what to do with myself in the moment.
It's again, not jealous. I'm fine. Let's move on from this, though. I'm just so happy for you. I think we should move on from this topic because I think otherwise it will be boring for everyone else, because they'll just be like, "Oh God, Harry, he's so happy for Anna, and he's just such a good friend." And oh God, stop it! It's too much. So let's just move on from
Yeah.
that. But I see we've had more people join us in the chat, so I just wanted to say hello. Sorry if I'm a bit slow with the chat today, guys. Obviously, we haven't done this for about a month, and I'm still getting used to re-interacting with the chat. But I saw our good friend T with Tolkien was here. I don't know if T's still here, but lovely to have T, and other people I know who've joined since Celera, Light Blinded Fool. Oh no, Light Blinded Fool's been here since the start. But Louise, Pop Culture Weasels joined, Treebeard Nerd. So just want to say big thank you once again to everyone who's been here. And without further ado, shall we get into talking about the episode, Anna? Unless there's anything else I've missed. I forgot how we do this. So is this the point where we just dive into the episode?
I guess maybe just what did you think about it as a whole before we go kind of story by story?
Yeah, all right. That's what I was going to ask you. Honestly,
You asked me.
stealing. No, I asked you if there was anything I forgot. Oh, you know what? It's fine. Like I said, it's
You
fine.
should
I
have said it
just
sooner then. That's not my fault.
it's no, I know. It's my fault, as many things in life are. Something I've come to learn. So, Anna, before we go any further, now obviously you did see it in a cinema, which, as we've established, I'm really okay with. But having said all that, what was your initial? I guess I want to separate this into two things, right? Because as we always ask on this, what were your overall impressions of the episode? How do you think the episode stacked up overall? But I almost want to separate that as well from just. I guess my first question to you is, what was the emotion like when that final scene happens and then it cuts to black and the credits roll? I just want you to take me what it was like being there in the cinema.
There was like, you know what, it was quite a lively kind of theatre room. People were kind of audibly reacting to the episode,
Mm.
but there was kind of a round of applause as it finished, and then there was just this like moment of dead silence, and I think everyone was just trying to kind of catch up with the emotions because I mean I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but that final scene with the sun yet shines from Bear McCreary in the
Mm.
background with the kind of credits rolling, that I mean I imagine it had the same effect even out of the cinema. You know, it's just that kind of, what am I supposed to do with myself for 2 years now that this is finished? And I think I was just satisfied because I know leading up to this we were quite worried about the how everything was going to tie up, and I was just kind of sat there and I was like, I feel content to wait 2 more years to see how this goes,
Mm.
you know. And whether and like kind of reflecting on it, I was a bit like, maybe I'm just caught up in this emotion of seeing it in such kind of a cinematic way, but a month on I still feel the same, you know.
Yeah.
Incredible end, just an incredible episode overall. I think it highlights what makes the Rings of Power, you know.
Mm. I think it's really interesting because I think, and again, this may just be because of the different situations we watched it in. But usually, you know this, Anna, better than I do. Usually, when we do these breakdowns and discussion, we usually come on, and before we get on here, what Anna will usually do is Anna will message me and be like, I think I'm going to have more complaints than you about this one, or I think I'm going to be the one whinging about everything. I actually think today I am probably going to be the more negative one, which is a little
Ooh,
kind of
okay.
unknown territory for us. Um, and it's not that I didn't like the episode. I really like the episode, and don't get me wrong, that final moment with the sun yet shines, that closing shot, for me that was pure high fantasy in a way that TV shows and films are kind of almost reluctant to go near these days. Everything's so kind of sarcastic and side eye and a wink to the audience that it. One of the things I continue to love about the Rings of Power is how sincere it is about being a love letter to fantasy, not just Tolkien, but the whole kind of fantasy genre. And so, don't get me wrong, that final scene, I kind of came away just elated with it, and the music, of course, I've been listening to ever since. But I think for me, this episode is it is a little bit like the season as a whole for me. And I tweeted this out the other day, and I'm probably going to talk about this a lot throughout this live stream. So I apologize if I start to bore people, but this season for me is very much one of incredibly high highs. Like the best work the show has done across the 16 episodes. 99% of the kind of top 10 or top 5 moments, they're all from season 2 for me. And I think the Celebrimbor and Anatar stuff is the best storyline they've done across the 2 seasons. Best executed, best written, all of that. But the thing about this episode, which I think reflects the season, is sometimes scenes happen and I'm just like, did we forget to write the beginning of the scene, or did we forget to write the middle of the scene, or did we forget the end of the scene? And it's
Mm.
and the season has a little bit of a feel of that with certain storylines, and we can get into those as we go. Where I'm just like, did, have I forgotten? Like, was there a scene I was meant to have watched before this? It's a bit like if you pick up a book in a charity shop and you think it's the first one in the series and you start reading it and you're like, hang on, this is definitely a sequel. And that's the way I sometimes feel with scenes in season 2, is that sometimes I get through a scene and I go, I feel like I'm missing some context, or I feel like there was another beat that was meant to happen. So I don't in any way want to come into this discussion really kind of hands down negative, because I'm not at all. I really did enjoy the episode, but I just thought it would be interesting to kind of start from that point of, it's going to be strange that Anna's going to be the more positive one for once. But variety is the spice of life.
Am I that bad usually with how negative I am? I
The
thought it was
thing
like
is, the
an
thing is,
occasional.
the thing is, you're not that bad, but you always preface it like you're about to come on here and be like, guys, just so you know, just so you know, just so you know, I know I've been doing this podcast for 2 years. I know I have a whole Twitter account about Lord of the Rings, but actually, this all sucks. And then you come on and you're like, I didn't really care for that line. Or you're like, why didn't Damrod have another scene? But the way you always message me before we get on these live streams, you always kind of worry me because you're always like, yeah, I just think I'm gonna be really miserable about this, or like I'm just gonna be complaining all the time, and you never are, but you really sell it to me as if it's going to be an ordeal to get through these with you.
See, and then you're happily surprised when I'm actually quite positive. But no, I do know where you're coming from, and I feel that very much in certain storylines, specifically in this episode, Pelargir, and also a little bit in the Rhûn storyline. So, I guess we'll get into that a bit more. But no, don't worry. I don't think it's unplaced negativity. I think that's very much a
Yeah.
theme this season.
Yeah, definitely. Let's just see what people have to say in the chat before we move on, because I realise I keep forgetting to, stop and look at the chat. Let's see. Lots of people saying very satisfying, loved the final scene, which I'm not surprised by. Louis says, I'm en route home soon, so gonna have to be listening only and no chat for a bit, but happy to hear all the discussion. Bring it all back. Brackets, it's only been a month. I know it's been a month, Louise. You don't have to remind me. Have a safe journey home as well. Sarah on the Dark Lord says, we're not still hung up over Eregion, are we? That was like a month ago. Listen, Sauron, you should reflect on the difficulties caused to people when, your actions have consequences. That's all I'm saying. Beric agreeing with us here, saying that ending was unabashedly fantasy, and I loved it, which I'm a big fan of. Naomi, lovely to see Naomi here, says, hey, besties. Right back at you, Naomi. Always feel weird saying besties. It just doesn't sound right in my voice, no matter how much I want it to sound right. No, it does not. Diomedia says, the elf stuff was wonderful this season after being more difficult last season, so that made a huge difference for me with this season, although I still love season one. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think, the show really nailed some stuff this season. There's stuff in this season which I think is a far more interesting take on Tolkien than anything Peter Jackson did. At the same time, some of the stuff where it's got nothing to do with whether it's canon or not, I just feel like it just feels strangely edited or paced. But anyway, we can get onto that. Lavina says, agree with you, Harry, on some scenes being like that. And Jessica says, the episode length restrictions did them dirty. Scenes were clearly cut and they needed us to make the mental leaps, which we could, but it does take you out of it for a minute. Yeah, I definitely think so. And last one before I move on. Zach says, can't stay long, absolutely love this season and can't wait for season 3. Really hope we get more of Numenor and see some more Gandalf adventures. Oh, also, how they tied up the Balrog was great. Well, Zach, thank you for being here. I know you can't stay long, but that really does. Let's get into our scene-by-scene discussion. And for those of you, if you're interested, these slideshows, they take me a little while together, and Anna is probably about to have a heart attack when I tell her how many slides is in this one, but there's 134 slides in this, so if we're moving quickly... I'm sorry. I promise.
Can I just say
I
to you
promise I'm
guys,
going to move.
Harry messaged me before and said, kind of paraphrasing, but something along the lines of, yes, we cannot do another 4-hour stream. And he turns up with an 134-page long PowerPoint. This is on you.
Listen, I like to be thorough. Okay, so where did we? Let's remind ourselves, because some of you might not have rewatched the episode recently, or if you have, this is just So we open the episode. We're in the mines of Khazad-dûm. Obviously where we ended in episode 7 was this whole kind of cliffhanger that, Durin wants to go and save Elrond. He feels he has this obligation to do it. But at the same time, Navi's come to him and said his father's attacked his men. He's going to, awaken the Balrog. He's going to, carry on mining. And we what was interesting was I was actually, after the kind of ending of episode 7, I was surprised we opened in Khazad-dûm. But I think now that I've seen the scene, it made sense to get it out of the way. And so obviously we have this confrontation between between father and son, and what we really get into here, which I think is a really interesting discussion between these two, is this whole idea of strength. Where the younger Doran, the son, it's gonna be so difficult when you're doing a scene with two Dorans, honestly. But the son is obviously saying, you've always been stronger than me, and the father's saying, you are strong, but are you strong enough to, basically take up arms against me? And it's interesting because the way the whole scene is almost framed is like it's about this family dynamic. It's about these father and son legacies, and I think that's actually a huge theme throughout the episode, which we'll return to. But a problem for me, and I like how I'm starting off the episode by being negative, is like,
I love that big sigh.
yeah, while the dialogue here was really good, I thought the whole kind of this idea, the moment where Prince Doran is, starts off by telling about this, reminding him of the story of how when he was young they'd arm wrestle and his father would let him lift his hand just enough to make him think he could win, and he says, "Be strong again, father. Take it off, I beg you." Referring to the ring, and it's all really good writing and good dialogue. My whole issue with it is, and I guess like at some point I've got to move past this, is that for 2 seasons I've been sitting here going, oh, for God's sake, what are they doing with the Balrog? And in the back of my mind while I was watching this whole scene, I was just kind of like, not looking at my watch, but I was almost like, okay, how long till the Balrog appears? I guess my question to you, Anna, is did you have that problem, or did you find yourself kind of fully invested in the scene and you were just allowed, you just felt able to go along with it, or were you equally as neurotic as I was?
I can't say that, like, I knew the Balrog was going to show up, but I don't think I was kind of waiting for it. I did find myself immersed in this. The one little gripe that I had about it, and again, this is just one of those things I think that I just need to kind of let go, is that, like, I love a callback. It's one of my favorite things, I love the little nods. So the kind of conversation about the arm wrestling, and then when he kind of he says just before he dies, I never let you lift your hand, it was you, just you. I thought that was a great callback, but it was a callback to something that we saw like 5 minutes ago. So I almost wish they'd kind of given us that story about the arm wrestling stuff a little bit earlier, because we've had Prince Durin trying to convince King Durin to take off the ring for a few episodes now. So that was my only little thing, but no, I found myself quite immersed in this. And this is nothing to do with the dialogue or anything, but I don't know kind of the technical term for what King Durin was using to mine in the scene, what he was using to kind of pummel the rock, but it looked so fun that was my kind of thought process in that moment, was like, I really want to have a go of that.
Let's see. Do I have a picture of it? I mean, I've got 130 slides. Maybe I've got a picture. I mean, he's kind of obscuring it. But it's a bit like a fairground attraction, isn't it? Where it's like, how strong are you? How far can you push the mining tool? But no, don't get me wrong. Like, that whole moment, because I want to kind of separate the scene into, obviously before they break through the wall and after. And so I did really like that we're given this final moment of, the son pleading with the father. And do you know what I thought it was almost more of a callback to? Was the scene where they kind of had their big blow up in, which I think was season 1, episode 7, and they have the big blow up argument about Elrond and mining the Mithril. And in that scene, it's King Durin saying to Prince Durin, he tells him a story about how when he was a baby, he'd cradle him in his arms, and he was a very sickly baby, and then he talks about having this vision of his son, and that he would move mountains, and it's this really beautiful scene. And in a way, I almost felt like that's what they were trying to parallel. They were trying to go, in season 1, when they have this fallout, it's the father trying to connect with the son through a story of those earlier years, and now it's almost because King Durin is so lost to the ring, Prince Durin almost flips it on him and says, do you still remember when I was your son? Do you still remember these moments we shared? And so don't get me wrong, like, I did feel it was very impactful. I guess where I'm going with it is just that I knew this scene was, it was the amuse bouche, it was the appetizer, it was, the little nibbly bits before you get to the main course. And so I was I was torn in two minds about it, and I guess that is just something that I have to move past, because like obviously the Balrog has been a hang up for me for 2 seasons, so it's no wonder that I'm sitting there kind of like grumbling away, being like, I know he's coming. But yeah, so then we kind of got. I mean, I do also just want to say this scene where they broke through into the kind of mine shaft, or the cavern. One of the most stunning things I think I've ever seen in the Rings of Power. Like, even though it was really dark, it still managed to be jaw-droppingly beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and I think it's one of the reasons that I kind of still stayed quite immersed because listen, they've just broken through to this kind of, pardon the pun, gold mine of mithril. Um, Anyone who's been watching this show for 2 seasons knows that something, the Balrog, is about to come and fuck this all up for them. So even though I
Mm.
knew that was about to happen, this just shot is so beautiful. You almost get immersed in it, just as both the Durins do. You know, they look around and just kind of complete awe for a second, and you almost feel
Mm.
like you wish that he was right. You wish that they could just have this victory for a moment, but then but listen, I'm very, very satisfied with how they tied off this little Balrog story
Yeah.
because I was still kind of hoping it would be a vision, but it was not.
Do you know what I actually think is the strongest part of this? Like, obviously not emotionally. You're absolutely right when you said at the start that like that the bit after the Balrog appears, where we then get King Doran turning to his son and saying, I never let you lift your hand. It was you, just you, getting stronger. Forgive me, my son. That is the emotional core of the scene. I actually thought the most interesting dialogue in the scene came in this bit after they've just broken through into the cavern. They've seen all the mithril, and you know King Doran says to his son, "To see our mountain the way I do, you have to wear a ring, my son." And Prince Doran responds to him. He says, "It's not our mountain, father. You taught me that." And King Doran responds, "With these rings, it could be." And I thought that was actually one of the times that the show has done such a good job of trying to like illustrate specifically what the rings mean to a certain group of people. And with the dwarves, obviously we know it's this whole idea of fueling greed, of looking inwards, of wanting ownership and possession and hoarding. And I really like that where it came down to after this whole season of work, after this whole kind of narrative, knowing these two characters in particular for 2 seasons, is this idea of, and weirdly, I'm about to praise Tom Bombadil, but this is where actually including Tom Bombadil in earlier episodes really worked, because he was the one who kept saying to the stranger about what does the secret fire want with you as a master, and everything is a master unto itself. This whole idea that we don't own anything else, we're not masters of other living beings, everything is its own, has its own right to live. And what this scene almost did was take that idea to the kind of dwarvish maxim, which, as we've seen in the show, this idea the dwarves are so connected to their legacy with Aule, they listen to the rock, they sing to the rock, and you have this moment suddenly where we see what the ring has done, where King Doran is saying, "It's our mountain," and Prince Doran is saying, "It's not our mountain," but all it is the ring. And it's this kind of wonderful illustration of how effective Sauron's machinations are when you see that the rings can create this rift between father and son. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add about that scene, but I thought it was really, amid all the emotion, I thought it was a really strong thematic piece of writing, speaking to Tolkien's view of power and control and ownership.
Yeah, and I think the way that they progress to this line, it really pays off. A line like this, you have to have that kind of progression to back it up because you go from him wanting the throne to him wanting the possessions within the mountain to him wanting kind of the possessions from the dwarves outside the mountain to him just feeling that complete ownership over the mountain itself. It's that sort of progression that the rings has taken him on, and we've seen him kind of fall that whole way. So we're sort of there with Prince Durin as well when he's saying, you taught me this. He said in kind of a few episodes earlier, my father's the one who told us not to delve deeper. It's that thing about him going back on himself, and his kind of core values. So I agree. It
Yeah.
was a really nicely packed scene, just full of, like, as you said, like the thematic stuff, the absolute kind of cinematic perfection with the Balrog shots, and then just this emotional
Yeah.
crux, because I wasn't expecting to already have tears in my eyes by the time the kind of title sequence played.
Yeah, and as you rightly said at the start, like the emotional core of the scene is the moment where that initial conversation is inverted, and he says, "I never let you lift your hand; it was you, only you, getting stronger." And you know what? I think we actually, maybe I'm being biased here, but I think the music does a lot of the heavy lifting in this scene as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about you, but there's something that bears done with that dwarven theme just for this specific bit after the Balrog appears when they're talking to each other, and it's like it's so emotionally manipulative in a good way, of course.
I think that can actually be said for a lot of the scenes in this thing. I think the music is one of the Tolkien universe's biggest strong points. You know, having people like Howard Shore and Bear McCreary on board is just a godsend. And he outdoes himself so many times in this episode. You know, from this to the track that we end on, it's just he knows how to make us cry, and he knows he knows exactly what he's doing with this.
Yeah, I also think it's very interesting that um, the last line they give to King Doran is "Forgive me, my son." Because for those of you who remember what happens with Adar's final scene, it's not quite Adar's last line, but it's right up there as one of his last lines. And so I thought it was very. I mean, this episode is. I mean, the whole season, to be fair, but this episode in particular is jam packed with father and son. It's daddy issues, kind of united. Here in episode 8. But I think I should, obviously I have been very negative about the inclusion of the Balrog over the last 2 seasons. And I would just like to say, kind of after waiting to see how it played out, the use of this scene, all of it, I would just like to say I was still right. I don't think they should have included it. I don't know. That's how I feel.
No, I'm there with you. I think I've been kind of dreading this for the whole 2 seasons. I knew it was coming. I kind of prayed until about episode 6 that it was still going to be a vision. And then I had to
Yeah.
come to terms with the fact that no, the Balrog is awake. He's here. I think it was when it kind of Disa heard him underneath the mountain. I was like, oh goodness, this is real. But listen, he's here. We've got to accept that. And I think out of all the ways to tie it up, this is probably the best way they could have gone about it. And oh my goodness, can I just say, like, apart from just how insanely beautiful this shot is, I absolutely love the design of the Balrog and this almost kind of wing shape behind him that never fully forms because it's kind of shrouded in this smoke and shadow. And it goes to that thing of, do they have these wings of flame and shadow, or is it literally just the kind of mountain being kicked up behind him? And it's just, God, the VFX designers, they're on another level.
It's funny, isn't it? Because people will often talk about the original Lord of the Rings films and they'll be like, wow, how amazing was the VFX for its time? And it was, don't get me wrong, like a lot of the VFX hold up really well. But watch this scene and then go put on Fellowship of the Ring, the scene with the Balrog in Khazad-dûm. And it's just a testament to how far technology's come over the last 20 years, because the detail, the way the fire is animated, the way the smoke is animated, the way the light and shadows play off it all. I mean, it is genuinely a piece of, visual effects mastery, like genuinely one of the best pieces of visual effects work I've ever seen. And the shot itself, I see people in the chat going absolutely crazy for the shot. And my favorite frame is this one, because it's a little bit sci-fi almost, where Durin, and also, but actually, I would like to make another little nitpicky complaint. I don't know whether they had a stunt actor actually do some running and leaping, or if it was all just a digital model, but the way he runs and leaps is quite goofy when you actually focus on it. I mean, it's good that it's such an emotional scene, so no one's paying attention to it, but it was really goofy when I started to notice it.
I think part of the goofiness as well is that you can tell that it is like one of the dwarves leaping towards him, and the axe is almost like the same size as him. So I think that's kind of, I'd say cute more than goofy. But yeah, God, the Balrog is amazing. And Harry, you're gonna hate me for asking you this question, but this is actually quite a popular debate over on Twitter. Would you consider the Balrog to be kind of a hear me out?
A he meow? A what? What
A
did you say?
hear me out.
Oh, a hear me out. I was like, what's a he meow? I was like, are you asking me if the Balrog's a cat boy? I'm like, I don't know. That's probably outside my pay grade to answer. Is the Balrog a hear me out? Difficult question to answer because from my perspective, it's just not really my thing. Like, giant fire demon, not my thing. But what I want to say respectfully is that I know there are people within our community, and even some people who I am friends with, who are more towards the how can I put this in a PG way? Monster enjoyer persuasion, and so I have been told about. I haven't read them, thank the Lord, but I have been told about certain fan fictions that have been written about the Balrog. So is he a hear me out?
Oh.
I mean, is he a hear me out? Yes, probably. But I am very suspicious of, I'm going to put on my misogynist hat for a second and say, I am very suspicious of some hear me outs that I come across on Twitter, because to me it occasionally just feels like engagement bait that's like, what's the most outrageous one I can say? Now I'll say this, I don't think a giant fire demon is the most outrageous, so I don't really know whether I've given you an answer there. I think I'm on the yeah probably, but not for me.
That's fair enough. I mean, I think I would consider it a hear me out. Um, but yeah,
Oh,
thank you
you've
for
got
entertaining
appalling
that
taste,
question.
so I'm not shocked at all that it's a hear me out for you. Like, there's not even. There's a reason I didn't ask you back whether it was a hear me out for you. I was like, well, yeah, obviously for Anna it is, because like if someone's got a weird list of hear me outs, it's Anna. Anyway,
You know me so well.
let's see what the let's see what the chat thinks about your very important question. Jessica says slams yes button, so I guess that's
Thank you.
one in your column. Lavender says Balrog is meow meow. Potentially. Storyteller agrees, hey meow. Louise says the Balrog is baby girl confirmed, meow. And Beric just simply adds, what a question. Beric, you are the voice of sanity here. And Louise apparently had to stop in the street to respond to that, laughing in the face of passers-by. Well, listen, you see, it's taken us 45 minutes. We're still on the opening scene, but we have got into some very interesting areas, I have to say. We are on, and just to keep you updated on the slide count, we are on slide 12, so we are technically, I guess, 10% of the way there. Make of that what you will. Anyway, brilliant shot. The VFX is amazing. Like I said, I do like the shot where it seems like King Doran becomes, it's like a scene from Oppenheimer. It's like they split the atom, but the atom is King Doran, and so he just explodes in this kind of ball of plasma. And I will say one thing I also found funny about this scene was like, they were basically like, oh yeah, the Balrog's here, and we're like, oh well, God, how is Prince Doran and Disa and Na'vi going to escape this? And they're like, oh, he's not very good at climbing, and he keeps causing a landslide every time he tries to climb. And you're like, oh, I guess the answer is just the Balrog's a dumbass. And so it's like,
I kind of like the
I don't know.
idea
I
that
guess I'm just.
I like the idea that he's been trying to escape for thousands of years, but as soon as he kind of gets to the top, he just falls straight back down.
The Balrog is just, he's living the kind of Sisyphean nightmare where instead of pushing a rock uphill, he's just trying to climb out this damn cave. But as to your thing about the wings, I know you brought up earlier, I don't know what other people's views are in chat, because I know that like the debate over whether Balrog have wings or not is like older than I am. It's like been going on in the Tolkien fandom for decades. My opinion, just putting my flag in the sand, so to speak, I firmly believe that Balrogs do have wings, but they're more like, depending on how you want to be generous or mocking, they're either like an ostrich's wings, or they're like a penguin's wings. Like, I've heard people describe Balrog as like a fiery penguin demon, because, like, penguins have wings and they're birds, but they can't fly. And so I think, in my view, a Balrog is most similar to a penguin in that regard. That's where I come to on this.
That's an interesting path I didn't expect you to take, going to ostriches and penguins.
Can ostriches fly, actually? I don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. God,
I
that'd be
don't know enough
terrifying.
about ostriches to answer that question.
No, we need to desperately move on. Anyway, I think overall, what do we think? Actually, you know what? We should, seeing as me and you have spent the last 2 years complaining about the inclusion of the Balrog, let's just give our final verdict. Did they do a good job resolving it without ruining the fact that, obviously the Balrog doesn't destroy Khazad-dûm until the Third Age? Do you think they managed to, let's just say, stick the landing?
Yes, I think I'm with you that I don't think it should have been included to begin with. But it is, we have to accept that, and I think they did the best they could to kind of have him there, have that dramatic exit for King Durin, and then also tie that up so that he doesn't disturb them for another few thousand years. My only issue going forward is, how will Durin, Disa, Na'vi deal with the knowledge that there is a giant fire demon who killed the king, just kind of chilling at the bottom of the cave? Do they think it died? Do they think, I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because in a weird way, it's like if the scene just ended there, you'd be like, well, I guess, like, that's a big cliffhanger to leave on for season 3. The king's dead, and they're dealing with the fact that Balrog's down there. But the problem is, and we'll come to the scene later, is obviously later we get a scene and it's basically like, did you guys know in season 3 we're going to be doing HBO's Succession, but in Khazad-dûm? And it's like, have you guys forgotten that there is a giant fire demon below you? So I think it's like, it's what, I think I'm kind of with you, where I'm like, I think, if I'm being generous, I'm going to say yes, they stuck the landing. Yes, it worked for the TV show. Do I just wish they'd never done it in the first place? Yes. And my big complaint about it is going to come later, which is going to be about how it ruined Durin and Elrond's story this episode. But anyway, let's just see if there's anything in the chat we need to cover. Marco says, who grabbed the ring before the place caved in? I rewatched this yesterday and I'm still trying to... Doesn't King Durin take it off and, like, leave it on the floor? And then, like, he charges the Balrog.
Puts it on a rock just before he runs.
Yeah, so I think it's just, like, on that side of the cave-in. I mean, who knows? Because the Balrog, like, explodes Durin like an atom bomb, so who knows where the ring went. But they have it in the end of the episode, so it's fine. People seem to have interesting thoughts about emus and ostriches. I don't, emus apparently can't fly, so there we go. Feel good about that. Beric adds, I like the Balrog's shadow wings. It looks cool and cloaky. Maybe just doesn't have a lot of strength in them, though. Yes, maybe it's like a baby bird. You know how baby birds can't fly? Maybe the Balrog is like a baby bird. Is it puffins they have to chuck off cliffs? Have you ever seen those videos where they throw the puffins off the cliffs?
Cute.
Yeah, I'd like to throw the Balrog off a cliff. Pufflings and penguins.
I think it would kind of hurt to try and grab the Balrog by its wings.
Well, this does go back to your hear me out, to be fair. If we're now getting into, like, how do you grab the Balrog, it does get back into the question of, like, practicalities, logistics.
And I don't want to get into this, but I think that just depends how you imagine the rest of the Balrog that perhaps we don't see on screen. And I don't have an answer for that, so let's move on.
Yeah, it's like, does the Balrog have a grabbable waist? People want to know. Anyway. Listen, I'm just trying to show some allyship to, like, the monster lovers out there. Anyway. Anyway. Let's move on. So, we survived the opening Balrog scene, and then the show went, I know we still left you on this cliffhanger in Eregion, but before we get to Eregion, now we have to go to your other favourite storyline. It's Rhûn and the Dark Wizard, and everyone goes, dun dun dun, the Dark Wizard, ooh, spooky Dark Wizard, spooky Dark Wizard. So, it's an interesting scene, because, like, Let's just remind people, if anyone hasn't rewatched it lately, like how the start of it plays out. So the stranger after having left Tom Bombadil in that previous episode 6, I think it was. The stranger just wanders into the store village at night. He obviously sees this horse with the saddle on it, which belongs to the Galdrim, and it's got this, this Eye of Sauron mark to it. And then literally, he walks into the village, and the next thing that happens is like, Kieran Hines walks out, and he's like, Manwë promised you would come, and it's just like, oh, right, okay, I guess we're just doing this, and it's like, okay, so I'm gonna read out some of the dialogue before we get into this. Ooh, okay. Manwë promised you would come. I confess my patience wavered, but my faith in you, old friend, did not. And then the stranger says, you know me, and he says, know you, we are as kin. 5 of us there were, but you were the one who convinced me to leave the uttermost west for this world, because you knew none of us could ever hope to defeat Sauron alone. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be so polite when I say this. I am the last person to be like, actually, I think you'll find in the lore that's not accurate. But the way they are handling the wizards in this show is driving me insane. It makes so little sense. I'm losing my... Like, Anna, please tell me I am not alone in this.
No, I don't think you're alone in this. And I mean, I think we touched on it a bit earlier in the season when we were talking about, it technically wasn't fully revealed until this episode that this is Gandalf, but, we were like 99.9% sure that it was kind of coming through this season. And we had this talk about the fact that in the books, Gandalf doesn't come to Middle Earth at this point, and he especially doesn't come to Middle Earth at this point with the intention of killing Sauron and defeating Sauron. And I remember that we kind of tried to justify, we were like thinking, okay, maybe he comes to Middle Earth a bit earlier, he tries to go against Sauron and is defeated, and then that sends him back west, and that's when he kind of gathers his strength and realizes, oh, maybe he has to come back, and that's when he kind of wages this war against Sauron. Yeah. Apparently that's not what's gonna happen, so...
No, so, like, let me just explain, like, my frustrations with this whole scene and, like, Kieran Hines' dialogue. And let me just say this. Kieran Hines, you are a fantastic actor. I think you are brilliant in, whether it's HBO's Rhûn, whether it's The Terror. When we were preparing to watch season 2, I even did a Twitter space where I watched one of his brilliant short independent Irish films. Brilliant film. I don't know if it's the dialogue or if the check wasn't big enough, but it felt like he was phoning it in. And I say that with all the love in the world. Like, this is in no way a denigration of Kieran Hines' like acting abilities, obviously. It just genuinely felt to me like it felt like he didn't want to be there. And I it's so difficult for me. Like, how did you feel about it, Anna? Because like, I don't want to go too far with this, because like, what the hell do I know about acting? But how did it come across for you?
I think, and this could just be because I've not really watched anything else that he's been in, so this is one of, he's a recognizable face, so I've obviously seen him in things before, but this is the first time I've been watching something kind of knowing who he is. But I think it was less about the acting and more about the fact that, in the nicest way possible, I did not care. I still do not care about his character. I still don't think he should have been included in the storyline. I've said this from the start. They should have either done the Dark Wizards and the Mystics or the Stores. They shouldn't have done them both, because now I don't really care about either of them enough for this storyline to have been that impactful for me. So I don't think it was the delivery, though. I think the crazy eyes were like a little bit too far. But it's just the fact that I was watching this and I was like, he's coming up and he's calling him old friend, and I'm supposed to care, and I want to, but it's the dialogue and I couldn't feel anything about it, except
You know what? I think Beric sums it up in one sentence when Beric says, "Wholly expositional dialogue, Batman," and that is the issue. Like you're absolutely right. Like it's not Heinz's act. Like obviously Heinz can act. Like what a ridiculous thing for me to even be discussing. It's just like what they effectively gave him was like a Tolkien gateway passage to read out, and they were like, right, so the stranger's gonna come up to you, and if you just read the bit from Unfinished Tales. But okay, here's where I'm gonna get my nerdy lore hat on and really complain. Nothing about what
Okay.
what the Dark Wizard says to him makes sense. Okay, so even if you take the view that like as we've been trying to theorize throughout this season, because like the thing we learn in Unfinished Tales is that Gandalf didn't want to go to Middle Earth to face Sauron in the Third Age because he was afraid of him, and so we were like, maybe what the show's trying to do is provide a background for why Gandalf was so afraid of Sauron and didn't want to return. All fine. And obviously, Manwë being involved with sending the Five Istari to Middle Earth, again, all fine. No problem there. But the problem is when it's like, five of us there were, okay, again, fine. But you were the one who convinced me to leave the uttermost west for this world because you knew none of us could ever hope to defeat Sauron alone. Gandalf is not the one telling the other wizards. He's like, come on, guys, let's go. We're going to go, like, let's go beat Sauron up. Let's go get him. We're going to gang up on him. Like, it's very much that Gandalf is the one who is the reluctant pilgrim. And when I first started doing that dialogue, I was like, oh my god, are they about to reveal that the stranger is one of the blue wizards and the dark wizard is the other one? Because I was like, then it would make sense because there is some text within, that passage in the Histories of Middle Earth and Unfinished Tales where it basically sounds like one of the blue wizards just brought the other because he was like his bestie. So it was like there was a moment when I was watching this for this time, I was like, oh my god, are they about to do a 180 and try and tell us the stranger is a blue wizard? And then very quickly I was like, they're not. And also, it's the way they're trying to make this idea, and like they did it a little bit with the Tom Bombadil scenes, that like the purpose of the wizards being sent to Middle Earth is to directly confront Sauron, where that was never the case in the books. Like in the books, it is very much they're sent to guide and help the free peoples of Middle Earth and to try and uplift them and help them and support them and guide them. And instead, in the show, like Tom Bombadil's like, listen, Gandalf, you need to go out into this forest and find yourself an AK-47. I can't tell you which one it is, but you need to go find yourself a machine gun that suits you so that you can go and shoot and shoot Sauron. And Gandalf's like, oh, I've got to go and save my friends, so like I'll have to find my weapon later. I think it's like, I think in season one they were like, we want to have Hobbit-like characters and we want to have a wizard-like character. And they've done some really interesting thematic stuff. Like, people will remember from my commentary on season one, I loved the Harfoots in season one. And I really loved the ending of season one with them. And season two, I'm just like, what are we doing here? Like, did you genuinely just not have an idea what you were going to do with the plot in Rhûn? And here's my other big issue. It feels like such a disservice to Rhûn to be like, Rhûn is a big desert with a dark wizard in a mysterious temple, one village of stores, and then like some random, human know about in masks because they have a mysterious disease or a curse, but we don't even address that within the season where we introduce it. And the one character who's actually been given some dialogue is just unceremoniously bashed against the wall. I don't know, like the whole Rhûn plotline is a mess to me. Like it's a real mess.
It's almost similar to, similar but also not similar at the same time to how I feel about the Balrog, where it's like they've sort of written themselves into this corner because this character in this specific moment in time didn't need to be Gandalf, and they've kind of put him in here, and I think this is their way of trying to explain it, but I think they've explained it in the most complicated way for themselves as they could have done. So now as we get to the end of it, it's almost like the reveal is a little bit overshadowed by the questions that I have about it. And it's kind of sad in a way because as kind of confusing and weird as Gandalf's presence is at this point, Daniel Wayman is just, he's just impeccable, isn't he? And I think he was saying that he didn't know for a very long time himself that he was Gandalf. Throughout season one, he didn't know that he was the kind of Gandalf. He thought he could have been Sauron, so, all of this stuff. So it's like he was just as confused as we were. But wonderful actor.
Yeah.
They really need to kind of do something with this storyline in season 3 to make us properly care about it.
And I'll say this, and I'll come back to this like later in the episode because we get another scene with the stranger, obviously. When Daniel Wayman is given good material, he is incredible, like one of the best actors in the show. Like, and I firmly believe, like he did that whole of season 1, barely getting a line of dialogue for 7 episodes, and he was incredible. And then season 2, he's been brilliant as well. And what I'll say is this: I know what people think about my view of Tom Bombadil, and it's correct. Tom Bombadil is trash, but Tom Bombadil in the show has been the best part of the Rhûn storyline. The scenes we've had between him and the stranger have been some of the few moments where they've replicated the interesting emotional resonance about the stranger's identity, his purpose, his place in the world. Like, it's only really been outside of, I think it was episode 1, where there was one good scene with him and Nori talking about home. That was really good. But since then, it's basically been his scenes with Bombadil. And the other thing I want to like touch on is like, again, Anna, you'll remember this. Like when we did our episodes pre-season 2, before like the first trailer came out and everything, we were like, the thing we want with Rhûn is like make Rhûn and the Easterlings and Harad like was so like, you know, we can talk about the questionable depiction, you know, questionable, just veering to outright racist depiction in Peter Jackson's films. And so we're just like, you've got Rhûn, you're gonna go there because you need to give some of them some of the 9 rings. Like, make Rhûn feel like an interesting place. And I just like, I feel sorry for this guy I've got on my screen at the moment where he's like, my people were once King's Wizard, and they just gets like bopped on the back of the head, and you're just like, well, I'm glad I didn't get invested in you, but also, why? Like, why? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And a lot of people in the comments are rightly pointing out that, you know, season 2 is the setup for Rhûn in season 3. But I also think that they haven't set it up very well in that case, because going into season 3, there's a lot of things that I do care about and a lot of things that I'm excited to see more of. And I think that apart from maybe Pelargir, Rhûn is kind of at the bottom of that list. It might be us, it might be kind of our personal kind of takes on this storyline, but yeah, I don't think it gave me what I wanted. I think they've made another mistake of splitting up the Harfoot and the strangers again. It's just it's I don't know.
I also just want to address, like, I see some people in the chat like saying like it's too early to judge Rhûn. I'm not judging. Like, what I'm not trying to say to you guys is like the show will never depict Rhûn well. What I'm saying is, if you, and I agree, it probably is just set up, but it still matters how you do it. And to me, it still matters that like you effectively depicted Rhûn as being like a desert with like 12 people living in it. And there's so many weird choices in it. There's like, you bring back sorry, I've forgotten the actress's name, Bridie Sisson, as, you know, one of the mystics. She reappears in like episode 2 or whatever it is, and then it's just, and then we never see the mystics again. And so it's just like, well, what are they doing here? Like, why? Nothing makes sense. Like, I'm just watching it and I'm like, what is the Dark Wizard doing? Like, you're so strange, and you've got bulging eyes, and your dialogue feels like you're reading out a fact sheet about the Istari, and it's just, and then the Galdrim are there like, you didn't know who I was till I put on the mask. You know, we're not going to do the Bane voice again because we like lost a whole half an hour of another episode to that. But it is just like, I'm not saying they had to go to like a Rhûnish empire, to go to like a Rhûnish city this season, but it should still feel like a place where people live. And on the stores, because like I think Anna brought this up as well, like we didn't end up caring about the Dark Wizard, and I feel like we got like 3 scenes with the stores. So when they lose their, it's not like in season 1 when the Harfoots get all their homes, all their, you know, their caravans burnt by the mystics, and you're like, oh god, that's so sad. When Dark Wizard was like, I cast avalanche spell on your village, I was like, oh well, I guess like, you know, fuck them. Like, I didn't care. I was just like, whatever. I'm not joking.
Yeah, and I think if this season was that setup to Rhûn, in season 3, it feels like we've still not really arrived in Rhûn. It still feels like we're very much on
No.
the outskirts. And I think that that's fine if we're getting there next season. But I do think that they just really should have put all of the focus into one of those things, the Dark Wizard and the Mystic or the stores. I think that would have been perfectly acceptable, and we still could have got to that same conclusion of Gandalf finding out who he is. I just I think I would have cared a lot more about one of them if we got a little bit more time. It's even like we got that. And listen, I have quite a bit to say about the romances that we got this season, because a lot of them just did not do it for me at all. And I think one of those was
Yeah.
Poppy and Merrimack. And listen, I'm glad that
Well,
Poppy got her little moment of
let's
romance, but
Anna, let us be honest. Calling it a romance is like calling bumping into someone in the street. Like, you know, when you accidentally walk into someone in the street, it would be like calling that a date. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give the show a pass on being like, we've introduced this new character. Oh, him and Poppy share a funny glance and like 2 lines of dialogue. It's like, what happens in the next scene? And they're like, they kiss, and it's like, great, okay, I feel the romance, I'm invested, like, can't wait to see their wedding. Like, it was just lazy. Like, it was either lazy or they cut out about 12 scenes with them in, and I don't know which it was. So like
yeah, I
I'm gonna
think you're
refill my
right. I
glass of wine.
think and I think you might actually disagree with me about this specific one, but we'll get on to it a little bit later. I feel the same about Isildur and Estrid.
Yeah,
Controversial
well, you're
opinion,
right.
I know, but I think Beric says it felt very much like an incomplete story, and I agree. And they might make up for it in season 3, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing I want to say about this like individual scene, like what I will say is they did include some interesting like what once they got past all the expository rubbish. Like I did think they like included some interesting thematic, like kind of Tolkienian thematic ideas. So like the moment where you've got the Dark Wizard saying to Poppy and Nori, you know, you pity him whose blade was at your throat. Again, going back to this idea of Gandalf trying to teach Bilbo and Frodo about, you know, the importance of pity, which he learnt from Nienna, which funnily enough is the part in Unfinished Tales they should be thinking about while writing it, but never mind. And then what I thought was really, and you know, and you get the whole pity will not defeat Sauron, which of course is the whole, you know, it's the thing everyone who isn't the hero in Lord of the Rings gets wrong, because it's like, no, actually, pity is the exact thing that will defeat Sauron in the end. But this was the bit that I was like, again, I was like, I'm not really sure what they're trying to go for here, where they talked about, you know, where, you know, the stranger says to the Dark Wizard, oh, you know, will it be enough if you defeat him, or do you also want to be his successor? And he says, walk with me, and in time we will both be his successors. And it just feels like they're like, what it, you know, like, what if we gave, oh, hang on. Have I ruined that? Yeah, I have
PowerPoint
ruined
gave
that.
up on you.
It was just like, stop ranting about Rhûn, which I agree. This just felt like straight, like, Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, like, Saruman dialogue. And I was just like, don't think we needed that.
Yeah, it was interesting, but I guess I'm just anxiously awaiting what they'll do with this in season 3. I actually have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get onto it later, because, like, after hearing everything I've said, you would think this is the last time we see the Dark Wizard in the episode. And I tell you, when the Dark Wizard appeared later in this episode, I actually laughed out loud. I was like, it feels like someone dropped a few frames in the editor in the wrong place in the episode. I had a visceral reaction to it. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. The Dark Wizard collapses the village. We all go, oh no, how sad. The stranger saves all the stores. Brilliant, wonderful, great. And then I will say that one of my favourite lines of dialogue, because like it did feel like at least Kieran Hines was giving it a bit of sass when he was like, I only hope losing those you care for most will give you a taste of the suffering all Middle-earth will know should Sauron prove victorious. And he's just like, he's really getting into it in that moment. He wasn't phoning it in for that line. And then he just goes, when your senses have returned, I will be waiting. And it's just like, well, we've just waited a whole season to understand what the hell you're on about. And he's like, you've got to wait until next season to work out what I'm on about. And it's just like, I don't actually want to wait. Thank you.
I think you actually could have played his character. You seem more moved by the dialogue than he did.
I mean, honestly, like, I don't think it's a high bar. And again, I'm not criticizing Kieran Hines. Like, I think the dialogue is just like, it's very workmanlike in that scene. Okay, moving from Rhûn to Numenor, which, I mean, oh my god, let me just say, after like being stuck in that day for night shot, like kind of blue darkness, opening up onto this shot of Nimloth looking like it's on fire. I mean, I was just like, I mean, I can only imagine what it must have been like in the cinema, but I remember like sitting on my sofa and just going like, whoa, because that was brilliant.
It was wonderful. I mean, come on, there it is in all its glory, and it's as you said, like after that, just complete nighttime. It was almost like a jump scare.
Yeah, it was. It was, and it's a beautiful shot. And obviously, for those of you who've read the Silmarillion, you'll know where this is going, like, and why they're using this imagery for this particular scene. And it's very well done and very clever. And I tip my cap to them. And then we get into another scene. And it's not a bad scene. God, I feel like I like at the start of this, I was like, listen, guys, I enjoyed the episode. I really did enjoy the episode. And we're now like 4 scenes in, I'm like, and I'll tell you another thing that's wrong with it.
No, I think you're right. The thing is, they have good scenes, but they feel sort of like we're starting in the middle of a scene and also leaving in the middle of a scene. But yeah,
just
carry on. Sorry.
Can I just say like how weird it was to like go from like season episode 7 ending with like Eregion has fallen, Adar has the ring, Sauron is about to face Celebrimbor, and then they like open episode 8 and they're like, would you like to know what's been going on in Khazad-dûm? Okay, now we go off to Rhûn. You want to go back to Eregion? No, first we got to go to Numenor and do some bureaucratic fascism. And you're just like, take me back to Celebrimbor and show me what he's doing, for the love of God. Anyway, I'm being really pedantic. Sorry to everyone. I probably shouted in the mic a little bit. I didn't sleep a lot last night. I didn't sleep a lot last night. Just the fact the world is falling apart. Okay. This scene, interesting is how I want to describe it. So obviously we get Eregion, she's in the courtroom with, all these kind of members of the faithful, or at least what I think the show is trying to like tell us, like, these people are faithful. How do we know they're faithful? I don't know. They're kind of dressed like Jesus's disciples, I guess. So Aaron's in the throne room, and they're like, why are we here? And I thought it was really interesting that this, and I guess my question to you is, and we can talk about it in the context of the whole scene of this moment, and then when she goes to warn her father. I thought the most interesting line of dialogue is when she responds to them by saying, I was only ordered to gather you here. I've no answers to give. And it very felt for me like the moment where Arryn was like, oh, I'm just a pawn in this. Like, I'm just doing what I'm told, and I'm only following orders as we commit horrible atrocities. And it like had that very much moment of like classic depictions of authoritarian states, where it's like the middle manager who's got to a certain point where they're like, they've been given some power and they're like, go do this, and they're like, why am I doing this? I don't know, I've just been told to do it, I'm in charge. And so I think it's almost an interesting point to where we think about now, where it's like, where does Eregion go from here? Is this her moment of being like, what am I wrapped up in? This seemed like a good idea at first, or is she like, no, this is great, I get to order everyone about? So I think it's an interesting way to leave Earion's character kind of going into season 3.
Yeah, I think it's the moment when she realizes, okay, this is actually going to have some very serious repercussions, not just for the people that I've gathered, but for me specifically and my family. I think my gripe this season, oh my gosh, you've poured this negativity into me, but like I've talked about it before, is that I kind of wish, and I don't want to be that person who's like, we should have had more episodes, we should have had more time. Whatever. I wish we'd seen a little bit more of Eregion in the background of her kind of rising to this new rank, because it did come a little bit out of the blue. But I'm hoping that maybe if we couldn't see that, we will get a little bit on the flip side next season of her kind of maybe juggling the morality of what she has become within Numenor, especially now that her father's left her, because yeah, it was an interesting scene. But I do like that she had that moment of, okay, I've kind of stood passively by all season. I'm actually going to go and help my father out with this one.
Yeah. I like again. I think like Aorin's role in the scene is really interesting. Where the scene gets weird again, and where I'm like, this is one of those key scenes where I'm like, have I missed a scene? It's when Farazon is like, so he says, we have learned why Miriel was able to bewitch the sea. It would seem she has an ally of cunning power, an ally who has already bruised Numenor once and is now gathering strength to make us bleed. And then Farazon gives the scroll to the high priest guy, and he reads it, and then he goes, Sauron? And I'm like, what did it say on the scroll? Like, I don't. I'm so confused. I remember saying that, like, I just want to know what was on the scroll because it's like Farazon's just told him that Miriel has an ally who helped her bewitch this. Let me say that again. Helped her bewitch the sea, and he's like, and here is my evidence, a scroll. And the guy opposite him is like, Sauron, and you're like, what the hell did Farazon write on the scroll?
I like the idea that the whole scroll is just blank, but in the middle it literally just says Sauron.
And guys, just so you
Like a
don't think
little
we're being
drawing
like
of the sea.
super negative, Sauron with the magic wand just like stirring a pot. But like I just want to say, by the way, guys, like, if it feels like we're being negative, we are, like, trying to make tonight, like, a bit of a fun stream as well, because we know how depressing everything is. So we are trying to be lighthearted as well. And, like, I'll be super honest, like, I don't, like, most of the complaints I'm making, I'm just, like, having a bit of fun. Like, it doesn't really bother me, like, this is me being very nitpicky to be, like, oh, what excuse is Farazon giving for imprisoning the faithful? It's like, he's the king, he's an autocrat, he can do whatever the hell he wants, he can do his fascism, as he pleases. But, like, this is like, I challenge any of you, if any of you can tell me, like, what you thought was on the scroll when you first watched the screen, I guarantee you no two of you have the same answer. Because I was like, so, has he put on the scroll that Halbrand, who was the guy who came here, who was meant to be king of the Southlands, he's Sauron. But that's like, how does he explain that he helped Miriel bewitch the sea? Because he's obviously an earth. And I'm like, okay, maybe it has to do with the Palantir. And I'm like, no, because Farazon took the Palantir away and he's got it in his own chambers and Miriel doesn't have access to that. And it's like, okay, are we trying to claim that, like, Farazon's spies spotted Halbrand in the sea, like, whispering to the worm, like, let her go, let her go. And then it's just like, I need to know what was on the scroll. I need to know what was on the scroll. Tell me what was written.
I think that you may be thinking about this one too much. I think
I am.
we're never going to know what's on the scroll unless we kind of beg someone to see the prop from behind the scenes, which I probably assume is just a blank scroll. I'm a little bit. I was surprised that we got this kind of revelation and the Sauron name drop from Farazon now, like right here. But
Yeah.
this is one of those things where it's like I have my little nitpicks, but I also feel like I just need to let them play out because it's happened now.
Yeah.
It's like with the Balrog. I was so annoyed when I saw it in the trailer. I was like, this cannot be real. But I let it play out, and I'm actually satisfied with what ended up happening. We ended up getting one of my favorite scenes of the whole season. So let's be cautiously optimistic about this, and hope
Sorry,
that
the
maybe one
chat
of
is
the behind the scenes people can give us a thing of the scroll.
The chat is being very funny. Someone said it's like the guys it's like the guys in Monty Python. She's a witch, and then Beric just put Sauron, but with, like, the alt caps text. A storyteller says the text on the scroll reads, "quote Sauron bewitched Miriel," which is evidence enough for me. Okay, Chris gives us a serious answer and says, wait, isn't the scroll a declaration that they're in league with Sauron? Basically, they've been served, so it's like a subpoena or like like a city ordinance. I guess that's possible, but, like, it's basically what I want to say is it's like Pharazôn is speaking in one scene and the High Priest is speaking in another scene, because like Pharazôn's like, we've learned how Miriel bewitched the sea, and he hands the scroll, and then he just turns to him and he's like, Sauron? Question mark. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like if I was a human being speaking to another human being, I might use more words. I don't. And occasionally, like in this episode in particular, I felt like the writers were like, oh, it would take a lot of words to explain what is happening here, and so they're just like, no, they're just gonna say Sauron question mark, and then we're going to go to like people being locked up and thrown in jail, which is fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
sorry, go
weird,
ahead.
but I like Beric's interpretation that it says, "The decree of our Pharazôn, king of Numenor and her realms, be it known to all that Sauron has returned. He rises to something in Middle Earth and brings danger to our realms." So I think that's what we get from that. I think someone might have translated it.
I think it carries on. You've got to carry on reading.
Here we go. To some think this, Numenor will be united in the creation of a fleet, greater than any before seen, with arms fit to confront any threat we face. To furnish this errand, the old colonies of Middle-earth shall be rebuilt and reformed, and by our strength, and with the added timber and minerals brought through from our enterprise. Something.
Who once did. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
If that's what the scroll says, it's so unconnected to what he says to the High Priest. It's like, we learned how Miriel bewitched the sea, and then he hands him the scroll, and the guy's like, you've handed me a scroll about how we're going to build a fleet and do some imperialism and colonize. That's why he sounds so confused when he says Sauron, because Pharazôn's like, we've learned how we bewitched the sea, and he hands him the document. He's like, what has this got to do with anything? Anyway, so...
I'd love if he just kind of picked on the complete wrong part of the scroll, and he was like, listen, we've learned how Miriel has been able to bewitch the sea. And he looks down at the scroll and he's like, with timber and minerals brought through our enterprise? What?
Oh no, we found out that Miriel is actually a crystal mummy. Like, she just loves her crystals, and she's like big into star signs, and she just bewitched the sea. She was like, I've got some quartz that's really gonna mess you up. I don't know what people do with crystals. There's no disrespect to anyone that like believes in the healing power of crystals. Although Anna, I think I can't say it on stream, but I think you know the very funny story about the time I came across a book called The Healing Power of Crystals. Yeah, okay, good.
Yes.
Great. Anyway, so moving on. So I forgot to move forward in my slideshow. As you can tell, all 134 of these slides are very important, but here's the one of the High Priest being like, what has this got to do with bewitchment? And then Belsgar, who, by the way, I will say this, like, a lot of the side characters in this season have really been underserved and not, not fleshed out. And I think that's a whole separate issue we could discuss. But can I just say, Will Keen has, like, every time he's been given a line of dialogue, Will Keen is like, he cracks his knuckles, he stretches his back, he's like, I am going to put 110%. Because every time he gets a line, he's just like, I am going to be the most evil bureaucrat you've ever come across. Because he's always like, all so-called faithful are now declared enemies of Westerness. And it's like, brilliant. Okay, great. I believe you. Honestly, Will Keen better stay in for the next 3 seasons, because like I just think he puts his whole spirit into it.
He's got the presence, the screen presence for a future Nazgul.
He does.
Not to go into theories.
Just as you said that, Katie said the exact same thing in the chat, and I think it's spot on. Like, I would be shocked if Katie isn't. Katie, I don't think Katie is going to be a Nazgul. If Belsgar isn't going to be a Nazgul, like, I think after this episode, it's very much like, if Kemen and Belsgar aren't Nazgul, I would be shocked. Like, I'm not going to eat a hair, but I would be shocked. No, Joe, I said Westerness, not Westeros. Admittedly, I was doing a very silly voice, so it's not on A1 to There's not anyone to deal with this. Anyway, so yeah, we get the scene where it's like, and I think Beric brought up this scene earlier, which I loved. So like after we get through like the weird sham trial where they're like, Sauron, huh? And they're like, you're traitors. And they're like, I don't know, you handed me a scroll. It's all very confusing. Then we get this shot of Nimloth, which we previously saw glowing, and we saw all the leaves being blown out. And as Beric pointed out earlier, this is such a nice parallel to the white leaf scene in season 1, episode 4. I think it was an end of episode 4 where we get the Miriel and Elendil moment. But this time, what I love about this is season 1, episode 4, the petals come down, and it's the first time Miriel and Elendil truly connect. In this one, when the petals fall, is the time that Miriel and Elendil are going to be separated from one another. So I love that kind of parallel between the two seasons. But of course, before we get to that, Eregion goes to warn Elendil, and she's like, there's no time to explain, we're doing fascism. And he's like, okay, I better go. So then they run off, and then we get to this scene. And perhaps I'll hand it over to you, Anna, for this scene. This really, I mean, if there was ever a scene across all, 16 episodes of The Rings of Power, probably nearly 18, 19 hours of television, has there ever been a scene more written for you than this scene?
There has not. This has been my most rewatched moment. I almost can't believe that they gave it to us because it, as you said, it's so intensely me coded that I think I watched it for the first time and I almost went into this haze watching it and I was like, did I just fall asleep and dream? I mean, we got Elendil saying, what cowardice have I ever shown to make you think that I would even consider making safe my own skin at the peril of yours? Oh my goodness. I mean, his, and here you are. Of course, you've got a screenshot of it right there.
I've got two. I took so many of this scene because I was like, Anna's probably going to want to talk about lots of different things in here, all involving Elendil. So I was just like, take them all.
Oh, there's this. And then listen, the decision to have Miriel give Narsil to Elendil is just, oh, it's incredible. The kind of gravity behind her giving him this weapon, the Queen of Numenor, the last Queen of Numenor, giving the founder of Honor in Gondor the sword to go and kind of claim these kingdoms. Like, oh my god, guys, this is incredible. Do I even want to look at the chat? Because I feel like that's what you might be laughing at right now, and I'm scared.
Have you seen Jessica's latest message? The problem was, as she sent that message, you were doing this, you were going, oh my god, and I was like, wow, this is just like the universe converging over Elendil and his sword. It's just,
like that,
no,
that
listen,
barking
it's,
moment.
yes, it's a lot of barking noises in the chat. I mean, there's so much in this, and this is one scene where I'm like, I'm actually impressed with how well, like, considering it was such a short scene, they fit so much in here, because they were finally like, hey, we know you guys have been asking to see Anarion for 2 seasons, and now they're like, guess what? You're still not going to see him, but you're definitely going to see him next season. And I was kind of like, oh, you mother... But, like, I appreciated it, because at least they were very much like, okay, guys, we know you've been patient. You are absolutely going to see him as soon as we get to Numenor in Season 3, because Elendil's going to the Western Shore. His son Anarion is there. Now, I thought it was interesting that he didn't specify son and his father, but I'm still holding out hope for Amandil.
Yes.
But as you say, it goes very quickly from, like, Elendil being like, let's escape, and then Miriel's like, no, my place is here. But you're right, that line, what cow... I mean, oh my god. I think you've tweeted this before. It's like, let's get rid of I love you and replace it with what cowardice have I ever shown you to... Now, for any Doctor Who fans in the chat, there is one of the best ever episodes of Doctor Who involves Peter Capaldi, as most of the best episodes of Doctor Who do. And he says... I'm probably going to bungle the line, but it's basically the same as this Elendil line. He says... do you think I care for you so little that betraying me would make a difference? And it's this moment where Peter Capaldi's character has been utterly betrayed by this person, and it's basically him saying, I love you so much that I don't care if you betray... like, you betraying me makes no difference to the fact that I would always be there for you. And that's exactly... this Elendil moment, I was like, oh my god, girl, get down on one knee and just propose to her. Like, for God's sake, stop saying this stuff.
it's like, you know, for every like little gripe that I have about this show, they do like 20 other things so right that I can't be mad because I've tweeted about it before, but every time Elendil is on screen and every time he speaks, I'm just like, you can see why he is the king that Aragorn still uses as kind of a battle cry thousands and thousands of years down the line. He's just the dialogue, the performance, everything is just spectacular. And then, listen, I'm not one to say that they kind of directly parallel the Jackson films kind of time and time again, but
Mm.
I kind of parried up the scenes of Aragorn getting Andriel and Elendil getting Narsil. And listen, I'm sorry, but that was kind of beat for beat, word for word. Oh, it was made for me, okay? And I'm not mad about that
It,
parallel. And it was just that
no.
was everything that I wanted to end Elendil's kind of arc this season. It's
Also, can we just
just
add on top of
it's
the
so lovely.
romance of the of the earlier line? Then when she says, my place is here, you know it is, and he says, then where is mine if not with you? I mean, lordy, like Elendil, like you are a widower, but like you are like the most down bad man in all of Westerness. You are so apocalyptically down bad. You might cause the downfall early because it is just horrendous levels of yearning for Miriel. And then, as you say, now can I ask you something? Like, because as you said, like you love this scene so much. The parallels with the Aragorn scene, this legacy of Narsil connecting Elendil to through Isildur to Aragorn. The whole kind of story of Lord of the Rings. The only thing I didn't really understand was when Miriel says to him, you know, you know. She says, "Take the sword, go," and she basically says, like, "Reclaim your destiny," and I was like, I felt like they were going for that Aragorn moment, but like in the Aragorn scene, I know what his destiny is, and obviously being a book reader, I know what Elendil's destiny is. But like, if I was just a show watcher, like if I hadn't read the books and I was watching The Rings of Power, and Miriel says to Elendil in the scene like "Reclaim your destiny," I'd be like, okay, like what is his destiny? Like, what did you think about that? Like, it
Yeah,
felt a little bit. That was one of those moments where I was like, okay, we get your paralleling the Aragorn scene. Do we need to do the Destiny bit?
I want to think that you know, obviously you're completely right that when you kind of hear the way she says it, it's almost like she has that exact same knowledge of, you know, Aragorn as we do. So it's almost kind of
Yeah.
strange in that way. But I almost took it in the way that Elendil is almost this, at this point, a kind of a disgraced noble. You know, he comes from this noble line from Amondil, and even kind of when all the way back in season one, when Farazon first kind of describes him to Miriel, he says, you know, he was once of a noble line, he's now kind of captain of the Sea Guard, and he's had kind of all of that stripped away from him at this point. And
Mm.
whether I would call it going to reclaim his destiny, I kind of took it as her saying, just go and get that back, you know, reclaim that title that you once had.
Yes, the lordship. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. And like, I guess the thing is like as well, it's fine for the show, to do this stuff where it's like it's nodding at the films, it's nodding at the book readers. Like I think in a way, like as much as I could be like really nitpicky and be like, oh, it's a bit on the nose, like it is it is a nice thing to do. It's like, and I always try to remind myself like not to be snooty towards like people whose primary interaction with the Lord of the Rings is through the Peter Jackson films, because it's like they're amazing films. I love them, despite their flaws. And it's like, so sometimes I have to remind myself like when they're referencing the films, it's like, well, that's a nice thing to do for some viewers. And like as I think Lynn said in the chat, yeah, Lynn said, I read that Lloyd Owen deliberately referenced the scene where Vigo received Anduril. He asked for the camera framing and practiced drawing the blade the whole night. Listen, I don't know if that's. I haven't been keeping up with interviews, but if that is true, I 100% believe it, because I remember watching that scene. I was thinking like it was almost like they'd stenciled the two scenes on, like they'd traced the scenes, because like even
Hmm.
the way he looks at the sword, I was like, it's a
Yeah.
little bit like, boys and their toys, but at the same time, like, because they're referencing that scene with Aragorn, like, I hate to say it, it does work. You're loving the scene, so I'm gonna make one more nitpick. Is when like Miriel says to him like, "It's called Narsil," and that's just left there, and I can just imagine the audience being like,
Don't be so negative, Harry. It was a brilliant scene. We got a Narsil name drop. We got an Aragorn parallel. We got some yearning between Elendil and Miriel. What more could we want from
No,
this?
no, it is like all jokes aside, like it is. I'm like being so nitpicky. This was one of my favorite scenes outside of the Eregion stuff this episode, and like also what I appreciate is that like it very much situates like this turning point in Elendil's character of service, service, service. Now he's got to pursue his own destiny, and to do that, like whether it's romantic, whether it's loyalty, whatever you want to describe his relationship to Miriel, he has to put that aside. You know, almost like set aside the ranger for this. It's set aside the sea guard captain, set aside the queen's personal guard. It's become the lord of, you know, become a lord again, become the leader of the faithful, and you know what his future entails.
Yeah, and I almost like that it's sort of an ironic flip of kind of a few episodes earlier when he is stripped of that Sea God title and Kemen makes that kind of snarky, he's nobody's captain anymore comment. And it's like, yeah, you're right, he's not a captain anymore. He's much more than that. One more thing about like Elendil in this that I thought was really cute that we kind of just breezed over before, talking
Yeah,
about
was it just
service,
how cute
is
he
the fact
was?
that
Was it just like it's just
he's
he's
just so
just cute? That was
genuinely
one.
cute.
It's just one more thing. Just one more cute thing is
So I
that
think
he
I
is
love
cute.
him. But
Sorry,
it's
carry on.
when it's when Eregion goes to warn him about the fact that everyone's getting rounded up, and he seems to be kind of either cleaning up or like serving drinks or something. And I love the idea that he
Oh,
was stripped of his title and immediately went out to get
oh!
a new job.
The fact it has been a
Oh,
month since the episode aired has forgot me that like I know about this. Okay, so like I know the showrunners have talked a little bit about how the scenes were, you know, scenes were cut and things like that. So this is one of the few things that I didn't tweet about that I had leaks for Numenor. I have known for a year and a half that Elendil got demoted to be like a barman whose job is like wiping down tables and serving drinks. Now, I don't know like how many more scenes there were meant to be of this, but I think there was at least meant to be like, well, for a fact I know that Eari and Elendil scene was meant to be longer. Like there was meant to be a bit more, you know, dialogue happening there rather than her being like the the Gestapo are coming for you, and he's like, I'll do my best, Batman, and he just disappears into thin air. But like, it's it's weird because it's like on the one hand, I'm kind of glad they cut that stuff because I think it's really weird that the penalty for like treason is like you are demoted to being working class again. It's like you know, not to say that Americans in Hollywood wrote this show, but it does feel a little bit. I was talking with someone about this, so like occasionally the show does seem to think that like doing a working class job is like the ultimate punishment. Because with like Durin, they were like, oh no, Durin is no longer a prince. What's he doing now? Oh, he's doing manual labor. And now they're like, oh, Elendil's lost his, you know, his sea captain role. What's he doing now? Oh, he's working in a bar. And I'm like, is this a Hollywood thing where they're like the worst thing that could ever happen to you is to work in a service job? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too harsh on them, but it is very funny that they were like a plot point for Elendil, which they then, whether they cut or just reduced, but like obviously it's still present in that brief scene where he talks to Earian, is that like he was demoted to be a barman. And it's just, to be honest, in a weird way, I'm glad the show didn't like expand on those scenes because then we would have just had to deal with people being like, actually, Elendil was never a barman in Tolkien's writing. It's like, really, was he not? Did Tolkien never specify that? I'm shocked.
and what a cute barman he was. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay. I quickly need to just step away from the computer for a second. Anna, can you just catch up with where we are in the chat, and I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Of course I will. Okay. Light Blinded Fool says, ooh, peasants. I think that's kind of the vibe that they were going for with this. Um, I would definitely go to a bar Lendl worked at, or Lloyd. I'm right there with you. The High Elves would clap for the NHS Elves, but not respect them with better working conditions slash pay. I think you are absolutely spot on with that one. But yeah, so this, I'm going slightly off topic and Harry might kill me for this. This was my highlight of the episode, my big peak, my favorite scene of all the favorite scenes. Possibly a little bit biased with my Aragorn preference, but what was, if you guys had to pick one moment from this episode that was like, this sold it for you, what would that be? Because I just, even just looking at this screenshot, I'm like, I cannot believe that they gave me this scene. They gave a Narsil reveal with a direct and real parallel. Oh, it's just incredible. Oh, and Lynn Ford says, what's Elendil's favourite mixed drink? I think that's a really good question. I think I've seen a thread before on what coffee orders the Rings of Power characters would have. And I want to lean towards like a coffee one for Elendil. So maybe like, I was going to say an espresso martini, but I actually couldn't really see him as a martini kind of guy. Oh, Harry's back. Hi, Harry.
Were you saying nice things about me while I was gone?
I actually didn't talk about you once because we've got more important things to talk about. We're talking about what Elendil's favourite drink would be at the bar.
Oh, can I just address something? I saw that I've completely forgot because I went on a rant about something else. But Jessica said, "Harry, say something positive about the episode challenge." Jessica, I have said lots of positive things about the episode. I'm having a fun little nitpicky mood, and this is usually Anna's job. And as we all know, Anna is a big negative Nancy, so we have to appreciate when Anna's being positive Polly, and I am being a negative Nancy. Anyway. Yeah, I know, I just made that up. It doesn't really work, does it? But anyway, what would Elendil's drink be at the bar? I've got to think it'd be
I'd say he's just an old-fashioned pint guy. Oh, just an old-fashioned
No. Yeah, the cocktail, not the pint. Do you know what? He probably would be a Guinness drinker.
I'm a Guinness drinker. Soulmates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the only thing holding you back. I think, yeah, he's either someone who's just like drinking, who's just drinking Guinness and eating a bag of peanuts with his pint, or he's wearing a velvet jacket sitting at the bar and he's having an old fashioned, or maybe a Negroni. I could see him having a Negroni.
Ooh, yeah.
I actually think.
Point out. Ooh.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Go on.
No, you go.
No, I was finished, basically.
Okay, we've been going for almost 2 hours, and we have yet to get to Celebrimbor dying.
We're so there. Right, we're moving on. The main thing I want to say about, like, so we obviously we get through the Numenor stuff, which I will say, actually, the Numenor stuff I thought was very good. Like, as much as I've like nitpicked about the scroll and we've had a good joke about it, like, I genuinely thought the Numenor stuff was very good. Would have liked more of it. Great to hear that we're going to be getting Anarion next season. Hope we'll get a Mondil next season. But genuinely really great. I will say I loved that they opened the Eregion scene like it was a classic action film. Like, this whole long tracking shot. I don't know, even like I don't even think in the credits like he's given a name. But I have called him Parkour Elf Soldier. He was played by Anton Simpson Tidy is the actor's full name. I don't know whether he's just an actor or a stuntman as well. But yeah, shout out to the Parkour Elf Soldier, because this opening tracking shot where he's like running along the column, firing arrows, and then he jumps onto the roof, slides down. I will say the Rings of Power has a thing with being like, we're going to show something cool, and then immediately be like, and here's why being cool is wrong, because he does all this cool stuff where he like runs along the wall, like slides down the roof, shoots an arrow, and then immediately just gets bopped, and I'm like, oh, I was just getting invested in this guy. But it's a thing the show likes to do. And then we kind of, as he's doing this, we get that amazing long tracking shot where it's like, obviously there are cuts in it, but it's meant to look like a one. And then Galadriel's leading these survivors out of Eregion, just killing orcs, and then they come out of this tunnel. not entirely sure where this tunnel appeared from or where it's going, but it's there. And she comes out, and there are orcs there, and she basically says, let these survivors go, and take me to Adar, and I'll give you the 9. Don't think there's too much analysis we need to say about those two scenes, right? Should we just go straight on to the Celebrimbor scene?
Straight onto it. The final scene with your man.
Yeah. It's easier for me to talk about now, a month away from this. I think this was maybe... Do I want to go that bold? Yeah, I think this was either top 3 or like the best scene the show has ever done. And obviously it is built on all the work the two Charlies have done throughout the season to get them to this point. So I don't want to pretend that like on its own it is this like masterpiece of like plot and set construction. Like obviously it is the climax of their storyline. It is the denouement. But the way the back and forth plays out in this scene, and we see it mirrored actually later in the Galadriel and Elrond and Sauron encounter later in this episode. But the way there is this, the way this scene, I just keep saying the way this scene plays out. You open with, we see Celebrimbor lying on the floor. We see these streaks of blood showing where, Sauron has dragged him across the floor. Then we see that Sauron is just wantonly shooting arrows into him to torture him. He is just... It is abuse and torture for the sake of it. It is cruelty manifest in the purest sense of the word. And the way it opens, where he touches his face and he says, "Look what you have done to yourself," and that continued theme from episode 7, and episode 7 is where it comes to the fore, but even in the previous episodes, it was hinted at this idea that Sauron is just Stockholm syndroming, Celebrimbor, and trying to gaslight him into believing that this is all his fault. And obviously, like, you can make a whole argument about seduction versus coercion with the relationship between these two. But like fundamentally, I come at it from the point of like Sauron's position as an abuser. And so to have this scene open up with like the act of physical violence and then this tender touch on the face and this look at what you have done to yourself, and the way Celebrimbor flinches and recoils and doesn't, it is... I mean, hats off to both actors, because for me it sold, like, I didn't need to see the full torture sequence, if you know what I mean. Like, this was enough. It sold it in 30 seconds for me.
I agree, because I think that people were kind of hoping for a bit more brutality, because considering what happens to him in the books, I think what they did was a nice little nod to the Celebrimbor banner, with him kind of speared to the pillar. And I think I'm with you. They didn't need to do more. I think it would have just been a bit gratuitous, considering that, as you say, they get everything across that they need to right now. And just thank God for people called Charlie, because they're absolutely incredible together. I think it was nice to be able to watch this scene and then see Charles Edwards, because I was like, oh look, he's fine, there's nothing to worry about. But I knew this was going to be the scene that gets me, and I knew that he was going to just completely sell it, do you know what I mean? But I wasn't prepared for the kind of roller coaster that it took me on, from this thing of him flinching away from Sauron to the way that he stands up to him again, the tears in Anatar's eyes. I think one even kind of falls down his cheek. It's just this masterful back and forth. It's like their chess game that they've been playing all season has kind of finally come to an end here. And it's almost like Sauron's kind of upset that it got to this point. Like, I don't think he's sad that he's had to kill Celebrimbor. I think he's sad that this kind of deception and this craft and between the two of them has come to an end. I think that's what he's kind of mourning here.
I mean, there's so much to talk about in this scene. I realize, like, hour and 50 minutes into the live stream, I'm like, there's so much to talk about. Obviously there is. But like, the way the writers just like like this for me was like one of those moments where I was like, oh, like when I get occasionally frustrated at the writers, then they'll do a scene like this, and I'm like, no, no, you guys really do get the books, and you really get, you know, the kind of legacy of the in-world history and mythology they're building on. The way Sauron here references Gondolin's fall, and the way the orcs went on this kind of, you know, bloodlust rampage post Gondolin's fall, the way he then, you know, talks to Celebrimbor about, you know, where he says, yours was the fire that crafted the marvels of the age. Again, it's leaning into that Feanorian imagery. It's so, every line these two exchange in this scene, you know, it feels like it's building, for, especially for book readers, it just feels like it's building and building on on this world that we as book readers know about. But what I loved is you have that moment where Celebrimbor says, and I don't actually have a screenshot for it, believe it or not, but there's the moment where Celebrimbor talks about how you'd usually be able to hear the birds singing by the river at this time of day, and he says, you know, it is a shame that you have silenced them, which was just one of those beautifully soft moments where you're like, oh yeah, Celebrimbor is a person. He's not just this great elven smith. He's not just this Feanorian archetype purely driven by his craft. Like, now that that has all been stripped away from him, in his moment where he knows he's facing his death, he laments that there is no bird song in Eregion. And that for me was like one of those moments where I was like, what a way to show Celebrimbor's humanity, you know, to, for lack of a better word, in his final moments, to lament that Sauron's greatest violence, which he knows is going to kill him, which he knows is going to kill his people, which he knows is going to destroy the city, part of his sorrow is that Sauron has silenced the singing of birds. And I think you couldn't have a much better way of nodding to the audience and saying, yes, we know Celebrimbor is flawed. Yes, he's made some tragic mistakes this season. Yes, his downfall is Sauron seduced him, but it is in equal parts his own doing in many ways. But what they tried to do in this final scene was show two things. One, show Celebrimbor's virtue and his humanity and his softness, and also show his strength. And I guess we'll come on to his strength in a second. But then we get to what is my favourite line, where he says, but the rings are beyond your reach, as I shall be ere long. For soon I shall go to the shores of the morning, borne hence by a wind that you can never follow. And I was just like, that was one of those moments, like, I don't know what it was like in the cinema, but I was just like, wanting to stand up and applaud. I was just like, fuck, it's one of those moments where you're like, how is this not a line that Tolkien wrote? Because I genuinely sat there being like, incredible.
I was the same. It's just one of those ones. I don't think I was even in the mindset to stand up and applause. I think I just wanted to be alone in that very moment so that I could just cry and cry and cry. Because that was the moment where I was like, my poor Celebrimbor. And on your point about the birds, it's almost that moment where you kind of wish that, as kind of destructive as it was for him, you almost wish that in his final moments he could have been in that kind of dream world that Sauron had crafted up for him,
yes,
where the birds were chirping and everyone was happy and he had his little mug of tea, because it's almost like that's what he was wishing for in those final moments, just this kind of picturesque morning on his balcony where you can hear the bird song and all of this, and it's incredible. And you get this really heartbreaking and almost slightly mocking thing from him of saying, soon I will go to the shores of the morning and you will never be able to follow me there, into this just insane, this is where, you know, the Feanorian fire comes out and he says, you know, hear me, and he repeats that, he says, you will hear me,
so good,
Shadow of Morgoth.
So good.
He said, hear the dying words of Celebrimbor, the rings of power shall destroy you, and in the end I foresee one alone shall prove your utter ruin. And oh my goodness, I'm so glad that they gave him that moment to just completely humble Anatar before he has to say his goodbyes.
Do you know what? One of my biggest concerns about the way they did the Siege of Eregion was that they had taken away the moment where where Celebrimbor alone, all his people are dying, and he stands alone on the steps of the House Medane and resists Sauron. And in the show, that doesn't happen. I was really disappointed that didn't happen. But in a way, and we talked about this a lot in season one, the way they would invert things from the books and make it more emotional. And what they did here is they took it away from being a physical last stand to being one of will. And, you know, we go back to that last episode where the whole thing was about whose will is the mightier. And in his final moments of his death, he says, no, I am going to use the power of words. Words, which has been Anatar's chief tool, which are always Sauron's chief weapon, his chief way of deceiving and getting what he wants. And he says, no, I shall use words to condemn you, to burn you, you know, from the inside out. Like you say, the way he repeats the hear me and then calls him Shadow of Morgoth, like the way that would burn Sauron from the inside, being called Shadow of Morgoth. But also, I just want to like appreciate like how many book references they threw in here. So for example, when he said, you know, born hence by a wind that you can follow, that is explicitly referencing the moment at the end of the Return of the King, which obviously the films didn't do, where after the ring is dropped in Mount Doom, what the men of the West and you know the remaining members of the Fellowship see is almost a giant shadow of Sauron in the sky. You know, if you read the Return of the King, it's like a giant, you know, shadowy apparition of Sauron appears in the sky until a wind comes and blows the shadow away. And that is the moment that Tolkien is telling us that Sauron is fully defeated, that he has been banished. So contrasting the wind that will blow, you know, Celebrimbor's spirit to the halls of Mandos to be with his family and his people in Valinor versus the wind that blows Sauron into the void is just chef's kiss. Then the Shadow of Morgoth, like, if you read the Silmarillion, the way Tolkien describes Sauron, he says that he arose like a shadow of Morgoth, and he says he was only less evil in the fact that he was subservient to Morgoth. So it's just these moments where they're, like, just killing it. And I also want to address like the moment where Sauron threatens to use his skills of necromancy to keep him alive, to keep torch. I did not think the show was going to go there, but what a wonderful way to like you know, foreshadow where Sauron goes in the Third Age, in between, you know, the Last Alliance and obviously the events of Lord of the Rings. The fact that he is the necromancer, that is what he becomes known as for a while. And the way Celebrimbor, you know, when he says, you know, I hope I wrote it down so I can find it. He says, must I show you my mastery of that craft as well? And Celebrimbor laughs in his face and he says, craft. Your only craft is treachery, so pure it shall betray the very hand that forges it. Which is a lot, again, it's a lot like the ring betrayed Gollum at the end, you know, all these things. And it's just like, I could go on about this for hours, but it's like the way they have, like, in this one scene, allowed Celebrimbor to pick apart Sauron's psyche using references to the First Age, the Second Age, the Third Age. It is like, you know, as people on Twitter like to say, Sauron read him to filth, and it was absolutely cutting to the bone.
It was so good. And I also like that the Shadow of Morgoth reference, he's doing that same thing, kind of inverting the words that Anatar was using to manipulate him. He's kind of turning them back on him, because we know from this season that one of Anatar's main kind of hitting points when he tried to get to Celebrimbor was this idea of, you don't want to be Feanor's shadow, you don't want to live in his shadow, you want to craft something greater than he ever could. And he knew that that was kind of something that Celebrimbor had to live with, and he's turning that back on him in his final moments, and he's almost saying, you know, Shadow of Feanor, but you're the Shadow of Morgoth. And he knows that it will hit him, and I love that they gave him that moment. And it's like you said, that the laugh that he gives, it's like he knows that this is his last stand, and he just gives it everything he's got.
And like you said, it is so, I mean, like, you know, again, we often talk about like when the show nails the feeling of being Tolkienian without having like because obviously Tolkien wrote so little dialogue in the Second Age, and like the way he says, hear the dying words of Celebrimbor and then basically
Yes.
pronounces a doom on him. Like, how many times in the Silmarillion do we have a character, either at their death or at another point, pronouncing a doom upon someone, pronouncing a fate upon someone? And it's like the way he, so like obviously there's that whole moment where he says the rings of power shall destroy you, and I foresee one alone to prove your surrender. I'll be honest, I don't love that they went that far and were like, Celebrimbor knows the one ring is gonna fuck him up. Like, that was like a step too, but like honestly, I'd be so nitpicking if I said I cared about that. But the moment that really gets me is when Sauron is like losing it, because Celebrimbor has got inside his head at this point, and he says, I foresee one alone shall prove your ruin. And this is the point where Sauron loses his temper, impales him on the spear, drives him up the pillar, and says, "You're wrong." And the way Charlie Vickers enunciates these lines, he goes, "I am their creator. I am their master." He's like, he's forcing it out, like he's trying to make himself believe it. And then the way Celebrimbor turns it back on one more time, and he says, "No, you are their prisoner." And it's just this whole idea of Sauron being entrapped by his creations, which again, like to your point, like what effectively happens to Feanor. Oh my god, what is happening in the chat? Hang on, guys, don't worry, I'll sort this.
Oh goodness.
Sorry about that. Honestly, what
Yeah,
is
that's gone
wrong
now.
with the world? What is wrong with the world? Let's just move past that and ignore it, guys. Thank you for alerting me to that. To your point, though, Anna, about Feanor, like it is Feanor's creations which make him like at the end of the day, what kills Feanor? It's the fact that he ties his fate to the Silmarils. Like he doesn't have to, but he chooses to. And what is Sauron's downfall? He ties his fate to his creations, and so, just that where he says, "You are their prisoner," and then he says, "Sauron, Lord of the Rings." Obviously, again, turning it back home from episode whatever that was, end of episode 2, when he said to Celebrimbor, "You will be known forever after as the no longer as the mere scion of Feanor," and he says instead,
Yeah.
"You will be the Lord of the Rings." And now we end their whole storyline with Celebrimbor saying, "You will be the Lord of the Rings," but that is not a title of recognition; it is your doom.
It's just so good. And I think this is probably a little unintentional one, and we may be reading too. Oh, Stanley's back in the chat. My
Oh,
favorite guys back here. Um,
bore
anyway,
off,
could be
Stanley.
reading too much into this, but it's the way that you brought up the fact that Feanor not only ties his fate to the rings, but he's the one who kind of pronounces that doom upon himself and also his family. And it's almost like, we know that Sauron ties himself to the fate of the rings. He's ultimately his own downfall. But I like that in the end, Celebrimbor kind of takes himself away from that Feanorian archetype, and he pronounces the doom upon to Sauron. He's kind of
Yeah, I know.
reverting that oath a little bit.
Well, we talked about this. I mean, I know it's been a month, but we talked about this after episode 7. The way in his final conversation with Galadriel, where he rather than tying anyone else to his doom as Feanor does with his sons, Celebrimbor says, "No, my place is here. My place is in the city between Sauron and what he wants." And it's this thing where Celebrimbor has all of Feanor's faults. Like, don't get it wrong. Like, when people talk to me about Celebrimbor and they're like, "He's your favorite character," I'm like, "Yeah, he is, but he's not a good person, so to speak." Like, Celebrimbor is not like the ultimate virtuous person. Like, he is full of hubris, ego, pride. Like, there are so many things you could criticize Celebrimbor for, but the difference between Celebrimbor and his grandfather is in the final moments of his life, he does what's right. He stands between the darkness and everyone else, and not for himself. And Celebrimbor in the scene is not trying to protect the rings so he can have the rings. He's not trying to protect Eregion so he can be Lord of Eregion. He is, as we saw in episode 7 when he said to Galadriel, he is just trying to buy time for Galadriel and the survivors of Eregion to escape. And it is a selfless act of heroism. And in a way, again, this is where I go back to the fact, like, yeah, okay, the show took away my moment where Celebrimbor physically resists Sauron, but there's almost in a weird way something much more emotionally impactful about Celebrimbor resisting Sauron with his mind and his will and his words and condemning Sauron. And as you say, the fact that like, and we can talk a whole lot about like, what do the you know, because obviously when Celebrimbor then dies following that last thing, and the first thing that happens is, you know, Sauron almost kind of like the air goes out of him, and then he starts to cry, and it's, you know, I haven't read many interviews with the cast because I just try to like, in general, I try to read these interviews without trying to see what the cast like. What I'm trying to say is like I try to just interpret it on my on my own without, you know. Anyway, whatever. The point is that I saw Charlie Vickers talk about like the fact that like it's in this moment where he realizes that Celebrimbor was the closest thing he'd had to a friend and the closest thing he'd had to a compatriot and, you know, a like-minded spirit to him, and his rage and his desire for power and all that had undone that. And I just love that it's this, not only have Celebrimbor's words wrecked him, but in that moment of his death, he has taken something that Sauron wanted. And the thing that Sauron wanted was Celebrimbor. And like, again, I will always say this, as I've said for like the whole runtime of season 2. The show, I never thought the show was going to have the, I don't know what the word even is, courage, artistic, you know, credibility to even go near the queer reading of Sauron and Celebrimbor's relationship. But listen, thank God for Charlie Vickers giving us this moment of Sauron genuinely like being broken by Celebrimbor's death, because for me that adds so much to it.
It's just incredible. It's one of those moments where you just put two of the most talented actors together and let them just go kind of with the full range, and just look at it. This one kind of screenshot, it's like he has the tear running down his face, but he looks just entirely vacant. It's like all of a sudden this game is up. Like his deception with Celebrimbor's gone. He's almost coming to terms with the fact that the last ring will have to be forged without Celebrimbor, and it's just this. It's almost so expressive, but also expressionless at the same time, and I don't know how he's managed to do it.
Yeah, it's hollow. That's the word I would use to describe it.
Yes,
Sauron has been
yes.
hollowed out, and like so the emotion is pouring out, but he looks empty. It's like like if I scroll through these slides, if I go back a few to when he's like, look at the difference like in the way Sauron's face looks in this shot where he's full of rage and anger and ready to take out his vengeance on Sauron. But just look at the intensity that is captured within his facial structure. And then you go to here, and it's like the air's gone out of it. Like, again, like I say, it's like it's a deflation of Sauron, and then to have that immediately followed by the orcs coming in, you know, Glug and the rest of the orcs coming in, they say, you know, are you him or are you Sauron? And the way he says, I have many names, he's like upset about it. He's angry because he's like, the one thing I don't want to be called is Sauron. You know, Sauron is the name that elves gave him as an insult. And the way in this moment of his simultaneous victory and loss of Celebrimbor, and then the orcs arrive and they call him by his, you know, the elvish, you know, epithet for him, and it's almost like he doesn't believe it anymore. The way Charlie says this, where he says, I have many names, he's almost saying it like, maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not Myron the Admirable anymore. Maybe I'm not Anatar the Lord of Gifts anymore. Maybe all I am is Sauron, Lord of the Rings. And so I just want to applaud the writers for like not giving us a second to breathe. Like in a way, selfishly, as a Celebrimbor fan, I would have loved for like the rest of the episode to just be like Elrond reacting to Celebrimbor dying and so reacting to Celebrimbor dying. But like from a narrative standpoint, immediately having Sauron confronted with the hollow nature of this facade he's constructed as Anatar, and having to come to terms with the fact that actually no, all he is Sauron, was, I just thought, brilliant.
It's great, and I like that we've had him deliver the same dialogue 3 times now in the show, And I like how much of a stark contrast it is just to the other two times, which has both been kind of directly post that Sauron reveal, you know, Galadriel and then Celebrimbor. And he says it with this kind of smug satisfaction, as if he's kind of owning it. He's like, yeah, in that time I have had many names. But this time it's just this kind of complete and utter defeat. And then I like that he automatically has to switch into that kind of leadership role straight away, because the orcs kind of come barging into the room. It's like you say, there's no moment to breathe, but he's still stood there, like tears streaming down his face, like sweat on his forehead. It's like he's also dealing with the fact that he's just kind of surrendered a bit of himself to Celebrimbor as well, because you know Anatar is the deceiver, he is the master manipulator, but in his final moments Celebrimbor was able to flip that on his head and kind of get that one over on him. It's like this kind of, you can just feel this kind of battle going on inside him right now, and then the orcs just come in and they're like, oh, it's you.
Yeah, two really good, just building on what you said there, which I love, two really good comments in the chat. Katie says, I love that this also echoes Feanor naming Melkor as Morgoth. That's a great point. This idea that like this scion of the House of Feanor once again names and like pins the name to the Dark Lord and forces him to live with it. And then Beric also said, it's a good moment to call back and also contrast with the stranger accepting his name. Beric, you are so spot on, because the one thing I'm going to touch on when we get to that Beric and the stranger and Bombadil scene is specifically how the stranger talks about his name. He doesn't say, and we'll talk about this later, but you know, just as a preview, he doesn't say, I'm called Gandalf. He says, that's what they're going to call me. And it is a complete 180 in the idea of accepting how you are viewed by others and the humility of being perceived almost. So anyway, it's very, I mean, I guess, Anna, I assume at some point over the next few weeks or month, we're going to we'll do a podcast episode rather than a live stream where we kind of review the season overall. So maybe I'll talk more about my thoughts about the way they handled the Celebrimbor and Anatar relationship then. But, you know, for all the ways they, in season 1 and to a certain extent in season 2, changed things with the sack of Eregion, I have to say I have zero complaints about the way the end of the Sauron Anatar Celebrimbor dynamic ended. I thought it was written better than I could have ever hoped. And that's not an insult to the writers. I just mean, like I said earlier, that speech Celebrimbor gives feels like something that should be pulled out of the Quenta Silmarillion, and I say that with the greatest compliment.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think my only complaint is just that it's over now. I'm very sad that Charles Edwards is just gone. I know that he made a joke that he'd come back in season 3 just as Celebrimbor being kind of paraded around the ruins of Eregion. Which, listen, if it means that we can get him back, I'm all for it. But yeah, I couldn't have asked for anything more from this. Every emotional beat they hit, it was equal parts horrifying and incredible and Tolkienian and cinematic, and it was just, this is the storyline that I never really had any doubts about this season. As you said, you know, we knew it was going to be good, and it was good. You know, you have this incredible dialogue, and then you have Charlie Vickers and Charles Edwards at the helm delivering that dialogue. You can't go wrong, you know, it's like the perfect storm.
Do you know what? Before we move on, let's just, you know, screw it all. Let's just read that speech one more time. No, hear me, shadow of Morgoth. Hear the dying words of Celebrimbor. The rings of power shall destroy you. And in the end, I foresee one alone shall prove your utter ruin. Hats off to Charles Edwards, hats off to the writers. Brilliant, incredible. Fantastic. Just loved it. Right, let's move from the incredible high highs of Eregion to...
Sorry.
Sorry, Anna. Did you want to introduce this section? I mean, I was about to, but like,
no,
how would
you do
sum
it because
up?
I.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can't be positive about this, so you go. You go.
Okay. Do you know what? We're gonna swap roles now, as we've been doing throughout this whole
Okay.
stream. I'm gonna be positive about some of this. I'm not gonna be positive about all of it. Don't worry. I think there were some good moments in this Pelargir section. So, like, we got this initial moment with where Isildur and Theo are having this conversation, and Theo, it's a really nice moment for Theo, I think, who has like struggled this season. I was going to be really mean and say he has struggled with the writing. But no, like, I mean, like, Theo is in a difficult place this season, and, like, due to the screen time restrictions, we haven't necessarily got to delve into where he is as a character a lot. But obviously, the overarching thing has been the loss of his mother, Bronwyn, where he fits into the world, how he moves on from it. And we got that beautiful scene in, I think it was episode 3, where Isildur was talking about the loss of his mother and Theo's overhearing it. So, like, we're building on this here. But I really did enjoy this discussion between Theo and Isildur about like how you move forward with because Theo essentially says, how do you live with it, how do you carry what you feel like is the guilt of your mother's death. And Isildur says this, he says, poorly. I've carried it poorly. I didn't realize that until I came here. And, Theo asks him why, and he says, seems there's grander things here than I thought, enough to make me realize how small I'd become. And I have to say, I just really appreciate the scene for what it did for both their characters. In one, it's like a learning moment for Theo about accepting one's place in the world and accepting that sometimes you are inadequate and sometimes you do feel small and sometimes you need to appreciate what there is still out there in the world for you. But I most appreciated it for Isildur because I feel like in season 1, Isildur was very much this bratty teenager. It was like, I want to serve Numenor. It's like, but you don't do anything good. You just mess up. And, he has this falling out with his father about it. And so I do think that, like, as much as I think the Pelargir storyline was disjointed this season, I think having this conversation was really important for Isildur because I think it really sets it sets us with our foundations for where we should see Isildur in season 3, and that is someone who has recognized that he had put the cart before the horse. There's a great line in I think it's the second or the third book by George R. R. Martin in the Song of Ice and Fire series, where Stannis, who's the brother's king, says something essentially like, he says, I put the cart before the horse. He said I wanted to be king so I could lead the people to protect the people rather than protecting the people to be the king. And I think obviously Isildur's journey within Tolkien's writing is about becoming a leader and about taking responsibility and doing heroic deeds. And so I think this was important for Isildur. Then we get onto the really confusing bit, which is just like, I was so invested in the Isildur Estrid rom-com. Like, Maxim and Nightel have amazing chemistry. They're brilliant together. All right, okay, Anna, I'm just going to stop talking because you're already mouthing in the background. So I'm going to refill my glass of wine. And you can talk for a few minutes now. Talk to us about this, this
Okay.
romance that didn't do it for you.
I'll talk first of all about that Isildur and Theo scene because I do agree that it was very well written. I agree that
Yep.
it's a very important scene between the two characters, but it feels entirely unearned. And listen, I know that Pelargir has just suffered from the screen time, from the we've just not seen much of it, and it's really annoying because I loved where they were going with it in the first few episodes. The first kind of
Yeah.
few interactions we got between Isildur and Estrid were incredible. I was like, okay, I'm gonna really like this. I'm gonna be so invested. I loved the kind of fireside chat they had, and when we could see Theo kind of listening to it in the background, he's just kind of burnt his mother's body on this pyre. I was like, this is great. They're kind of setting these seeds for it to be a really satisfying ending. And I think that this conversation between him and Isildur is great, but it seems very like a really sudden escalation. There's been no really relationship development between Isildur and Theo. We've not had enough time with either of the characters by themselves for us to feel like they've learned anything. I don't feel like we're sending Isildur back to Numenor as changed as they want us to feel he is. I feel like he's earned a lot of
Yes.
his change through Estrid, but again, that also feels quite forced to me. Which, and I know that I'm being really negative about this, but I don't want to be, because I was on board. I think Estrid's a great character, but this kiss, it feels like they wanted it to be this like satisfying, we were waiting for this to happen moment. It came out of nowhere. I didn't feel like this was earned. And then the scene following with her and I've forgotten his name,
don't
but
get
her
me started on
betrothed
it.
and Isildur.
Don't, yeah.
I can't. This whole section of the episode just, I wish it didn't happen.
It's okay. We need to stop for two things. One, someone in the chat made a great joke where they said, "Imagine putting a cart in front of Beric," which is a very good joke. And then we also need to acknowledge the fact that Halbrand's pouch has arrived in stream, because of course we are still going. And I will say, Halbrand's pouch. You were not here, but you were involved in the opening, probably 10 minutes of the stream where Anna was talking about her experience seeing the finale in London, and apparently you are a real person. You are not just a pouch or an internet avatar. I obviously don't quite believe that, but Anna is reporting this as fact. So lovely to have you here, and I hope you enjoyed Morvith's play. If I spent more time in London, I'm sure I would have gone and seen it myself, but I didn't. I hope you enjoyed it. Anna, let's come to your points though. Now that we've acknowledged the return of the pouch, which is such a strange thing to say. Okay, let me address your point separately. Yes, the kiss is not as earned as it. Now, let me say this. They had done such great work with these two in episodes 3 and 4. Like, think of all the moments of will they, won't they in episodes 3 and 4, and then, like, end of episode 4, just as they're about to kiss in the rain, like, her betrothed reappears. And I was, like, so convinced by my friend Joelle that, like, that was definitely her brother and it was a fake out with him being her betrothed. But apparently, no, it is actually her betrothed. So, like, that was fine. After episode 4, I was like, no, fine, or like 5, whatever. No, episode 5 that was, I think. I was like, fine, that's fine. Like, we're gonna have the will they, won't they. We're gonna have, like, in episode 6 or 7, we're gonna have this storyline continue. The problem is that happened in episode 5. We didn't see Pelargir for episode 6 or 7, and then we come back and she's like, we're building a house. And when he started building the house, I realized that I don't love him, and his kindness made me feel sick. And I was just like, what? Like, it's just, I want it. It really was. It was just like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm on the rom-com train. I am, like, I'll be so pissed off if Estrid, it doesn't end up being the future Queen of Gondor. Like, I'm still convinced she will be. I'm still convinced that this is Isildur's future wife. Like, I'm not concerned at all. Like, my delusional faith, whatever you want to call it, has not been shaken. I still believe, I'm Estrid 2028. Like, I'm writing her name in at the ballot box. But it was so weird. It was just like, we haven't seen these characters for 2 episodes, and she wanders in. Is like, she's like, I'm bringing bandages back, and he's like, you can put them over there. And then she's like, so we've been building an house, and the thing about the house is there's a cornerstone, and when he put the cornerstone down, I thought, actually, do I love this man? No, I don't. And then Isildur was like, why are you telling me this? And she's like, let's just kiss and get this over with. And then he's like, good, break up with your fiance, let's go back to my place, my parents are out, let's go back to mine. And when I say my parents are out, that's because one is dead and one's been exiled for treason. But anyway, we digress. And so you're like, okay, no, well, like, the kiss was rushed and it doesn't really make any sense, but fundamentally, it's fine. Estrid is going to Numenor with Isildur, so we're getting where we need to be. And then they were like, surprise, mother trucker. And it's like, guess what? Kemen's here to be the world's biggest douchebag, and which I'm fine with, like, that is Kemen's role. But then to, like, then have Estrid not go with Isildur, it's just, shut up, like, stop doing this to me, like, shut up. Like, I'm so angry. I'm so angry at the writers for, like, doing this. It's such a disservice to both their characters to, like, because here's the fundamental issue. Let's go back to fundamentals. We're going to go back to basics, folks. Here's the problem. If we acknowledge the fact that there is an issue with a great relationship being built across 2 episodes, then not seeing them for 2 episodes and then having a kiss, how much worse is it going to be when we then don't have Isildur and Estrid interact for, like, all of next season? and then they do come back together, and then they get married and have kids. Listen, I'll still be supporting them. But why are we separating them? Why are we doing this? Like, it just feels like adding unnecessary drama for no reason. Just let them be, just let them be married. Shut up. Like, stop doing this. It's annoying me.
I actually disagree with you on that one. I'm glad that she didn't go with him. I don't like how it played out because it felt very much like I was suddenly watching a sitcom out of nowhere. Um, but
That's
I,
what their
if she
romance
had,
has been. It's a low budget sitcom and it's good. We like that. That is what their romance is.
but if she had gotten on the boat with him right there in front of her betrothed and sailed to Numenor with him, no part of me would feel like that was earned. So I think the way they're gonna have to play it is he goes back to Numenor, and they're gonna have to show kind of moments of them yearning for each other. You know, she might still be with her betrothed and she realizes, oh, I want to be with Isildur. He's back in Numenor wishing he'd brought her with him. That's the only way that I can see it working. So I'm glad she didn't go with him. And weirdly
Wrong.
enough, I didn't mind Kemen turning up at Pelargir, you know, because we know that the colonization
No,
thing
no,
does
no.
happen.
Kemen's great. Kemen's great. Love Kemen.
Everyone loves Kemen. He's never done anything wrong. But it just,
Yeah.
something like this is like when we were talking about that scroll earlier on, you know, your favorite part of the episode. Um, Beric's kind of translation of the scroll where it explains that people will be going to Numenor for this reason.
Yes.
If they had just read that out in that scene, it would have just
Fuck's
made
sake.
everything else make so much more sense.
Listen, this scene is so funny to me. Like, Kemen gets off the boat, and I chose the screen cap particularly because it is literally Kemen having his, like, how do you do, fellow kids? Like, he's literally like, low men of Pelargir, salutation. He's like, I mean, honestly, Leon Wadden must have had a ball filming this scene because he's just, like, being the worst, like, smug Nepo baby you've ever seen. Like, it's so good. And, like, he's smarmy and he's smirky. But you're right, it's like, we go through this scene, and the weirdest bit, actually, no, I take it back. The weirdest bit is when Theo just goes, like, before Estrid even comes in the room, Theo goes, I guess I should help them unload. And then we go out, we find out it's Kemen, and it's like, was Isildur not aware of who Theo was talking about? Like, did the ship turn up and Theo was like, guess I'll help them unload, and Isildur was like, I don't even want to ask. I don't want to know.
Oh, no.
I'm still trying to, I'm trying to steal this married woman. Like, it's just, it's just. So then he does like this low menopause, and then we get like this. Like, I admit this is like a fundamentally great moment where like Kemen like sees Isildur, panics, and is like, oh, I'm not actually very good at lying, and he's like, your sister will be pleased. Like, the faces he pulls when he hugs Isildur is so funny. And then Isildur has this line where he's like, what does he say? He says that the reason there's survivors is because of Beric. And we get what is
Yes.
objectively the funniest like, sometimes I think the writers and the editors on this show, like, I don't know whether they're doing the comedy intentionally, but when the camera cut to this shot,
It's so good.
what were they think? It's so weird. Like, it looks
love
like
it.
Beric is like the. It's like he's the harbinger of doom. He's like one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, because Isildur's like, not many of us would have survived were it not for Beric. And then it's like, and like we smash cut, and Beric standing there like, surprise, motherfucker. And it's like, and there's a goat in the foreground, and he's like, he's silhouetted by this arch. Like, it is the single craziest piece of editing I have seen in this show. Like, and this show has
See,
had some weird edits, but sorry,
this,
go.
this is another one where I took it a different way to you. So you may see this as death, the harbinger of doom, Satan, and maybe that's because you're not a horse girl like we are. However, I took it more as like, maybe it's because I was in like sitcom brain while I was watching this scene, but I took this as if it was like kind of a cut from The Office where like someone just looks into the camera, and this was my version of Beric just being like, yeah, I am the reason that they all survived.
It's so weird.
I
He's
love it.
like you say, he's looking directly in like the horse. You know when like people do like, oh, the curl of hair was a paid actor. It's like the horse was a paid actor in both senses of the word in this scene. It's like, what is happening? Like the way the goat is or the sheep is like looking over his shoulder. It's all it was genuine, like, because obviously I watched this episode at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and so sometimes when you watch TV that early in the morning, you're like, am I still asleep? And when I had this moment, I was genuinely like, this is. I mean, Lynn has the best interpretation where he's put Beric, I know what you are. Like, yeah, Beric is doing the homophobic meme, like, in this shot. Like, he's, like, looking at Isildur and Kemen hugging, and he's like, step away from Isildur. It's so bizarre. It's
It's
one,
it's
like,
it's just wonderful. Like
weird.
this scene got a vigorous applause in the cinema, and I mean, not
Did
a
it
lot of other scenes
really?
did. Even like big character reveals, like when Celebrimbor and Anatar first appeared, no applause. There was applause for like Rivendell and stuff, obviously, but Beric got the loudest applause the entire time, and I love the implication as well that because when Beric saves Isildur at the beginning, he gets two on camera kills. So I like the idea that in order to save all these other people, he's just out there like, the kill count is rising in the background.
Yeah. No, it is genuine, like, you don't know what I did to get to this place. I have seen things you would not believe. Like, Beric genuinely is like, he's in this shot just like,
I love it.
he's, it's so weird. It is the strangest thing I've ever seen in this show. Like, truly weird. Like, anyway, we
I'm
need to
so
move
happy they
on because
included
we're
it.
2.5 hours in and we're really obsessing over this.
Yes,
It's
we
it's
are.
no, but it's. I just want to know what the conversation was in the edit stream. They're like, okay, so, but it's also weird that Isildur says that. It's so weird that Isildur says that because Kemen has no context for who Beric is. Bear in mind, like Kemen and Isildur are not friends. So Kemen comes up to him and he goes, "Oh, I didn't think we'd find any survivors." He's like, "Your sister will be so pleased to hear we found you." And Isildur's like, "There wouldn't be more survivors if it weren't for Beric." And like Kemen probably is like, "Oh, who's Beric? Is this one of these low men?" And then Beric, and then like Isildur just like turns and points, and and there's a horse standing there. Kemen must think he's lost his mind. He was like, what happened to Isildur when he was in Middle Earth? He's like befriended a horse who he thinks has like got a personality, who's got a hero complex. Anyway, it's very strange. Okay, let's move on. So then we get like the whole scene where it kind of devolves because Isildur wants to take Estrid on the boat, and we have differing opinions about whether that should have happened. You obviously have a very wrong opinion about that, but we move on anyway. And then Kemen starts insulting Elendil, which obviously you were not a fan of, and Isildur tries to square up to him and gets restrained. And I did like this line where he said, because Kemen had said, "If I had it my way, the old fool would be dead," and then he says, "Disrespect me again," and I forgot, he threatens to have Beric killed before this line. He threatens to have Beric killed, and he says, "Oh, these people are hungry. What about if we chop your horse up?" Which again adds added layers of weird context onto the choice to do the single edited like cut to Beric standing there, because it's like Kemen saw him, was like, "Oh, I guess we're gonna have to kill him and feed him to the people." And then, Kemen obviously has this line where he says, "Disrespect me again and you will be lost to Middle Earth." And the only reason I raise this is I do think it's a very nice little nod for those of you who are familiar with the Unfinished Tales and the disaster of the Gladden Fields, to have a line that refers to Isildur being lost in Middle Earth. So anyway, that's just a nice little Easter egg for people looking forward to that. But as you say, Anna, the weirdest bit of the scene comes at the end, because it goes back to the whole scroll conversation where, like, Kemen gets up on stage and he's like, "Audience!" And he's not actually talking to the people in the town square, he's talking to you and me watching the TV screen. He goes, "Audience, let me explain to you why I'm here, because you have had no context." And so let's read out the full quote, because obviously the screenshot's only got part of it. He says, "Pelargir is no longer a colony of Numenor, but a fortress for its soldiers, and I am its commander. Any lowman wishing to remain here will deliver a regular allotment of timber from the surrounding forests for the construction of His Majesty's Armada. As you said, this should be information we know before Kemen appears in Pelargir. It is so weird that, like, this is the like, and obviously as a book reader, like, I think we'll both probably agree, like, it's really good the show is doing this. The show is exploring the fact that once Pharazôn takes power, once the Kinsmen are in charge, Numenor becomes a much more aggressively imperialist and colonialist force in Middle-earth. And the chopping down of forests is actually a key plot point from Tolkien's own writing. So don't get me wrong, in a weird way, I'm not criticizing it for being not adherent to Tolkien, but I'm also saying there being like, but we've had Pelargir for like 2 episodes, and it didn't really seem like it was a colony of Numenor before. It seemed like it was an abandoned town inhabited by Southlanders. Like, it again, it feels like this one of the things where they're like, oh, well, we didn't have time to do the scenes where we explained the context, so actually Kemen's just going to turn up and explain it to you, and you're just going to accept it and move on. That's how I feel
agree,
about it.
and it's one of those weird ones where I'm like, usually I would forgive it because it's like, okay, maybe they didn't have the time. But this is one of the choices where I'm like, I don't get it, because the time that he takes to do this kind of dramatic exposition moment, it could have been the moment when the high priest is reading out the scroll that was written down. Like, they took the time to write and make that prop. They could have made a
No,
comment
Anna,
about it
you
in that
forgot.
scene, but
All it said on the scroll was Sauron.
Sauron.
All it said.
Yeah.
Big letters.
But again, this scene, I don't like this storyline this season anymore. This is the one that just, everything else was satisfying to me, and this just isn't. Not to be negative.
Do you know the really
sorry.
weird thing about it? Like, it had 2 brilliant episodes. Like, I remember watching episodes 4 and 5 and thinking, like, other people complain about the Pelargir stuff. I was like, no, this is so important to establish, like, Isildur as the future king of Gondor, his relationship with the low men of Middle-earth, the fact that Numenor will one day colonize it. And it was all going really well, and they were like, Pelargir will not appear for 2 episodes, and then it reappears, and it's like, we have skipped to the imperialism. Yeah, it's like, it's happening. It's a lot like the whole thing with Pharazôn in Numenor, where it's just like Pharazôn takes power, and it's like we don't see him for an episode. They're like, now we are doing fascism. All religion will be repressed. Like, and it's just like there was no middle ground. There was no like gradual progression. They were just, it's like a light switch for the Numenorean storylines this season, where they're like, everything is fine, and then someone switches the light switch off screen, and they go, everything is terrible now. Deal with it. And that's how we're being served it.
Yeah, it's just one of those choices that I think may not have the effect that they want it to, because in terms of the Pharazôn Numenor stuff, the Kemen Pelargir stuff, it's like, we anticipate that this is going to happen. We know that the religion's going to be suppressed by the Kingsmen in Numenor. We know that Pelargir becomes kind of part of this colonization, but a lot of viewers don't know that, so this is just going to be like another one of those things where it's like, this is happening, you don't know why yet, we won't explain why yet, but you may find out in the future. So stick around.
Yeah.
But sorry,
it's funny as well because like
I've turned into the negative one now.
You've reverted to your type. I will say though, like, one thing we agree on, like, I hope we both agree on this, is like, Leon Wadham, given he hasn't had, like, no, he's had a fair bit to do this season, to be fair, because he had the whole showdown with Valandil. He's actually had quite a bit to do. Like, he chews up every second of screen time here. Even the way he says in this very last line dialogue, he goes, after all, they're only trees. Like, the way he says it is like the most patronizing, like, upper class snob. Like, and again, this is like, if we want to be nitpicky again, you could be like, okay, like, 2 episodes ago we had Arondir promising not to harm the trees, and now immediately we're like, cut the trees down, bitch. And it's like, yeah, we could have done with a bit more like things happening in the middle. But all I'm trying to say is, like, yes, it's rushed. Yes, like, we have our issues with it. I just want to give Leon Wadham his flowers. I think he's done a fantastic job as Kemen this season. That's basically what I want to say.
Yeah, I think he has, considering that he's had this little screen time and yet everyone collectively hates his character with this much, like, vitriol. I would say he's done a good job.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on
And
because
his
we're
and as
2 hours
Katie
and
points
40
out,
in,
his
and
hair
we're
has
about.
gotten better.
You're right. He has got rid of the Life of Brian Bob. So we have improved, and I know a lot of people find him attractive. So like, each to their own. Is it, I was gonna say like it's a bit late to bring back the Hear Me Out, but also because we'd be going from Hear Me Out on the Balrog to like Hear Me Out on like a relatively attractive man. So it just doesn't feel
Yeah, but
controversial enough.
it's personality-wise, I'd go for the Balrog. At least they like they don't put on a front. They're evil and they admit to it.
This explains how I know that so many of your own personal hear me outs are like the monsters or villains in horror films. It's so telling about you that like, oh, listen, they're a serial killer, but they're honest about it. Come on, there's no deceit there. Like he just wants to murder people. He wears a clown mask. Let him get on with it. Like, come on. Anyway, that's a bit about Anna rather than the show. Okay, now Anna, we're gonna go to what I think was after the Celebrimbor and Adar scene, again, one of the best scenes in the whole season, easily one of the best scenes in the finale. Like this whole this whole final resolution with Adar, with Galadriel, with the orcs, with Sauron obviously appearing at the end, and it all starts with Galadriel being brought before Adar, and he tells the orcs to leave him, and then we get the reveal that he is wearing Nenya, her ring, and I mean, actually, do you know what, Anna? Let me get your because this is a whole big sequence we can talk about, but like, I want to know if it was the same for you as it was for me. Like, I thought this was like, considering that Adar started off as like an original character villain they invented for season 1 so that they could have Sauron not be on screen as the villain. Like the way we are now at the end of season 2, and he is given this most incredible character arc where he gets this tragic end that is full of, redemption just beyond the fingertips and questions of his identity and who he is and how he relates to his children. I just thought this was like, I thought this whole scene played as like a love letter to this character across the 2 seasons. But I don't know. I know this has generated different response among the community, so I'll be interested to hear how you felt about it.
No, I'm completely on board with you, and I don't want to get too much into the discourse because this was one of the reasons that I was like, I don't want to talk about it too much as soon as the episode came out because I think this was the most heated point of contention, at least that I saw, was Adar's death. I thought it was brilliantly written. I don't think it came out of the blue. I don't think it was unexpected. Partly because I predicted the whole thing before the season, not to brag, but yeah, I thought it was great. It was obviously tragic, and if I could have had Adar along for longer, I would have loved that. But I think, and I appreciate that Adar's role in this story is clearly over. They had him in for a purpose, and he's filled that, and it was incredible. And I'm glad that they've given him this really, I don't want to say satisfying ending because it's not satisfying in terms of his story and where he was up to, but it is
Yeah.
satisfying for his character and the role that he served in the story. So I'm glad that they're not just kind of dragging him out into season 3 just because he's, a popular character. I will say I was kind of actually, first of all, the one thing I want to say is that I was really confused about why they lingered on him like crouched by the rock for so long. I thought that was a really weird choice. And then I didn't like
Media literacy,
when
really. You rolled a 1 on your media literacy for that scene.
but they I didn't like when it kind of turned around initially and all the scarring was gone and he was just had this kind of perfect face again, and then he was talking about this name that he was kind of had when he was younger, and I was like, oh my god, no, they're going to reveal that he's like a first age Tolkien character and I'm going to be really upset because I never wanted them to do this. But then he kind of came to this acceptance about Nenya, about the orcs and the elves. He takes off Nenya and his kind of wounds come back to him, and he never reveals what his name is. And I think that was just such a fitting end for him. I'm so, so glad that they didn't do this kind of surprise, you've known who he is all along.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like if they'd done the Maglor or Myglin or whoever, people have theorized, like it would have been so undermining and just a terrible choice. I, I, I think this, after the Anatar Celebrimbor war scene, like some of the dialogue in this scene is so well written. So let's even just start with this first bit where he says, "It would seem even wounds that have endured an age can sometimes yet be healed." Remember his dialogue from season 1, episode 6, where he would seem, "It would seem I am not the only elf alive who has been transformed by darkness." It is like, it's not obviously like, oh, this didn't take like a supercomputer to come up with this dialogue, but it's so smart to have this idea of like the last time he uses that phrase, it would seem to be about how both he and Galadriel have been transformed by darkness, and now he's using it to talk about how he has been transformed by the light of Nenya. And like you say, we then go into this whole thing about, he reveals his elven form or his, like what he would have looked like before his capture and torment and turn by Morgoth. And he says, "When I last looked like this, I was known by another name." And Galadriel says, what was it? And he says, "A meaningless name, a name I was given. Adar is the name I earned. Help me earn it back." And like for me, this is the crux of Adar's character. It is a character that has had a life of tragedy. He was captured by Morgoth, and then, as we found out in the start of season 2 in that scene with Halbrand in Mordor, he was turned and he was offered this temptation, and he was, they tempted him with the promise of having children and all this, and he drank the wine. But the point that Adar returns to is that the name he was given, the name he was given by his mother or his father, which is a whole other topic with the way elves do their naming, is that, it almost reminds me of that line you get between Halbrand and that human character in the prologue for season 2, where he says, where he basically says, being good, it's about doing the acts of goodness every day. It's about something you have to do every day. And for Adar, his name was what he earned because he defined himself by being a father to his children. And it is not without its hypocrisies or complication. Don't forget in season 1, he admits to Galadriel that the orcs are slaves, but he counters that by saying, yes, they are slaves, but they also have a name, they have a heart, they were created with the same secret fire of the one true god Eru, they are the same as you and I. And it's this fascinating thing about Adar that he's do you know the way I would describe him? He is a character stuck in Twilight. He can't exist in the world of the elves, and yet he can't quite exist in the world of Sauron and the orcs and the forces of evil. He is this Twilight being that exists in both planes, but his name is what allows him to ground himself in his purpose. And it's I really, as you said, there was a lot of discourse, and here's where I'll fundamentally disagree with a lot of the people who were criticizing this. They were saying, oh, what the show is telling you is that there is no redemption, that you can't heal, that you can't turn good, that you can't do that. And for a start, the show is not didactic. The show is not, every piece of dialogue and every character action in the show is not telling you a message. It is not a morality tale. But more importantly, the fact is that Adar tries to do the right thing, and he is not undone by his own flaws. He's undone by Sauron. We think about later in this, and we'll get to later in the scene when the orcs arrive, but fundamentally what this scene is about is he's got this ring which has healed his scars, which makes him look like the way he was before he was turned by Morgoth. But he doesn't see his scars as a negative defining feature. He doesn't see Adar as a negative defining feature. He sees those as the identity that he has earned and that he has built and that he has loved through his love for his children. And I think it's impactful that he dies as Adar, the fallen elf, the first Uruk, one of the Moriondor. It is... Listen, I totally get that fans of the character would have loved to him to like survive and then team up with the elves, or just find a happy place for his orcs. But that's no different than me saying for Celebrimbor, God, I wish Celebrimbor had survived the sack of Eregion, and I wish Celebrimbor had had a chance to undo the wrongs he did with Sauron. Of course I wish that. Of course I wish that Celebrimbor didn't die as a bloody banner, his body held aloft on a pole. I wish that the rings hadn't been taken away. But the important point is that just like Celebrimbor dies telling Sauron who he is and what he stands for, Adar does the same. He dies for what he believes in, and that is more redemption than any plot point or story arc could give, because in that moment of death, he still dies as a father of the Uruk. He still dies as a father to his children, and he rejects the idea that one of these 3 elven rings could cure him, because in his view there is nothing to cure. He is not wrong for being changed or scarred or to have abandoned his elven name. It, like, fundamental, and this is why I disagree with so much discourse, is that I think, like, what the show did was give him the most affirming message possible, which is that it is better for him to die as the father of orcs than to try and somehow abandon that to, use this elven creation to try and become something else. He dies what he stood for. And I genuinely don't think there's anything more beautiful than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think it's quite interesting, going back to what we were talking about kind of a few scenes ago, is that there's 3 separate conversations, there's 3 separate moments in this episode when names are a really big focus, the names that you're given, the names that people refer to you as. And it's almost this kind of juxtaposition to how Sauron views himself and the titles that he's been given, because Adar is this name that he says it himself, he's earned it. It's kind of a sign of respect from his children, and he feels like that's how he identifies himself. And then you have Sauron on the other hand, and the name he's given the name Sauron as this kind of mockery and this insult, and it's not a good thing for him to be identified as. And it's almost this kind of acceptance that maybe that is how he's seen, and it's this rejection of it where Adar, he's the opposite. And I think that's like a beautiful thing to end on, as you said. I'm glad that they didn't change him. I'm glad that he accepts there's nothing to change. He is Adar and he dies, and I think it's sad that he dies at the hands of his children, but I think that it's also,
but that's the tragedy.
I thought it was going to happen
right?
anyway.
Like,
that's the tragedy of his character, yeah. And the fact that he still feels like he's earned that name, even as his children are kind of like driving knives into him. It's tragic, and I don't think tragedy is a bad thing. I think it's okay for characters to have sad endings. I think it's okay for them to be ripped away just when they've kind of come to this sort of peace with themselves, because that's what storytelling is. And I think it would be very boring if everyone got a happy ending and there was just joy and fun all the time. And also, it's kind of the point of the original characters, is to give us these characters that we love but that can also be at risk of being taken away.
Yes.
When we're in a story with a lot of these canon characters that we know are going to make it till the end,
Yeah, and I think another beautiful thing, before the orcs even turn up, there's this exchange with him and Galadriel where he says, help me vanquish Sauron with the ring, and I swear to you I will recall my children to Mordor, never to make war on Middle-earth again. And here's the important point, like you said, like, it's tragic because, like, Adar wants to do good, and he thought he was protecting his children, but he was being manipulated by Sauron. The whole reason he attacks Eregion is because of Sauron's manipulations. And, like, that's the lesson. The lesson isn't that Adar died for doing something wrong. It's that this is what the great villain of the Second Age does. He manipulates others to destroy them, to cause their own self-destruction. And so he says this to Galadriel, and she says, I have slain more of your children than any elf alive. And in response to that, in Elvish, he says, in Sindarin, he says, I forgive you. He says, no more flames, no more darkness. Let this ring heal the rift between Elf and Uruk. Let us create a lasting peace in Middle-earth, now and forever. And what I love about that line, not only is it the, in speaking to her in Elvish and saying, I forgive you, It's that he wants to build a peace in Middle Earth. And think about what Sauron said to Celebrimbor in episode 7. He said the reason he wants the rings is, to heal Middle Earth, to create an everlasting peace. But Sauron's peace is one of dominion and tyranny and domination and order. And all Adar is talking about is having peace through, peaceful coexistence. But again, the mistake has been made. He was lured in by Sauron, and it's too late for him. And we're going to get into this idea of it being too late. But the fact that he forgives, I once again, I am afraid I'm going to have to bring up Peter Capaldi's run as the 12th Doctor. There's a great episode where he's talking to someone who wants to start a war, and he says, I will tell you the unthinkable, and he says, I forgive you, no matter how much you think yourself unforgivable, I forgive you. And there's an element of that with Adar, because Adar realizes that he's done terrible. I mean, this is the weird thing I've seen with the discourse with Adar. It's like, he just wants to protect his children, he's just a lovely father. It's like, no, he murdered a lot of people. Like, have we forgotten season 1, episode 5, where he had Waldreg kill Rhûn, Theo's friend, who was like a teenage boy? He had him murder this teenage boy. He had human slaves as captives. Like, it is important that Adar is he's not a hero. He's also not a villain. He's a complicated, morally grey character who is doing what he thinks is best. But it doesn't guarantee him anything. And just like Celebrimbor's hubris lays the seeds, or plants the seeds for his downfall, Adar's overwhelming drive to protect his children and give them a homeland is also what sows the seeds of his own downfall, because he's the one who thinks the only way I can protect my children is by going to war with the elves, because that's where Sauron is. And so, but having this moment with Galadriel where he forgives her is so important. And then referencing, in episode 7, when Galadriel's escaping the orc camp, we see Adar standing over the orc pyres and the kind of funeral procession he talks about, into flames and into darkness. And the fact that he says no more, the fact that he created the land of Mordor, but now he's saying no more flames, no more darkness. It's, in a way, Adar's legacy in part is what he imprints upon Galadriel in this scene. And that is equally as important as, I just don't think there's value in this idea of saying that, like, the show is trying to tell you something by the fact Adar isn't allowed a happy ending. It's like lots of characters aren't allowed a happy ending. The point is, who is Adar when he dies? And I think Adar is the Uruk, he is the leader, he is the father he always wished he could be. And I think that is the most powerful statement there could be. And I'll hand it over to you in a second, Anna, as we get into the kind of final betrayal, but the fact he first forgives Galadriel, and then when Glug arrives, what is the first thing he says to Glug? He says, forgive me. He wants forgiveness because he realizes that taking them to war, that, we saw in episode 6 and 7, the way he's driving them in Eregion, the way he's using Damrod, the way he's willing to do anything at all costs to beat Sauron. Adar realizes he has fallen in this moment, fallen far below what he should be as a father. And so going from forgiving Galadriel to the first thing he says to the quote-unquote wounded Glug, the first thing he says is forgive me, I think is just beautiful. I think it is like so touching that is who Adar is in his final moments. Someone seeking forgiveness because he knows he's done wrong.
I think it's touching, but I think it also adds quite an interesting perspective to his forgiveness of Galadriel, because he clearly realizes in this moment, he's part of the reason that many of his children were slain. And it's like, how much of that forgiveness is his to give? Because one thing that we learn a lot, especially in this season, is that the orcs, they have minds of their own, they have families, they have children, they have kind of hobbies, things like this. And it's like, when you have a character like Glug, who had this family, who might still be at home waiting for him, who knows, you have the orcs, and they have families, and they have friends, and they have people that they care about. And if members of their family are ones that Galadriel has killed, because Adar has sent them to war and Adar has pitted them against the elves, is it then Adar's place to say, I forgive you for that. And I think it's that distance that he has between himself and his children in that moment that's why he can't see this coming, you know? It's he's still slightly blind to it even when he's asking for forgiveness.
Exactly, because what's the first thing Glug says to him? He says it's too late, and Adar responds by saying it's never too late, not even for me and not for you, my son. But the thing Adar has fundamentally misunderstood in this moment is that he thinks that Glug is saying, you know, it's too late for us, as the orcs. But what Glug is really saying is it's too late for this. It's too late for you to ask us for our forgiveness, because you have become the very thing you said you wanted us to destroy Sauron so that we wouldn't be, meat for his war machine. You wanted to protect us so we wouldn't just be slaves in his army. But if you go back and watch, episodes 6 and 7 in particular, what has Adar made them into if not meat for his war machine? What has he made them into if not slaves to do his bidding? And it goes back to that inherent contradiction. You go back to I always go back to this, season 1, episode 6. Adar is not, he's not ignorant of the fact that the orcs are slaves, and they are in a way doomed by Morgoth and by Sauron and by the legacy of where they arrive where they are. He's not ignorant of that. He's trying to do what's right, but he's not unaware of that. And so it is this moment where Adar he has been baited by Sauron, and he has gone over the edge. And it is too late for him. And that is, it is horrifying that his children are the ones to betray him. And it's horrifying that Glug stabs him, and that we then have the reverse, obviously, of the prologue opening scene with all the orcs surrounding Myrddin in the prologue, and now Adar, and killing him. And it's tragic, and it's horrible, and it's awful. And and if you are a big fan of Adar's character, I totally appreciate you are going to be heartbroken. But that's the point, is that Adar doesn't die because the writers want to tell you that people can't heal or people can't learn. The plot is telling you that this is what Sauron does. Sauron takes someone whose only motivation was to be a father to his children, protect his children, and uses that. He gets his hook in, and he says, the one thing you want is protect your children. I will give you the bait to think this is what you need to do to protect them. And that will be the seed of your doom. And so, yeah, it's a horrible moment. It's tragic. It's brutal. It's heartbreaking for Adar and his children. But that's their story, and that is the story of Sauron and so many characters in Tolkien's writings. And it's not an accident, and the writers know what they're doing. And I think fundamentally, if you want to know what Adar's legacy is as a character, is what are his final words? His final words in black speech, in the language of his people, is "my children." He dies as Adar because that is the name he earned. And even though he has let them down and betrayed them, and it may be too late for him, his final words is an evocation of his fatherhood, of his parentage, of his desire to have seen his children safe. And in that moment, maybe he does know he's failed them, but as he says to Galadriel, the name he was given was meaningless. The name he earned was being a father. And even after being betrayed with them, that is still who he sees himself to be. And it is beautifully sorrowful. And if we can't have stories where characters we love have beautifully tragic, sorrowful endings, I mean, we might as well pack it up and all go home. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it.
Agreed. Rest in peace to a real one.
Okay.
He'll be missed.
Rest
and
in
I
peace.
feel incredibly
Yeah.
vindicated that I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, well,
Beat
listen,
the
I just thought they'd
might
keep
I
him
add.
around for an extra season. Yeah, all right, whatever. You're so smart.
Let me feel good about just this one thing. This is the only thing I've ever predicted right, apart from Ontimo.
Yeah,
Rip.
yeah. I don't feel like we've addressed the chat in a while, so I feel like I should catch up. But it's nice to see people in the chat agreeing with these kind of ideas of the tragedy of it. I think Beric puts it really nicely, saying the value in telling stories even without happy endings is part of what adds depth. It's special because it ends. and Jessica saying loves them even in the midst of their betrayal. Again, it's that idea of, do you think I care for you so little that betraying me would make a difference? It's beautiful. And I also think like it's added horrible because his last words are my children, and then Sauron says they are not children anymore. And if you wanted to be generous to Sauron, which you should never be generous to Sauron, you would say, oh well, he's saying, well, they're not children anymore, they're adults, and they're not just going to listen to you and follow you. But what he's really saying, he's hoping that Adar's conscious enough in his dying moments to still hear his words. And he's saying, they're not children anymore. They're mine. They're my puppets. They're my slaves. They're my soldiers in my war machine. And it's just like another one of those moments where you realize just how vindictive and cruel Sauron is, that in Adar's dying moments, the only thing he wants to say to him is, they're not children. They're mine now. The one thing you wanted to stop above all else has happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking,
Yeah.
and we find out in a few scenes' time that Gloog is going to find out firsthand why this was a huge, giant mistake. And I think it is quite
Yeah.
funny that, after he tells the orcs to just go on and finish the job at Eregion, it pans to Galadriel. And for a moment, because I was so caught up in like the death of Adar and all of this, I kind of forgot that she was just stood there the whole time. Just kind of like, oh, we were so close to an alliance.
She is the Beric of this scene. She's just standing under the
She
archway,
is.
like, and Galadriel is here. But then we get into obviously the duel, and we get these great opening lines, where Galadriel says, "All this was your design from the beginning," and Sauron retorts, "Please, you think too much of me. The road goes ever winding. Not even I." Sorry, not even I can see all its paths, which is obviously like a nice little nod to the road goes ever on, and the winding road, like all really nice nods to Tolkien. But it's also this really nice idea, which I think the show touched on in the last episode, episode 7, with Sauron and Celebrimbor's conversation, where Sauron talks about like, oh, from the moment to awake I saw the end. I saw the end. And Sauron has this issue where he's one of the Maiar, he's one of the Ainur who was awake at the Ainur Lindale, the music of the Ainur. So for those of you who read the Silmarillion, you know that these spirits, these angels, they saw the creation of the world, and God, Eru, gives them a vision of the way the world is going to play out. But what Tolkien tells us is that Eru doesn't show them exactly how everything's going to work out going into, the kind of the second, the third, the fourth age. And so Sauron thinks he knows where it ends, but he doesn't actually know how he's meant to get there. And so it's this wonderful misguided thing where Sauron thinks he's the great reorganizer, the great reformer, the great healer of Middle-earth. So I liked that in this moment there was almost an acknowledgement from Sauron that when Galadriel says, this was all by your design, even he can't pretend that he'd planned for all of this to work out exactly how it was. And then we go into this duel, which is a lot of great fun, and we get, now here's something, and I don't know whether anyone else noticed this. The writers did a really simple but effective thing to tell you the difference between Season 1, Galadriel and Sauron, and Season 2, Galadriel and Sauron. Every time Sauron makes a definitive statement about purpose, about fate, about, the right thing to do, every time he makes one of these declarative statements, Galadriel immediately has a line to cancel it all out. So this is the first one we get. We get Sauron saying, he's asking her to give him the Nine and Nenya, and she says, "Do you wish to heal me?" And he says, "I wish to heal all Middle-earth." And she says in response, "As you have, Eregion." And we're going to come back to this again and again through the next few scenes. But the really important point is that despite Galadriel's self-doubt earlier in the season about whether she could face Sauron alone, now she's actually face-to-face with him. She does not ever, for even a second, buy any one of his lies or manipulations. And it starts right here with him saying, "I wish to heal Middle-earth," and immediately she's like, "Oh, heal Middle-earth, like you've healed Eregion?" And it's, I don't know what you thought about this, Anna, but for me it was like, you compare like Season 1 Galadriel and quote-unquote Halbrand to now, and it's like, Galadriel knows, like, yes, she knows her limitations, she knows that Sauron is strong and powerful, she's taken on board Celebrimbor's message, but she's equally not going to tolerate a second of his attempted manipulations or lies.
I agree, and I think it's quite funny, and not to get into more discourse because honestly, if I'm completely honest, sick to death of just seeing screenshots of this scene because it's like all I'm seeing people talk about in like terms of the Sauron Galadriel romance. And listen, if you ship them together, like I don't mind. I can see where you've come to that conclusion from the show. However, I think it's quite funny because a lot of people who I know like this pair together have really criticized the writing of this scene, and they say, in comparison to season one and how
So
the first
funny.
proposal scene was written, they're like, there's just something that's not quite right about this, and I don't like how this is written. And I'm like, it's because she's not tempted, it's because she's not giving anything back, and she's immediately like kind of hitting him back with these rebuttals, and I'm like, it's not badly written, it's just not romantic.
You,
you
you're
know
not getting your wish fulfillment. And I'm going to say this, and like it's going to sound like a real insult, but I promise you, it is not meant as an insult. So when I say this, please understand this is not an insult. Go to AO3. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that is the purpose of fan fiction, fan art, fan media. If you want to write an AU, an alternative storyline, where Galadriel and Sauron end up together as a couple, go write it, go read it, go make an edit. I don't care. I'm listen, guys. I'm a balding 30-year-old man. I couldn't give a damn who you ship. But like, don't say that a show is writing poorly because it's not fulfilling your ship. And when people got mad at me because I made that tweet saying like your favorite character doesn't deserve a happy ending, your ship doesn't deserve to be realized, your favorite storyline doesn't deserve to be prominent. This wasn't a shot at any one specific person. It is a shot at all these general attitudes. That's like, I particularly like this thing. Therefore, if the show doesn't do it, it is a personal attack on me. And it's just like, guys, I don't know how to tell you this. Like, the Tolkien fandom has been around for decades. I can promise you that for people like me who are interested in the queer reading of Celebrimbor and Sauron, go on my Twitter feed. Did you see me once being like, oh, hang on, why didn't Sauron bend Celebrimbor over that anvil? Like, no, you didn't. Because, like, I recognize that, like, I never had any expectation the show was going to do that. And if I want to read that, I can tell you what, there's plenty of fan fiction out there that'll give me that. So I can just go and read that. But it's like this whole like entitlement bullshit. Just like, listen, Anna's gonna be kind about it. I'm not. Like, just grow up. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, stop being annoying. Go read some fan fiction. You'll enjoy it more than the show because Galadriel will like want to like have sex with Sauron and you'll love it and it'll be great and you'll be happy. You'll be happy. You won't be happy being on Twitter being like, oh, Galadriel didn't kneel before Sauron and say, oh yes, you're my Pookie Bear. Let's go and have children. Like, I'm sorry, just like whatever. Shut up. Like, shut up.
Listen, I
Do you want to
just
say
think
something nice so that
that
I get in less trouble?
I don't know if this is nice, but all I'm gonna say is that like I'm not a big fan of the romance this season. I don't really watch this show through the lens of shipping, but if I was going to, it would be Miriel and Elendil. And if I'm being honest, that pairing, that non-canon pairing, makes way more sense than Galadriel and Sauron. But I will not sit there and complain about bad writing if we never get kind of an actual, officially on-screen realized kiss between the two of them, because that just that doesn't mean it's bad writing. It just means that my expectations were too high.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. It's the same thing with the whole Adar discourse. Like, I totally get that you're upset Adar died. I totally get you wish he had a happy ending. I totally get that like you feel personally connected to this character. Really do get it. But like, if you read my tweet and think I'm personally attacking you for liking Adar, I don't know what to do. I can't help. I genuinely can't help you because, like, I'm not attacking you for liking the character. My favorite character is Celebrimbor, who I have known since I started the show was going to end up in a piece of ornamental battle furniture after making the biggest mistake of his life. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I like tragic characters. Like, I'm okay with that. I accept he's not going to get a happy ending. And similarly with, like, the whole... And by the way, Jessica makes a great point. Celebrimbor is probably not the bottom. But, I've read... Anyway, it doesn't matter what I've read. We don't need to talk about this on this stream.
I've read ...
But the point... Yeah, red dot dot dot. I think it was last stream a month ago where I brought up Angbang fan fiction, and it was just like people have really, decided a certain thing about me. Anyway, it's fine. Listen, we'll return to talking about the actual show in a second. But the point is, it's just like, can we stop judging the show and the show's writing based on what would be most satisfying to either? Like, fuck it, I'll just say it. Like, if you can only view the show through being a stan of a certain character or caring about a certain ship, you will be inevitably disappointed. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. Please do that. But I'm just going to tell you, you will be disappointed because the show isn't written about your one particular character and the show isn't written about your one particular ship. Like, just deal with it like the rest of us and go and read some fan fiction. Like, you'll be fine. Like, I don't know. It's just maybe it's because I've had a few glasses of wine, and maybe it's because we're like seeing the fall of Western democracy over the last 24 hours. But people complaining that it's like, my two favorite fictional characters didn't kiss. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, eat a salad. Like, just like eat
I
some fresh
think
fruit and vegetable. Like, it'll.
I think you summed it up perfectly with just go to AO3. Listen, I've been in the trenches. I've been in the trenches of Tumblr fandom in the early 2010s. I went there because I was looking for ships and I was looking for fan fiction because my favorite characters wouldn't kiss on screen. And it's great.
Yeah.
You find a whole world of alternate universes and things where, oh my gosh, this can happen. And reading about it is great just because they're not going to kiss on screen. And I'm sorry, but I saw the most heinous. Someone took the moment between Galadriel and Halbrand in season 1 where he gives her dagger back after he takes it from Elendil, and they used AI to make them kiss in that scene, and I think that's horrifically insane to do to the characters who didn't kiss in that scene, and just the use of AI to manipulate that scene in the first place is just why? Like, stop it. There's plenty
Yeah.
of fan art of them kissing out there anyway that actual talented artists have drawn, so stop it, please.
Yeah. So yeah, stop. Be normal. Be normal. Just be normal,
Please.
okay? Be normal. Hey. Snap out of it. You were in a trance. You're in a trance. Come back to me. Come back. You're back in the room. Be normal. Be normal. Listen. Look into my eyes. Be normal. Okay, we can go we can go back to talking about the show now. Listen, do you know what the good thing is though, Anna? This stream is now like over 3 hours long. No one will ever see this, so it's just it's the 30 people who are here right now, and you guys get to enjoy this. For everyone else, it's just like, I don't care. Listen, I've been cancelled for being homophobic, and yet here I am talking about silver gifting and Angbang fan fiction. So I mean, like, don't worry, you'll be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's go to one of my other favorite short scenes, which was like a real. It's not quite Beric scenes level of of strangeness, but I do really appreciate that. Like, we haven't really done anything with Elrond this episode. What are we going to do with him? What are we going to do with him? And they're like, I know, let's have him be so passionate about books and scrolls that he's willing to trade his own life. I mean, yes, Elrond looks very hot here, whatever. But can we just talk about the way the show is like, okay, we've got one scene to do something interesting with Elrond here. What are we going to do? Have him care more about books than his own life. A 10 out of 10 chef's kiss moment.
I absolutely love it. And not only that, he demands that the scrolls are saved, and then he lights an orc on fire. Just impeccable scene. A nice little cutscene as well. And then is this the... Oh no, it's not this one. We get my favourite Gil-galad moment.
No.
A few scenes on, so I'll wait for that
exactly
one. But yeah, no,
it's
I like
funny
that.
as well,
And I like
though,
the
'cause, like,
idea of...
Elrond...
Sorry, I was just going to say, like, I like the idea of...
Yeah.
The elves, that it's the longevity of the elves, their kind of writings and their scrolls and their knowledge. It is important to them, and like, fair enough, with all this death around him, it's probably not going to be the biggest priority on his mind. But they do have this giant kind of this giant pile of years of knowledge, and not just knowledge, but the kind of intricate craftsmanship of Celebrimbor and the jewelsmiths of Eregion. So not only is the city burning, but it's like its entire legacy with it. So little cutscene, but I do like that they've given him that kind of passion about that.
And also, I do like this one frame where Elrond is screaming, setting an orc on fire, and like the subtitles literally just say brackets shouting, brackets screaming. You could literally use this as, you know, those memes where it's like how Peter Jackson depicts the elves in Lord of the Rings, and they're all like, you know, these perfect angels who don't have any facial expressions, and that's like how Tolkien actually wrote the elves in the first and second age, and this is the image you use,
Yeah.
where it's just like an elf losing his mind and setting someone on fire over a book.
Harry,
Like
please
this
tweet
is.
that out.
I don't. Yeah. Well, maybe
Please.
maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow.
Okay.
And I also have to say, this shot. I hope I get to speak. I obviously got to speak to Alex Dissenhoff, the cinematographer, in between seasons 1 and 2. I really hope I get to speak to him at some point over the next year before season 3 comes out, because this shot, I don't know how they came up with it, but it is literally like a Renaissance painting with like Gil-galad pinned on the ground with an orc holding a knife to his throat, the orc standing there with his arms outstretched, the pile of burning, you know, scrolls and everything. Like, genuinely a beautifully constructed shot, and it could almost be like, and I'm not even doing it justice because this obviously isn't the widescreen shot because of the PowerPoint slides I'm using, but it is genuinely like one of the best shots in the show. And it, again, this is where I go back to like season 2, the show has really lent into the full fantasy element. And I absolutely love it. And so then
So
we go
good.
back to the duel. Yeah, we go back to the duel between Sauron and Galadriel, and he's, you know, she says, "We're not alike, we never were." Well, let me just read the dialogue because I think it's really interesting. He says, you know, Galadriel, surely you of all elves must understand that to find the light we must first touch darkness, you know, bring back Finrod's words. And she says, we are not alike, we never were, it was just another of your illusions. And he says, not all of it. And I think the really interesting thing about this is that, like, technically neither is wrong. Like, Galadriel is obviously not like Sauron, but also it's very reminiscent of when Tolkien describes Galadriel's hatred of Feanor in the First Age, and she you know, because obviously the whole background to the Gimli and the 3 hairs thing is that Feanor asked for 3 of her hairs to make the Silmarils. And Tolkien basically tells us that Galadriel could see the darkness in Feanor. But the other thing Tolkien says in that exact same paragraph, he says, you know, Galadriel could see the darkness upon Feanor, but she could not see the same shadow lay over her own heart. And I really liked in this scene that, like, yes, Galadriel is right. She's obviously not Sauron, but also there is that side to her that she has been always fighting against, that side that wants to rule, that wants to be, you know, this imposing figure, this controlling, dominating figure. And so I think, you know, obviously it's not a case of Sauron kind of reading her her rights, but it is that little moment of like, it, just as we talked about with Adar not being just a villain or just a hero, Galadriel has these shades of grey inside of her, and I think this was a good moment for it. I don't know if you want to say anything about that or about then. What I loved was when we then got the 3 shape-shifting moments. You know, first he shapeshifts into Halbrand, gives the line of dialogue about fighting by your side. Then he shapeshifts into Galadriel and says, you know, they could no longer distinguish, you know, or, you know, separate me from the evil that I was fighting. And then he turns into Celebrimbor. I thought like all 3 were cool, but I have to say, like, the moment where he like takes on the Galadriel visage and we get this brief sequence of Galadriel fighting herself, I thought was like, what a cool thing to do with the visual medium. Like, obviously this is not something Tolkien would have ever wrote, but what an interesting way to play out this dynamic between the 2 of them.
I hadn't prepared myself to see Halbrand again. And I also hadn't prepared myself to see a yassified Halbrand, because that is not what he looked like in season 1. I'm sorry. Someone gave him like a perm in the vision, so I wasn't prepared for that. And I do love how there was obviously this moment of hesitation, because she's like, okay, he's in his Halbrand form again, and he expected that to be enough to disarm her, but she was like, absolutely not. Immediately, like, went straight back onto the attack, and he just had to like sprint away. And all 3 of the things were really good. I initially did think, I was like, oh my goodness, is this how they're going to give us the Celeborn reveal? Because I was like, how insane would it have been if that was one of the kind of forms he took on. But then, how would he have done that? I'm not sure. I think my
Yeah.
favorite out of all of them, I mean, seeing Morvith against herself was incredible, and the way she kind of shifts herself into that role of Sauron, it's almost like who she would have become if she'd accepted his proposal
Mm.
in season one. So it was really cool to see that. And then getting a little glimpse of Charles again as Celebrimbor, it was great. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was actually the last scene he filmed, which is quite ironic because it wasn't even him as Celebrimbor, it was him as Anatar,
Yeah.
as Sauron, as Celebrimbor. But yeah, it was
And,
just, it was so good to see her have to go through that kind of trial of fighting against them.
and you know what? Like, this goes back to my thing of, like, if I wanted to be like a petty stan about this, I could be like, it's so annoying that Celebrimbor's last appearance in the show is not even him; it's Sauron pretending to be him, and we don't get Elrond reacting to his body. But like, it's an effective scene, so like, I'm again, this is just my way of like coming to terms with it. Um, so then we get, like, they fall off the balcony. Sauron kicks away a sword, and then they come face to face again. And Sauron gives this dialogue about, very much referencing the Galadriel's dialogue from the Fellowship of the Ring in the Mirror of Galadriel, where she's talking to Frodo, and she says, I know his mind and he knows mine. Ever he still gropes. To understand my mind, but that door is shut. And I loved this moment. And again, this goes back to my point earlier about every time Sauron tries a manipulation, a deception, a persuasion attempt on her, she immediately kicks it back. So in this one, he says the door is still open, and she immediately goes, the door is shut, and then like roundhouse kicks him into a column, which is just, chef's kiss, brilliant.
Yeah.
And then we get another one where he's going, where he says, I would have placed a crown upon your head. I would have never rested until all Middle Earth had been brought to its knees to worship the light of its queen. Again, going back to that temptation he offered her at the end of season one. But fundamentally, this is the point. Galadriel has clocked Sauron now, and she just knows that nothing he says means anything, because it goes back to that line she has in season one where, she says, save Middle Earth or rule it. And he says, I see no difference, because he says all this. And then what is Galadriel's response to this? She says, the free peoples of Middle Earth will always resist you, because fundamentally she knows, like, this offer of power, this offer of queenship, this offer of, making the rest of Middle Earth subservient to her. It's not about flattering her. He doesn't give a he doesn't care whether she's queen. His offer to her is all about what he can do to increase his power and use her qualities to accentuate his power. And it's so well done, this whole like ongoing scene between him. And then of course he stabs her, and I'm not even going to address what shippers have said about him stabbing her with a crown, because I think it is so disgusting. I don't even want to touch it. But once again, I will say to you, be normal. Please be normal. And Anna, I know you've been the one doing most of the negative commentary. Can I be negative for a second?
Go for it.
This subverting expectations, not having Durin be the one rescuing Elrond, having the dwarves come after Eregion is already lost, it did not work for me at all. Like, this was the one time I actually, like, don't get me wrong, like, and I've zoomed in this picture way more than it needs to be just for the comedy effect of of Benjamin Walker saying dwarves, and it's funny, like, don't get me wrong. But like, this was the one time. This is the first time actually across the two seasons where I was like, ugh, they're doing the Peter Jackson thing of making dwarves comic relief. And they didn't. Like, in the end, it was fine. They didn't. But, like, it also just completely undercut, like the moment in the Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales where the dwarves rescue Elrond and allow him to retreat with the survivors of Eregion by holding off Sauron, and then they're driven back to the gates of Khazad-dûm, is like this moment of true solidarity. It's this moment of true solidarity between the dwarves and elves, and this beautiful moment of saving each other to defy Sauron. And like, I'll be honest, I know the show wanted to subvert expectations by at the end of episode 7 when Elrond says Durin will come and then he never does. It just didn't work for me at all. And like, I don't think it was terrible, but I just think, like, I don't understand at all why they passed upon the opportunity to recreate that iconic moment from the books. I think it's a whiff. I know what they were trying to do. I think it's a complete whiff for me. But you tell me, did it work okay for you? Because I don't know whether I'm just being overly negative, but I really didn't like it.
I think it was fine. I think that I kind of got my expectations in check a little bit after the Doors of Durin fiasco, which I'm still a little bit bitter about because
Yeah,
what I've had to kind of reason with myself is the fact that the little passages that I like from the books are little passing things that probably aren't going to
sure.
get swept up and included. I think that you make a perfectly valid point because it's a great point and it works really well for Durin and Elrond's friendship. But I think that's the reason why I wasn't extremely disappointed about this is because when we got that Durin isn't coming moment and we had the Balrog at the start of the episode, I was like, we're probably still going to get that catastrophe. We know that the elves, Gil-galad is there, Elrond is there. We know that they're making it out of Eregion. So I knew that that would, like, help was going to come, that was going to happen, but I didn't expect Durin to show up. I think it would have been really nice if he did, but I think they kind of backed themselves into a corner with having to have him deal with the Balrog, you know? Part of the
Yeah,
reason why it
that's
just
it.
shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah, like, and here's where I guess, like, I totally accept your point, and you are so right, because I know we've talked about this before. Like, me and you get really invested, like, in individual lines or paragraphs in the books, and we're like, they should devote a whole episode to this, and it's like, well, okay, they were probably not going to do that. But I will say, like, the only point I'd like re-raise is that, like, yes, I agree with you that, like, after episode 7, I still thought they were going to have the dwarves come and do it. And, like, yes, it is technically the catastrophe moment, but for me, this didn't land at all. This didn't feel like
No.
catastrophe. The dwarves just appeared out of nowhere, and they were walking down these steps, and it was like, so is there a high road between, because obviously in the books there's the high road that is built between Khazad-dûm and Eregion, but then it's also like, well, why weren't we using that in the first place when we were under siege? And it was just like, it didn't make any sense to me. And then the scene with the dwarves actually fighting was like 20 seconds, and and then Navi's just like, oh, the prince is in mourning. Like, again, the use of Navi should have been so much more centered around Celebrimbor, and none of it worked. Like, it just really didn't work for me. It
Yeah.
it is not something I think I'll ever think is good. Like, I think the thing is, if you're going to subvert expectations and then still do the catastrophe moment, it's got to feel like that. It's got to feel like Elrond is about to die, Gil-galad is about to die. But the problem was, in the show, we'd already been told that Sauron wanted them bringing back alive to him. So it was like, it didn't even feel like a catastrophe moment. It was just like, oh, the dwarves are here with crossbows, and then Elrond says Durin, and then it's actually Navi, and all Navi says is the prince is in mourning, and then he runs off. And also, absolutely dog shit, terrible, considering a show which has amazing CGI and blending between CGI and real. Never more can you look at a shot like this one of Navi and be like, that actor was not on that set. Absolutely not on that set. I mean, just like, look at that. Like it is so clearly shot on a green screen, and it bothered the hell out of me. Anyway, it's such a small point, but just bothered me.
Yeah, I think your catastrophe has to be a big moment. I think the gravitas has to be there. I mean, take a look at the examples we get in the Jackson trilogy. You know, Gandalf arriving at Helm's Deep with the kind of that holy light behind him, the Rohirrim showing up at the siege of Minas Tirith. It's these kind of moments where you feel like that hope has finally been restored. And if I'm being honest, when I was watching this the first time, it kind of cut to the dwarves arriving, but we got a wide shot at first, and I couldn't tell if it was the dwarves or the
Yeah,
orcs because the color of their armor was so similar. So I was like, what is this thing? It wasn't until Benjamin Walker was like, dwarves, that I was like, oh, okay, that's what's happening here. So it didn't have that moment of, oh, the hope's back. For me, it was just kind of like, okay, here we
yeah.
are. The
And
battle. They've
I
won the battle.
But here's where I'll disagree with, like, because I see both Treebeard Nerd and Jessica both saying, like, oh, so Treebeard Nerd says, I think they did not want it to feel too victorious because it really isn't a happy battle or even epic. The hero's pretty much lost. And Jessica says, I didn't feel they were doing catastrophe here. It wasn't really a victory, and I don't think we're supposed to feel like it was. No, it's not a victory, and I totally get what you guys are saying. But the point is, in the books, Elrond is about to be crushed by all of Sauron's forces. Like, Elrond and the survivors of Eregion are about to be wiped out, murdered, destroyed. And the dwarves just buy him time to escape. So I'm not talking about eucatastrophe in terms of victory. I'm talking about eucatastrophe in terms of the bonds of fellowship saving lives. And like I guess I just disagree with you guys here. Like, I don't think it's a big disagreement. I think we're having a largely semantic disagreement. But like, I think in the books it very much is like right at the turn, the allies of good arrive to not save the day so there's a victory, but to save the day so there isn't complete catastrophe. So yeah, I guess but listen, I'm perfectly fine if people are okay with it, they're okay with it. But like, I just think like I think they shot themselves in their own foot for the sake of subverting expectations, and I don't think it worked. But what I have to say is like, and I'll actually be super interested to hear what you think about this, Anna, because like, I've had conversations with so many people, and it is pretty much a 50-50 split between people who liked this moment and didn't. But when I tell you, I popped off for the moment where Galadriel goes, "You wish to heal Middle-earth," and then she reaches out the hand with the ring, and just as he's about to grab it, she turns her hand over and says, "Heal yourself." And by the way, I included this screenshot because Sauron with his smug smile before he realizes what's about to happen is genuinely very funny to me. So she goes, "You wish to heal Middle-earth?" And he's like, "Yes, I do. Look at me. I'm a perfect baby boy." And then she goes, "Heal yourself," which is basically F yourself. And I loved it, but I've talked to so many people who are like, it didn't feel like Tolkien in dialogue. It felt cheesy. It felt like a Marvel one-liner. But I've got to be honest, I just pop off for one-liners, so maybe I'm just an easy mark.
Yeah, I loved a lot from Galadriel this episode, and I kind of hate that they ended the duel with this because I was so invested the whole time. This took me out of it like nothing else. There's no, and I'm not saying that I have the authority to say what a character would and wouldn't say, but that doesn't feel like Galadriel to me. And I think it works in terms of the scene. I think it's funny and I think it's cheesy. But having that be the last thing she says before she takes this kind of nosedive off the cliff, I'm not a fan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, so here's where I'd like meet you in the middle. I'm not a fan of the dive off the cliff. I'm just a fan of heal yourself being a great line. And listen, obviously. No, listen. I'm meeting you halfway. You are completely, I will cede this ground to you. You are completely correct. Galadriel would never say that. Tolkien would never write that line. But also, I am but a simple ape become human, and a good one-liner does things for me. And heal yourself as like a reverse fu just works for me. And like, I'm not gonna pretend it's brilliant writing. I'm not gonna pretend Galadriel is the sort of character who would say that. Listen, I'm gonna be more honest than a lot of fans here. And when fans talk about things they're like, I'm just going to say it was stupid, it was cliche, it was cheesy, and I absolutely loved it. 10 out of 10 no-nos. So
Yeah, I think my thing is like I'm fine with the cheesy line. There's been things in the show that everyone's hated that I've loved. I unironically genuinely love that shot that cuts to Beric. I think that is amazing and I'm so glad that they put that in. I love it.
there we
However,
go.
I think it's more the fact that she started off with "you wish to heal Middle Earth" because it makes it sound like she's about to say something profound. And maybe that is the comedy of it that she kind of just follows that up with "heal yourself." But yeah, I think we're just gonna have to disagree on that one. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
makes some good point. It is
Chris.
the
Yeah, it's the
yeah.
looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. And listen, I think that's funny in the Peter Jackson films, but again, I don't think that would ever be
No,
stuck
no. I
in
think
Middle Earth.
I think his first comments more on it. I think it is that "I am no man" line in the films. I think that's what it is. It is that
But
"I
you
am no
forget
man"
that
line.
the "I am no man" line is almost directly lifted from the book, so like you can kind of
It
write that off as an Tolkien would write
yeah.
that. You know what I mean? But again, sorry,
Well,
I'm being
yeah,
negative again. But
yeah.
yeah, this just didn't do it for me.
It's all right. You don't have to apologize
I'm
for being
sorry,
negative when
guys.
I've spent like half an hour of this show being like, what did they write on the scroll? Why is he saying Sauron? Why? What's on the scroll? Tell me what's on the scroll. Like, it's fine, you're allowed to do that. So anyway, then we get, Gloog's unfortunate end, which I think, like, not to be glib, but I think, like, this is the point. Like, this reinforces Adar's tragic end. It's like, he
Yes.
tried all he could to protect his orcs. He failed. They thought their best option was to abandon him. And of course, what's the first thing that happens is that Sauron just dispatch. Yeah, he doesn't even say anything to Glue. Glue's like, if we pursue them, many Uruks will, and he's about to say, will die. And immediately Sauron's just like, no, not hearing this. Off you go, dead. And it's like,
Yeah.
and it's like this is the brutality of Sauron, and like I get why people found it upsetting, but like this is the point. Sauron is
I
not.
like.
He is not going
Oh,
to
sorry.
treat the Uruks as people at all. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I like the way as well. It's almost, I wouldn't say it's a parallel, but one of the, like, most of the scenes we have with Gloog, he's, and it could just be because of the physicality of the acting and Robert Strange and the kind of the shot, but it's the way that he, oh, sorry, let me swap over my headphones. Um, but it's the way that he approaches Sauron, like kind of coming into the frame, walking up to him to offer that advice. It's almost exactly how he would do it with Adar as well. The only difference, obviously, being that Adar would reciprocate and he would take that advice on board. And then
Mm,
it's almost like he expects that same reciprocation from Sauron, and it's just that immediate subversion. So I really like
yeah.
that they did that.
When it's the whole kind of parallel with episode 7, where he's like, if we send Damrod in, he'll kill our own kind, and Adar ignores him. But now it's like, oh, you thought you were gonna get a better alternative? No, Sauron isn't even gonna listen to what you've got to say. I just
Yeah.
want to address a couple of comments in the chat. Light Blinded Fool says Gloog's only crime is that he's from Manchester. Light Blinded Fool, take Manchester out of your mouth and stop insulting it. And Katie Katie gives a great one. She says, "You mean he tried so far, got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter." Which a great song reference in there. Those lyrics do work really well for Adar. Okay, and then we get just a very cool shot of Galadriel. Love this overhead shot, and I have actually read some interesting interpretation of this one of being like it's almost like she's in the eye of Sauron. I felt it was very kind of like Gandalf post fight with the Balrog in the Two Towers. That's what it reminded me of, and I almost felt like it was almost kind of like a rebirth imagery, which I thought was very, it's almost quite embryonic the way Galadriel's depicted here. But then we get the very interesting scene where, like, and admittedly, this is where I think the show did a little bit too much of the Peter Jackson thing, where it was like, oh, do you remember that bit in Fellowship of the Ring where Frodo got stabbed by the Morgul blade and his immortal spirit and his spirit is being drawn into the Shadow Realm and he's going to become a wraith? Well, what if we just did that again and then said it was Galadriel? And so I was like, rolled my eyes a little bit at that, but I thought what was actually beautiful about this is, is Gilgalad saying, he can't save her alone, and then Elrond having this, kind of 1,000-yard stare through the camera and saying, I can, we can. And, like, I remember when we were doing these discussions and breakdowns for the first few episodes, we were, like, having to argue with people, like, the reason we're starting Elrond off at the point of being so skeptical about the rings is because he has to go on a journey to get to this point. And I like that they did that within one season. So we had, like, the show is just, like, doing efficient storytelling there, where it's like, what is Elrond's arc over season 2? It's about accepting that these rings have a value even despite the dangers they bring. And so I thought having Elrond willingly accept the ring to choose to save Galadriel's life, almost embracing the advice that Círdan gave him, I thought was a really fitting kind of close off to the whole story for him.
Yeah, I really like as well, like, kind of on Galadriel. And I know that you're not a fan of the kind of callbacks to the Jackson films, but listen, I love a little parallel. And I also like I'm a big fan of the parallels in general between Galadriel and Frodo themselves as characters, but also their proximity to and sort of relationship with Sauron. So I'm almost, it's quite poetic that Galadriel is stabbed. She has this kind of wound that's going to pull her into that kind of shadow realm, and then she's taken to Rivendell, where she's healed by Elrond, or she's healed kind of with the help of
Yes.
Elrond. And it's like, Frodo, he's stabbed with the Morgul blade. The same thing happens to him, and he's taken to Rivendell for the first time. And I think it really sets it up well as this haven. You know, that's what it is. It's like the last homely house. It's the haven, and I think I like that little touch.
No, you're right. Like as an overall, like tying it into the future of Rivendell, tying it into Elrond's kind of multi-generational role as this healer and provider of comfort and sanctuary, I think it works really well. I do also address that, like I know people, and this is why I'm glad we didn't do the live stream like in the week after the episode, because people are like, "How did Galadriel survive the fall?" I'm just like, I don't care. I genuinely like. I know people want to like debate it and be like, "Is it because she's wearing the ring? Did the trees on the way down cushion her fall?" I'm like, I don't care. Like, I wouldn't have had her jump off the cliff, but I also don't care how she survived. It's like she survived. That's the point. She's very badly wounded. It's a wah, it's a woo, it's a wazoo. Like it's a thing. It doesn't matter. Like it's so I don't care. Anyway, um, and before we get to the kind of final sequence of the show, so obviously we have the Celebrimbor Elrond, we then get what I think, like, for all we've kind of dunked on the Rhûn plotline, for all we've dunked on the stores, for all we've dunked on this whole part of season two, this kind of two-part scene, first in the store village with Poppy's monologue, and then the scene with the stranger and Tom Bombadil, I thought, despite everything else, I thought it was a really beautiful way to end it. So I want to read Poppy's monologue because I just thought it was a really lovely tribute to Tolkien's writing. Obviously pulling on some lines and some themes that we know. But so this is what Poppy says when she's, because Nori basically says we need to fix the village, and Poppy says this she says, after my family, Mr. Burrows sat me down, told me, some things can't be fixed. Some things are lost forever. No matter how hard we fight, how much it hurts, or how much our hearts yearn to put them back together. 'Cause this world's so much bigger than any of us, and sometimes the winds blowing against us are just too strong. At those times, Mr. Burrows said, we've just got to accept it. What's broke is broke and won't fix, and all anybody can do is try and build something new. And a moment ago I talked about the fact that like that previous scene was very evocative of another scene's been very evocative of the Two Towers. This scene and this monologue very much made me think that the showrunners were deliberately going for the Sam Gamgee monologue at the end of the Two Towers film. That moment of like, most of our heroes are at their lowest point. They've gone through unbelievable hardship. Battles have been won and lost. People have been lost. You know, the great shadow is rising. And for all I am the number one person to dog on, like, these kind of like obvious nods at the Peter Jackson films, I thought this was a really beautiful evocation of that Tolkienian theme of the shadow is but a passing thing, and that light and high beauty, you know, exists beyond it. And I just thought tying it into Poppy's backstory, and like fundamentally I think Poppy and Nori were wasted this season, and this would have been so much more impactful if we'd had more time with Poppy. But having her narrate this monologue while we got, and just let's talk about the scenes that played while we got this. We had Durin and the dwarves standing vigil before the throne. We had Elrond and the survivors leaving Eregion whilst it burnt in the background. We had Isildur leaving Pelargir on the ship whilst Estrid looks on longingly. Miriel in the throne room, her hands chained before Pharazôn on the throne whilst Belzegar reads out from a scroll. We assume this scroll is just a charge sheet. I'm not going to get worked up on the scroll. We have Elendil riding away from Armenelos at sunset, smoke rising from the city. And finally, as we get that last line of all anybody can do is try and build something new, we have Sauron standing alone on the cliff, holding Feanor's hammer in his hand. And I just thought it was a beautiful scene. Like, I know what they were going for. I know it was obvious bait. I know it's not sophisticated, but like that's just one of those moments that just works for me. And I think you're hitting Tolkien's themes and doing it in a visually beautiful way. And I appreciated it.
I think it was great, and I mean, a lot of people in the comments have quite rightly said that it feels a lot more pertinent since the events of the past few hours. And I think if you're going to take anything away, I mean, especially, Samwise Gamgee's speech, I think in the face of horror can often be a comfort to people. But I think the idea of what's broke is broke and won't fix, and all anybody can do is try and build something new is very. It's just a lovely concept, isn't it? And it's, I think, the fact that can be comforting in times like these is the fact that there are people who are willing to try, and people who are willing to stand up in the face of evil. And I think that's what Tolkien is about at its core, is that evil exists and evil will always exist, and there'll feel times when it will feel like you cannot overcome the evil. But I think what's important is that as long as there are people who will stand up against it, that's all that matters. And I think that's kind of the crux of this, and I think that that's just very important. But Megan Richards was actually at the finale screening, and I think it was either one of the showrunners or one of the kind of Empire hosts, said to her, you got your Samwise Gamgee moment, and she spoke a little bit about that, and it kind of made me quite sad at how wasted Poppy was, because she was so passionate about that scene and just kind of her arc as a whole, that I wish we got a bit more from that.
But no, I think you're right. It's like, and as people have been saying in the chat, like say after the last 24 hours, it does feel more pertinent than ever. And I think it references, like I said, I know I've said it more obviously references the Two Towers moment in the films for Sam, but it also references Frodo's famous lines, at the end of Return of the King about some wounds go too deep. And it references the Sam when he's in Mordor with Frodo, and the shadow, it was but a passing thing moment, which I think is for a lot of people one of their favorite moments of Tolkien's writing. And as someone said in the chat, this moment I've got up on screen here where, as Poppy says, no matter how hard we fight, you see Elrond turning away from Eregion burning in the background, Celebrimbor's tower falling away. And I think the most for Elrond himself, think about that line in Fellowship of the Ring where he talks about the fact, he's seen 3 ages of the world and seen many victories and met, many defeats. And it's like the Second Age story is a hard one to tell because there's not a lot of hope in it. Even when we get to the end of season 5, it won't feel like there's a lot of hope, but it's important to have these moments. And for all we dog on like the crunched screen time and poor editing of the Estrid Isildur thing, having these two in here, having this moment of human connection, it's important because that's what Tolkien's stories are about. These moments of connection beyond the shadow and of finding the light in the darkness. And even though Isildur and Estrid are being separated at this moment, both you and I think they'll one day be reunited, because that's what we believe in when we read a story like Tolkien, and that's what we hope for in its adaptations. And so it felt fitting. Or when Miriel, who stands defiant, is this line, and sometimes the wind's blowing against her just too strong, she sends Elendil away because she knows he can't help her, but she will stand in Armenelos defiant. And of course we know how Miriel's story ends, and it is very much the story of someone where the winds are blowing too strong. And again, as Elendil rides away, what's broke is broke and won't fix. Elendil realizes he can't fix Pharazôn and the power structure in Armenelos. He has to leave and go and rally the faithful. It's about finding purpose and finding a reason to carry on hoping. And I just thought it was a really beautiful evocation of Tolkien's message. And yes, there's a slightly darkly ironic moment with this last frame of Sauron standing with Feanor's hammer, talking about building something new, but fundamentally you have to read that scene from Sauron's perspective as the great reformer, as someone who thinks he's going to reorder and heal Middle-earth through these creations. And Sauron thinks, as he said to Celebrimbor in the previous episode, I've seen the end since I first awoke. He thinks that Adar, he knows that Adar is marred because of Morgoth, but he thinks that all he can do is try and build something new. And obviously he is horrible and going about it in the worst possible way and doesn't care. He's not doing it to save people. He's doing it to rule it and to reorder it and to preserve it in his likeness. But all of it just works. And so, like, people may think it's funny as we approach the 4-hour mark that I spent so much today's episode nitpicking. But again, I don't really care about my nitpicks. They're funny to talk about. But then I get to a scene like this and I just go, do you know what? They get it. They get it, and that's it. And that's how I think about the Rings of Power often. Like, it has its problems. it has lots of problems, but fundamentally, I do think they get what a story adapting Tolkien's core messages should be about, and for that, I will always applaud them.
And like hearing the cast and crew afterwards talk about kind of the episode specifically, but just the season as a whole, there's like an unparalleled level of passion and dedication that goes into it, and the whole cast, but like particularly the showrunners themselves, are the biggest Tolkien nerds ever. Like the way they talk about the works and his kind of legacy, they clearly care about it. And I only just realized as I was listening to you read it out loud then, but that's actually the second reference we get to the winds in this episode. You know,
Yes.
the winds that are too strong to fight off is a nice little, quite sad little thing to Celebrimbor's
For Celebrimbor,
born
yeah.
hence by a wind that you shall never follow. So
Yeah.
I only just picked up on that one then. That's quite sad.
No, it's beautiful. It's that idea that Celebrimbor can't escape his fate, but he's going where the wind takes him, whereas Sauron will resist it until he is blown away into the void. And I will say again, like as much as I dogged on the Rhûn storyline, these last few moments between Poppy and Nora the Stranger, like how lovely it is that um, when Poppy says to the stranger, or Gandalf, as we're about to start referring to him from this point onwards, she says, "Don't be a stranger now." It's not about his name, it's about his purpose. And as we'll see in this next scene with Bombadil, that's what, like, for all the problems of the Runes storyline this season, the one thing they've nailed is that Gandalf didn't go to Rhûn to find out he had a cool name. He wasn't called Arch Malthazor the Third, Grand, Wizard of the blah blah blah. It's about the fact that who he is to be a friend to people in their time of need, and to be that guiding friend, and to be who they need him to be, and that's why he doesn't choose his own name. And so Poppy saying, "Don't be a stranger now," it's a reminder of his purpose, not of his name. I mean, it works in both ways, but it's rather beautiful. And I think similarly, this whole thing with Nori talking about it's time that she walked her path and he walked his, and he says we're very different creatures, and she says not so different at all, if you ask me. And it's again, we just like like fundamentally again, despite all my many criticisms of the Rune plotline, the showrunners went, "Just so you know, we still get it," and they were like, "We're just going to remind you that this is all still playing a thematic note. Even if we haven't nailed the plot note, we've nailed the thematic resonance here."
And can I just say, I think this one might have been as controversial as the heal yourself line. I am one of the people who finds the grand elf thing very endearing, and I don't care that it's silly, and I don't care that it's too on the nose. I think it is adorable, okay? But I'm not a huge fan of the fact that again they've separated these two plots. So we're going to arguably next
Oh,
season
don't
follow
remind me.
Nori
Don't
and
make
then
me
the
think
stranger
about that.
separately. And I listen,
No.
in the long run, it's probably going to be great because they're going to find this magical land where they're going to build houses in the hills with little round
Suzette.
doors, and we're going to be very happy. However,
Yeah.
I cannot find myself to be excited for this deviated plot next season. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say about this. I mean, I guess we have the stranger finding his AK-47, as you put it before. He finally gets it.
Listen, for anyone who wasn't here for the first part of the stream, I'm not literally saying a staff is an AK-47. I was just trying to point out some of the absurdity of the earlier plotline in Rune. Just want to be very clear, I'm not making... Anyway, thanks. Thanks for that, Anna. Although I will say, I think it's very funny that as we approach the end, after me being so negative, you're now like, I actually really like the Grand Elf line. Meanwhile, I'm just trying not to tear the few remaining hair follicles I have out every time they said it. But we're gonna
Let's
get
move on from that then.
yeah, but we're gonna get to the Bombadil scene, which I genuinely thought like it made me want to cry. It was like the ending where they start singing together. But I also thought it was a brilliant scene because like I think they played a little bit with the show's kind of slightly wonky interpretation with Bombadil. This whole idea that like Bombadil in the show feels a bit too interventionist. It feels like he cares and he's trying to set Gandalf on the right path. But I think the very clever thing about this last scene, like if you actually read the way it's written, The stranger says to him, "It was all a test, wasn't it? Another one of your riddles. I was meant to choose friendship over power. I was meant to help them. I was meant to find that." But Bombadil doesn't say, "Oh yes, it was a test. Oh yes, it was a riddle." I think one of the clever things they've kind of done with the whole, which is obviously the Tolkien's whole thing with the ambiguity of who Bombadil is and what he is. It's like Bombadil wasn't there to teach Gandalf. He was just more there to say things. And he's a, do you know what he's a bit like? Bombadil in the show is a bit like a mirror, where he just says things, and Gandalf in this case just kind of takes them and interprets them as his own way. Very similar to kind of, obviously they borrowed a lot of the dialogue in the earlier episodes from Frodo's encounter with Bombadil in the books. They just straight ripped a lot of that dialogue. And I think it's the interesting thing here is that they've managed to make it in a way where the stranger, Gandalf, is talking about it being a test. But I don't think Bombadil is in any way saying, yes, it was a test. He's just stating a fact, much like how in earlier episodes he was stating a fact that what does the secret fire want with the master? It's this very idea that Bombadil is a outgrowth of nature, and the things he says are just statements of existence, and it is for the other characters to almost imprint meaning upon that. But again, the main thing that this, and I know you'll want to say some things about Bombadil, but I think literally the most important thing about this whole thing is when Gandalf says, "That's what they're going to call me, isn't it?" And I know I've already kind of spoiled my analysis on this, but I do think it's so important to say that for all the talk that this season was about Gandalf finding his name, it's not about him having a name that's about him. It's about what others are going to call him. And as we talked about in the Sauron Celebrimbor scene, the name Sauron doesn't want to be called is the one that is given to him by others. And the lesson the stranger learns here is about what he can be to others. So when he realizes that others are going to call him Gandalf, he's at peace with that because he knows it is a sign of his friendship and his fellowship and his role. And I think there was a real beauty to having him say that that's what they're going to call me. If they'd have him say, "Gandalf, that's my name, isn't it?" You'd be like, "Oh, well, who cares? We've spent 8 episodes doing it." But I actually weirdly think it was a very effective thing. But I get the feeling you're going to disagree with me.
No, 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 no. In terms of this scene, I thought it was brilliant. I like that line. Obviously, it reminded me of the Gandalf. Oh, that's what they used to call me, isn't it? And I was like,
Yeah, but
oh,
that's what I didn't want them
there
to
he
do,
is.
if you see what I mean. Do you
Sort
know what I mean?
of.
Like, I'm glad they didn't have him repeat that.
What do you mean? I actually don't know what you mean because I guess that they did,
Because you
but
said,
they've just changed the tense, really, right?
no, no, but it's not about the tense, it's about, it's a, like, the way I would see it is, at that point in Gandalf's story, that's just who he is. That's just his identity. This is more about like the. I'm so tempted to bring another Doctor Who analogy in, but I'm not going to because I've done like 2 in this stream already. But it is that very much thing of a name isn't a name. The name is a promise. It's a purpose. And I think the difference between this and that moment in the Two Towers is that that's just a state. That's like a kind of slightly comedic moment Tolkien throws in there of like, oh, Gandalf's remembering who he is because he can't remember who he is. Whereas this is more like, yes, I didn't need to find my name that belongs to me. I needed to find the name that other people will call me in their time of need. But maybe I'm being way too semantically obsessed about it. I don't know.
No, I think that makes sense. I think this was a beautiful scene. It was such a lovely like wrap up of his kind of plot line this season. I'm one of those people who obsessively listened to old Tom Bombadil over and over again before the season came out. So I was watching the finale with Sarah Westvick, who some people in the chat might know, but we like turned to each other and started singing along with them when this happened, and it was such a nice little moment. But all I'm gonna say is, and I think don't all I'm gonna say is like don't because I know you're going to disagree with me, which is fine, but we can save
Yeah.
this discussion for our general season 2 discussion because I think we probably don't have the time for it right now. But all I'm going to say
Yeah.
is I think I feel similarly to how you do about Kieran Hans, Hines' hands, which is that I think Rory Kinnear is a brilliant actor. And I really, really don't mean this to sound awful to him or to his
Oh, you're
talent.
gonna piss me off. I suggest just not
I like
finishing the
that.
sentence, but
Listen, this is why I mean you're gonna argue with me, but we'll save the proper discussion for another time. But
okay, we'll just say we're
I
wrong.
think, I think he's a brilliant actor, but this is not Tom Bombadil to me. I don't think that they've captured what makes his character at all. And I think that Gandalf's story in season two would have been exactly the same. Nothing will have changed if they'd replaced Tom Bombadil with an entirely original character with a completely different backstory, a completely different role in Middle Earth. And I think that's the fundamental thing that's wrong about this to me is that nothing would change if it isn't Tom Bombadil. It just nothing about him feels like Tom Bombadil to me, and I wanted to give him a chance. I truly did, but the only time
No,
when I
you
felt kind
didn't.
of
You
moved,
didn't.
I tried, and the only time I felt moved by him this season was this scene, and I was like, it's coming too late. That he's just, I think this is one of my biggest problems with the season, and I wish I liked him. I did, and I think he's brilliant outside, and I think he acts brilliantly in it, but it's just not Tom Bombadil to me, you know? That's all I'm gonna say.
I think, yeah. I mean, I know we're never going to agree on this. I think it's, I think it's Tom Bombadil if Tom Bombadil were a proper character, rather than Tolkien
But that's the
lacking
thing,
an
he's not
editor who could
supposed to
tell him
be.
no.
He's not
I don't
supposed to
give a
be a proper
shit. I
character.
don't know.
He's
No, I don't
supposed to be
care.
this
I don't care.
weird.
No,
I
wrong. I don't
it,
care.
he should just never be adapted in a serious way. And they tried to
Listen,
do it, and it didn't work.
Anna, you're not going to get a complaint from me. Remember what I said on Twitter when when we first got the leak that Tom Bombadil was going to appear? I was the number one opponent. All I'm saying is that like what they created was a very interesting character that built on Tom's idea of the natural world and lack of ownership and all this stuff. Anyway, you're right. Let's save it for another time. But I agree. This was a beautiful scene, and I have to say that this other version of Old Tom Bombadil I have listened to so many times because it's just so calming when these two start to sing it together. Halbrand's pouch
Gonna
has to
ruin
go.
it.
We need to go soon because it's 10 past midnight. So we'll burn
Yes.
through these last two scenes. But Halbrand's pouch says, "I have to go see the Lovelies. Thank you so much for this. You guys are amazing. I can't wait for season 3. The world sucks right now, and I'm glad Tolkien saw Officer Show like. Well, Halbrand's pouch, you are also amazing, and you offer more than just a shred of light to us. So thank you for being here, and I know we both appreciate you. I mean, I know Anna knows you're a real person, but I too believe you're a real person, Halbrand's pouch. I have faith that you're real. But okay, so last two scenes. The only thing I'm going to say about this last dwarvish scene, like, it sounds absolutely bonkers to me, and it just feels like the show being like, oh, we did our Balrog plotline in the first 2 seasons. What are we going to do for season 3? Does anyone remember that really successful show Succession and that other really successful show Game of Thrones? That's what we're going to do with the dwarves next season. So come back next season for Succession meets Game of Thrones underground with the dwarves. Like, I mean, I genuinely hope it'll be really good. But I remember watching this scene, a month ago when it first came out, and I was like, they're just telegraphing what's going to happen next season, and I don't know what to make of it. Like, obviously, Owain, Arthur, and Sophia and Betty are brilliant, and I think they'll kill whatever material they get. But I'm also like, do you know what I kept thinking? I was like, this feels like this is going to be the Rhûn plotline from season 2. This will be the Rhûn plotline for season 3, where we keep cutting to it, and we're all just like, oh, why does this matter? I don't want to watch dwarves arguing about the line of succession. Like, I don't know. I hope I'm really wrong about this, but.
Yeah, I think I slightly disagree with you there. I mean, I'm glad they set up the expectation of where we're going in season 3 because I was kind of wondering after the Balrog, are they just going to leave us on a cliffhanger? Like, where are we going to be with this? I I love anything that we get from the dwarves, and I think that Owain and Sophia are that good that this sort of more the perspective of maybe the political side of Khazad Dûm could actually be very interesting, and I think they have the ability to carry that storyline. and keep it as interesting as it has been for the first few seasons. We'll have Navi there as well, and I think we'll get to see a lot more of his character. And I think that it'll give us the chance to have maybe one or two more Elrond and Durin interactions, particularly after the death of his father. So I'm actually quite optimistic for the plot in season 3. Let's hope that I'm
But can we both
not
agree
proven
that
wrong.
like the can we both agree that the fact that Doran apparently has a brother is just some major retcon nonsense? Like the way
Yes.
Navi was like, and your brother, who we all know exists. It was just I genuinely had a moment of being like, oh come on, you've got to at least say cousin. You can't say brother. That is
Yeah.
farcical to be like, we've done 2 seasons now. Like, by the way, there's a brother who we've never mentioned.
It's like Anarion if Anarion had never been written in the text and they were all of a sudden like, and Isildur, your brother who is off in the west learning about the faithful. It's like, oh, okay. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. We'll have to see.
Listen, I'm sure. Like I said, I'm sure the actors will do wonderful stuff with it. But it was like a really weird. It felt like a scene from a different show. I was suddenly like, hang on. Did the hand of the king die? And is Eddard Stark's son rising a rebellion in the north? I was like, why are we talking about this? But I will say I do like that the one thing they did cleverly with the storyline was end it with a shot of the Seven Rings, because while we haven't seen the distribution of the 9 rings, we also haven't really seen the distribution of the 7. So that gives me a lot of hope that season 3, from Sauron's perspective, will be refocused on this idea of him trying to spread his influence through these 16 rings, because I want the Sauron Akalabeth story to wait for season 4. So
Yeah.
this just gives me a little hope that most of season 3 will be Sauron and I'm sure like we'll get the famous surrender moment before the end of season 3, but I just want most of season 3 to be about the distribution, the manipulation using the rings. So, yeah. Okay, and then the final scene, which was just, I mean, we don't need to analyze it to all hell, but just kind of really beautiful, like seeing Rivendell for the first time, Gil-galad having a sense of humor again, which I know we
Yeah.
both love because they've done it a couple of times already this season. Elrond, kind of having kind of reconciled with Galadriel over the rings, the fact that he's the one that says we're in she says, what is this place? And he says it's a sanctuary protected by the 3 rings. I thought it was a lovely way of like kind of putting a bookend on Elrond's character development this season. Don't really love the way they're interpreting the War of the Elves and Sauron, but that can definitely wait for a future podcast episode. We don't need to get into that now. But overall, I just thought it was I mean, I'd always hoped they'd end with Rivendell, because like obviously that's naturally where you end at post sack of Eregion following the books, and it's kind of strange that it's not just Elrond there, and it's weird that Galadriel and Gil-galad are there, but considering those changes, I thought it was a really beautiful ending scene.
God, it was such a beautiful ending, and then to have the that she uses the last words that Celebrimbor ever said to her to kind of as this kind of comfort, and I'll just read it out if you don't mind, because thankfully I've got it up
Yes, please
here
do.
where you nicely quoted it for me. Um, I would remember the counsel of our dear friend Celebrimbor, greatest of elven smiths, and remind our people that it is not strength that overcomes darkness, but light, and the sun yet shines. And that quote with the sun yet shines track playing in the background is just the. I don't think I could have asked for a better ending for this episode. I mean, seeing Gil-galad, Galadriel, Elrond, and Arondir, I think it's so important that Arondir was there as well on that ledge. All the elves. I think I can't remember his name now, but Elrond's bestie, who absolutely should have died,
Yeah,
was there, kind of with a battle cry.
that was funny.
But the strength and the fight slowly coming back to the elves, and it's like even what Poppy said, the fact that there's people there, they want to try and fix what is broken. It's just so lovely. And then Benjamin Walker having that moment where he gets to kind of unsheath his sword. He looks around, and he looks at Elrond, and he looks at Galadriel and Arondir, and that's when he finally turns and he lifts his sword. And that ending on that shot is just it's like it's almost like that parallel to season one where it was technically a season
Yes.
about the heroes, but we end on Sauron walking into Mordor, and to flip that with the foundation of Rivendell is just what an ending.
Yeah, I mean, I want to pick up a couple of things you said because I feel like as a big Celebrimbor fan and because I haven't been active on Twitter, I feel like people might think that like the lost Celebrimbor hasn't hit me hard, but it has, and like, but I also knew it was coming and it was beautifully told, and so, but you're right, like even though I'm disappointed we never got Elrond's real reaction to Celebrimbor's death and things like that, having the legacy of Celebrimbor be Galadriel reminding the surviving elves that the path to defeating darkness is the light and it's not through strength of arms, and it just for such a tragic character to be remembered with such warmth and with such a positive, hopeful, such a Tolkienian, that idea of Estelle, the true hope that Tolkien talks about, to almost give Celebrimbor a legacy, which is one of Estelle. It's not something I ever expected, but I really appreciate the show doing it. But as people are saying in the chat, just like having it end on this note in comparison to the relative darkness of season one, having Gil-galad take his rightful place, where we all, I think, have felt he was a bit sidelined in season one. As you said, having a Rondir there. For me, a lot of what this shot says is, that line I talked about earlier where Sauron keeps trying to win her over. He says, I would have made you a queen and had them all kneel. And she says, the free peoples of Middle-earth will always resist you. And this shot is like the encapsulation of that. They are beaten, they are broken. Like Elrond says, many of them barely had the strength to flee. But in this final moment, we see that the free peoples of Middle-earth will still always resist Sauron. And like that is fundamentally why we read Tolkien. And so to end on that note, and as I've said on Twitter and I've talked about, I think even during this is the shot that I was like, oh yeah, the show isn't embarrassed that it's a fantasy TV show, and too many fantasy TV shows and movies are embarrassed that they're in this hyper, kind of over the top world, and the Rings of Power isn't. And the saturated colors, the
Yeah.
light, just the way the valley looks. I mean, like this is a show just saying, we should dream of a world of waterfalls and clear blue water and bright green grass and lush forests and the sun shining among a people defying hatred and evil to still find hope and light and to still find something worth fighting for. And as I've said earlier, in a time where media so often takes the easy road out to be cynical or sardonic or satirical, the level of sincerity in the visual imagery as well as the dialogue is something that I think we can all hold to and we can all love. And like I said, I've made so many nitpicky complaints, and I've said on Twitter yesterday that I think season 2 is less consistent than season 1, and season 1 has a more coherent structure. But you know what? You watch a scene like this and you just go, I don't care. Because you get a scene like this and you go, I don't care. I love this. This is everything.
Yeah.
If you could go back and tell 10-year-old me you'd get this one day, you think I'd care whether there was a scene about a scroll? Yeah, you must be joking.
It it's a nice little detail, I think, as well, that when Sauron's kind of presenting this idea of leadership to Galadriel, the people are kneeling for her, and that's his idea of like her leadership, their subservience. But in this kind of scene where they take up the mantle and they're founding Rivendell, the elves are all stood up and they're kind of reaching up and they're like stretching out as if they're kind of reaching towards this hope. No one's kneeled, no one's kind of bowing their heads to them as these kind of kings and queens or whatever. And I think that's a really nice touch, and just I think this shot is just everything that I love about the Rings of Power personified. And I think to end it on such a note of hope is really nice. I think it's what the whole season has been building up to, and it's, as you said, to have that legacy for Celebrimbor where perhaps he might have had one of bravery, of kind of craftsmanship in the books, but this kind of personal one of his endurance, his hope. It's so lovely. It's so nice that we have all of them there. It's just what can I say about it other than just look at that shot. They knew that was the ending
Mm,
shot. That's like the money shot. And Rivendell is like it's comfort personified. It's like it is it's the definition of a haven. So you can't kind of make it look like one of these. And let me preface by saying that I am a Game of Thrones fan, but you can't have it look like one of these grimy, dingy, dark Game of Thrones locations where I don't think I've
mm,
ever looked at one of their locations and thought, that looks so comforting. Like, I would love to live there. But you look at this and you're
mm.
just like, if I was there right now, nothing would matter. All my worries would be gone for a
No,
few minutes.
it's like I love Rivendell in the Peter Jackson movies. Like you'll not hear me say a bad word about this, but you can also compare it to this shot and go like, yeah, Rivendell in the films is kind of like it's gorgeous and impressive and stunning, but it's also a little bit inhospitable. This is an Eden. Eden. This is paradise. This is as Elrond himself says, this is a sanctuary. For me, it reminds me of like a lot of places in the UK. I've had a lot of happy memories over the year. The Peak District near where I grew up, the Lake District, where I've spent so many times, and I think especially a time like this where we're all sitting on our phones, doom scrolling, and then we're reading the news and we're getting depressed. Anna might know this because she's in the group chat, but the first thing I did this morning, and I'd been up all night. I got a few hours sleep, but I was constantly up watching the election results because I'm a big politics nerd. First thing I did this morning, and I don't live in a green area, but I do live next to a canal. And the first thing I did this morning, after I finally got myself off the sofa where I'd slept most of the night, I walked over to the canal, and there was a family of swans. Just kind of paddling away through the thing. And I've seen these swans since six. Well, I guess it's about 9 months ago when I first saw the cygnets hatch, and I sat on one of these seats by the canal, one of these chairs, and the swans just came up to me and they were just looking at me and they were just interested. And I sent a picture of this to our friends on Twitter, and I said, sometimes it's good to go outside and remind yourself of the pure goodness and beauty of the natural world, to remind yourself that it's not all just the horrors of the man-made. And I think somewhere like Rivendell is the that is the apex, that is the ideal, that is the fantasy of what that looks like. But I think we all in our own lives search for these moments of harmony with the natural world where we can just feel at peace, and I think the show evokes that beautifully. But anyway, I'm getting a little bit preachy, probably because it's after midnight and we've been talking 4 hours and I've had a fair bit of wine. But
No, no, no. I think you're right. Like, listen, the other day, probably not the same thing, but the other day I went out into my garden, left, like, went to visit my family, left my phone inside, didn't touch it for a few hours, and I just sat outside. My dog was kind of just milling around in the garden. He likes to sniff everything. And, like, all the leaves were falling off the tree at the back of our garden and, like, falling around him. And I was like, this is like the most at peace I felt in ages. I was like, this is the loveliest thing I've ever seen. I was like,
mm,
I'm happy, and this is just, it was like the perfect moment, like nothing in that moment like felt wrong.
mm. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Well, the only other thing I'll say about this final scene is that, my God, the endorphin rush I had when it cut to black and Bear McCreary's The Sun Yet Shine kind of hits its full flow. I mean, that is like liquid crack. I know I've gone from being like the idyllic nature, and now I'm like, this is musical crack, but it's true. It is. It's it's amazing.
He is insane, and I will forever be thankful that Norma Matar has become kind of this integral theme within the elven realm and like everything, and just like the small snippets we get of it in these other themes like this. It's just so good. I mean, what is there to say about Bear McCreary that hasn't already been said? But he's just.
Exactly.
I mean, I've said it myself. Like before, when he first got announced, I was like, "Who is this man? I don't want him to have anything to do with Middle Earth. That's for Howard Shore." But when you end a season
I
like
think the
this, it's
first ever
like,
time you came on the podcast, I think the first ever time you came on the podcast, you told us about a dream you had where you punched Bear McCreary in a dream because he was trying to steal the stage limelight from Howard Shore. So what a
actually,
journey you've
Howard
been on.
Shore punched him in the face. Get it
Oh,
right,
that was it.
Harry.
Sorry,
But
apologies.
but yeah, leaving it on a note like this, it's like Middle Earth is in safe hands. I think that's what I take out of this is that people like to rag on this and they're like it's destroying Tolkien's legacy, this that. First of all, if you don't like the Rings of Power, you can just go back and read the books and nothing has changed. I promise you. And secondly, just because someone has a different interpretation of Middle Earth than you do doesn't mean that it's wrong. And I think that for all the flaws and all the nitpicks that we've had, Middle Earth is in safe hands. The story is in safe hands, and I'm just very excited to see where we go in season 3. I mean, we've got a new team of writers this
Yeah.
season, I think, so we'll see.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously we've got next 2 years look ahead, obviously. I think it was a fantastic season, and like I said, Anna and I, we probably won't do it as a live stream because we really need to go back to doing a podcast episode where it's just us sitting down, we can take our time and talk and not, we love doing these, but it's also kind of it's very draining. And for those of you who've noticed that like none of the live streams are up on the podcast feed yet, it's just because I'm not sure they work well as podcasts, like because obviously there's just moments where I'm just like sitting here saying nothing and then I'm like reading out stuff in the chat, but I'm gonna try and find a way around that and upload them as archives, but obviously they're all on the YouTube channel. But no, I am looking forward to in the off season talking about the stuff. And but don't worry, I will say this: we will definitely do. I will definitely do more live streams in future. Hopefully, Anna will join me for some of them. I might do some on my own, might get some other guests. But there is no way I would want to walk away from this community in the off season and not have these fun nights where we sit here talking rubbish and all the other fun stuff we do. So. Yeah, no, this is like we said at the start. Sorry this has taken us a month to do, but I hope for those of you who are either watching live or are now watching the replay, I hope this was enjoyable and lived up to everything. And I think we had a really good, fun discussion. Like, didn't take it too seriously. In a time where we probably needed a laugh, we had a good time, and. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Listen, we probably need to end soon because it's super late and we're both knackered. But Anna, I'll hand it over to you for any final closing thoughts on our final breakdown and discussion of season 2 of The Rings of Power.
I know. I'm sad that we're leaving it here again for the season, but as Harry said, hopefully we'll be back. We won't just forget that the Rings of Power exists for 2 seasons. I want to say thanks, Stanley. I'll keep coming back. Don't you worry. I just want to say thank you all for being patient with us again. It is I hold my hands up and say it's mostly my fault that we've had to keep delaying this. But I appreciate seeing so many of you still come and listen to us talk about it. Apologies again for the negativity from us both, but I think it just speaks to what a kind of nice corner of the internet we what a nice corner of the internet we have here for ourselves, that negativity and nitpicks, they're not taken as kind of an attack, and we can have discussions about them and you guys will let us know what your opinions are. I think that's really nice, and it's why I like doing these so much. I hope that everyone is doing okay, particularly the people in the US. So I hope that this has been like a little bit of a comfort, and if there's anything to take out of this season, to take out of this episode, it's that no matter how dark it seems, there is still hope. If the hope comes in the form of being silly about the Rings of Power for a few hours, that's just it. Wherever you find that happiness, every little bit helps. And yeah, thank you, Harry, because you did organise this whole thing as usual.
No, you're very welcome. And of course, my first thanks have to be directly reciprocal and say massive thank you to Anna for coming on and doing this. Obviously, we've now known each other for 2 years. Never expected after the first time Anna came on the podcast, we'd end up doing these breakdowns. And this year's been a little different. Like I said, I've been a little bit ashamed by the quality of my content this season, and it's probably why I took a break, because I felt like I hadn't really delivered good content. I hadn't been keeping the podcast updated. For any of you who are on the Patreon, you'll know that I paused billing on the Patreon, so no one's being charged at the moment because I just feel like I haven't been delivering content. So yeah, I haven't been very pleased with myself in terms of the content I've delivered, but equally, every week, and then I know we've had a month's break before we did this last one, but every week we did these live streams, and me and Anna would come and talk 4 hours, and we'd have a drink, and we'd chat with you guys and have fun. It was just, one of the
one of, if not the highlight of my week every single time. So, I can be annoyed at myself with the content creator brain and say, I wish my podcast had been more consistent. I wish we'd had the old style of podcast episodes back. But equally, I don't know if I'd trade doing these live streams with this live chat and my blurry camera and all the fun we have and the jokes and Stanley preferring Anna to me. I'll get over that one, but it'll take a while. But no, yeah, listen, once again, a massive thank you to Anna. Anna is a real saint, the way she gives her time to this and puts up with me. And as you can all probably tell, despite the fact we take the mick out of each other all the time, Anna is a brilliant friend to me, and this is just an extension of that friendship, and I'm deeply appreciative of it. In the same way, I'm deeply appreciative of all of you, especially, I notice a lot of the names who are here every week, and I'm not going to single anyone out because you all know who you are, and I don't want to make anyone else feel left out, but people who've been here every week, you know who you are, and I have a lot of love for you, and for those of you who, whether because of current world events or just your personal life, if you're going through a tough time, just know, you will always have this community to be there for you and to provide a break and enjoyment and amusement away from it. And yeah, I guess the only other thing I'll say is we'll be back soon in one form or another. We'll do our season 2 review episode, probably just on the podcast. I'll work out what we're going to do for the next live stream. I'm going to be trying to be more active on Twitter. And in the meantime, all I'd say to everyone is, if the day gets too dark, if the news gets too bad, if the anxiety gets too bad, go outside, sit by a river, look at a bird, even if it's just a pigeon, and it might heal your heart a little bit more than anything you'll find on a phone screen. So with that, I'll just say thank you so much for joining us over the last couple of months. It has been a tremendous pleasure and a tremendous honor to have this audience. So thank you so much. And as always, despite the fact that it's the end of season 2, we've got a couple of years to wait until season 3. Even now, we do not say goodbye. We say Numenorean. So, Numenorean, everyone. Good night. And I think that is done.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I can
I
never
was
tell
like,
whether
I don't
we're
think
still
I have the
live